Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was a 3-meter Giant? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Ikumi Midoriya was about 4 when she really learned that the world is not kind or particularly fair. She had grown up a normal girl. But Ikumi had a very distinctive appearance, with teal and cream fur and a shark-like muzzle. A pair of pointed ears stuck out of a mop of dark green hair, nearly matching her eyes. Tiny white dots were scattered under her eyes and over her muzzle, similar to her father's freckles. It was just another day at the park with the other kids in the neighborhood. Some of the kids had gone off to the woods to try and catch beetles while others went on the swings and play equipment. With his main group of friends following his lead, Kaken grinned up at his best friend. "All right, we're playing tag." She smiled timidly as the other boys cheered, fiddling with the hem of her shirt. "Hey, Kaken." The spiky-haired boy strode forwards confidently, flanked by Tsubasa and Sashi. Ikumi hurried behind them, hunching up when she saw a couple of girls staring at her. Despite being the same age as Kaken and his friends, she stood about 3 heads taller than them. Still, she was just happy to be there with Kaken. It was a nice sunny day, and as they played, she started to forget the other kids giving her weird looks. She reached for Tsubasa, only to pout when the winged boy flew out of reach. "Hey, that's cheating." In response, Tsubasa stuck his tongue out. "Is not." She jumped up at Tsubasa, trying to grab him. "Is too." Tsubasa blew a raspberry at her. Kaken stamped his foot as Ikumi stuck her tongue out in retaliation. "Come on, Tubby. Play fair." As Tsubasa came lower, grumbling all the way, Ikumi's ear twitched as she heard scuffling. Turning around, she saw another boy being pushed around by a pair of older kids. She could hear the other boy starting to tear up. Before she really knew what she was doing, she was running over to them. "Hey!" As she got closer, they turned around, sneering. "What do you dash?" Their eyes widened when she loomed over them. They might have been taller than the other boy, but she was still head and shoulders above them. Ikumi put her hands on her hips, staring down at them. She wanted to grin at them like All Might, but she didn't have friendly teeth like him, only fangs. "Don't be mean to people. Say sorry to him." One of them sneered at her shakily. "Oh yeah? What are you gonna do about it?" Looking back at the crying boy, Ikumi resumed her stare down. "I'll protect him from you jerks." The bullies looked between each other, then the larger boy went to shove her. He pushed her with both hands but Ikumi barely budged. Her own, one-handed shove knocked him off his feet and into the dirt. His buddy whimpered as Ikumi pulled him up to her eye level with one hand. "Are you going to be mean to him?" They scampered off, glaring at her. Smiling, Ikumi looked down at the boy she'd helped. "Are you all right?" He didn't say anything, instead staring up at her with wide, teary eyes. Forwards, carefully stretching out a hand. "Do you dash?" He slapped her hand away, scampering off. "Scary." Ikumi watched him go with wide eyes. "I dash." Jogging up to her, Kaken frowned at the fleeing boy. "Hey, what gives? You helped that wimp." Ikumi looked at her hands. I didn't want to scare him. She just wanted to help." Kaken's angry expression softened, before turning to his typical cocky grin. "Hey, don't worry Midori. When we become heroes together, I'll be the strongest around. And then all the villains'll fear me." It didn't lift Ikumi's mood as much as it should have. Maybe people would be less afraid when they got older? Or maybe she wouldn't grow much taller. She didn't want to be any scarier. Ikumi Midoriya's huge height was even stranger because her parents were anything but tall. Her dad Hisashi always joked that his orange-furred ears were the only thing that let him get on roller coasters. They'd still been concerned when their baby girl had shot up to be so much taller than her classmates and approaching her mother's height. Dr. Tsubasa had taken a blood sample and scheduled a MRI to see if Ikumi was suffering from gigantism. The tests came back negative, indicating that Ikumi's height was just a natural part of her quirk. He had asked for more samples. Ikumi hadn't liked him, her sensitive nose picking up the stench of chemicals and blood. Her parents had agreed, deciding to see a different doctor. He was nicer, and he hadn't smelled as weird as Dr. Tsubasa. It was just as they were going to see the new doctor when Ikumi found that there was more to her quirk than she'd first assumed. She'd been feeling a comforting warmth all over her body, concentrated in her chest. As she'd hopped up to the table, some dust hit her nose. She sneezed, a spurt of embers and smoke coming from her mouth. Her mother had been surprised and slightly alarmed. "Oh, we thought that Ikumi wouldn't have that part of her father's quirk." Dr. Hamamoto shrugged. "There's still a lot we don't know about quirks. Even now, there's still a lot to learn about how they work. Since your husband has some minor mutations, it seems that Ikumi's inherited his quirk with a more extreme variation of those. It's not uncommon." Ikumi grinned widely. "I can breathe fire like Daddy. And I can be a cool hero like Kaken when I get older." Meeting Kaken later and sharing her new, super cool fire breath got Kaken excited. "Bet it's not as cool as my explosions, though," he'd boasted. Ikumi giggled. Same old Kaken. Later, they found that Ikumi had extra parts of her body. Most of it went over Ikumi's head, but what she understood was that she had a sort of flame sac that ran down her throat to her stomach. It stored flammable material for a later date, breaking it down into a gas. When she breathed it out, heat generated in her mouth to ignite the gas as it mingled with oxygen. She wasn't sure what the feeling around her body was, or why it had died. When she breathed fire, since it didn't seem bad, she never mentioned it until later. Ikumi eventually learned what it meant, though that is for another time. Given her unusual animal look and fire breathing, they had to update the registry from Fox Shark. Eventually, they gave it the name Dragon Breath. It wasn't a cute name, but Ikumi could think of a better one. Inko loved her daughter. How could she not? Ikumi was a kind-hearted girl who just wanted to help everybody. She smiled to her daughter, bouncing in place. "Okay, Ikumi, where are you and Kaken going to play today?" Ikumi beamed up at her with a gap-toothed grin. "We're going up by the creek." "All right, you play safely now." Ikumi bounded away to meet up with Katsuki, the blonde boy grinning up at his friend. Inko watched them go with a smile on her face. "I can't believe you let your daughter go off like that." Inko mentally composed herself, before turning to the other woman. "Oh, Kodazut-san. This is a bit unexpected. Besides, she's going with friends, they'll be fine." Kodazut sniffed. "I mean really, she should be quieter." Inko's smile slipped slightly. She's a 4-year-old girl going to play with her friends. Still, she should be more mature. Even if she is a mutant. Inko was about to say something considerably nastier when Mitsuki barged in, a sharp grin on her face. "Hey, Inko. Sorry to interrupt you, Kodazut, but I'm taking Inko to get some coffee. Do you mind?" Great. See you around, Kodazut." Inko smiled at Mitsuki, allowing herself to be dragged away as Kodazut glared at Mitsuki. "Thank you for that." Mitsuki shrugged. It barely counts as a favor. She's a stuck-up beach who's got to stick up her butt about everything." She couldn't help but giggle, then sighed. "I don't mind her judging me, but she shouldn't judge Ikumi." Her friend nodded pensively. "Yeah. Ikumi's been the best thing for Katsuki, keeps him from getting too big ahead." Mitsuki took a sip of her coffee, sighing. "Still, people are JRKS." Inko couldn't help but agree. Ikumi huffed, letting out a tiny lick of fire. She looked up at her dad, who clapped. "Good work, Ikumi," he praised, grinning. His own fangs were less pronounced than hers, something she found reassuring. "Just remember, no practicing your fire breathing when there's flammable stuff around." Ikumi nodded seriously. "I won't." Hisashi Midoriya ruffled her hair, sighing. "You really got my hair, huh?" His ears twitched in their black mop. Then he saw his daughter's ears droop slightly as she looked away. "What wrong, Ikumi?" She shrugged, rubbing her arm. "It's nothing." Hisashi frowned. "Doesn't look like nothing. She shuffled in place. "Do you think I'm going to get bigger when I get older?" "Of course you are. You're a growing girl." Ikumi stamped her foot. "I don't want to get bigger. I just want to be smaller so that I don't scare other kids when I help them. The other girls don't let me play with." Then because I'm too tall, and they say mean things about me. Hisashi paused, then nodded. Ah. He knew this was going to be an issue. Ikumi was already so tall, looking more like a teenager than a normal 4-year-old. He mentally slapped himself. They checked several times, and Ikumi was growing normally. Not her fault, she was just bigger. Ikumi continued talking, tears gathering in her eyes. I just want to be normal. He pulled his daughter into a hug, ignoring how she came up to his shoulder. Listen, Ikumi. You know that no matter what, we love you, right? She mumbled into his armpit. Hisashi just smiled, patting her on the back. And Katsuki likes you, doesn't he? Yeah. He bent down slightly so he could meet her eyes. So don't worry about them. They don't know you. Kodasan says I have to be quieter when we play with Kaken. Even if I'm a mutant. Hisashi frowned. Kodasan says a lot of things. You don't have to listen to her about everything. He paused. Don't tell your mother I said that. Ikumi giggled a bit. Hisashi grinned with her. Internally, he worried. It wasn't fair for his beautiful daughter to be judged for something beyond her control. It was her quirk, after all. There were books about not judging others based on their quirks around. Clearly, most kids hadn't gotten the message. Or maybe it was adults that hadn't. People aren't born equal, and sometimes people will judge you for no reason. But that was my first and greatest obstacle. I was never entirely comfortable with my height. It just separated me from other people. Maybe I would have been shy without my quirk. Anyway, my name is Ikumi Midoriya. I'm just an ordinary girl now. But this is my story about becoming a hero like All Might. About saving people with a smile. It wasn't always easy, but I don't regret it. There were a couple of times where Ikumi wished that she didn't have her quirk. She could have lived without constantly being the largest kid in the room. More than once she had begged, pleaded, and outright wished that she would just stop growing. Her quirk didn't listen and continued to make her the tallest person in any room. Some of her classmates and friends had wanted to be taller for ages, but Ikumi didn't see the appeal. Ikumi found that her height gave her a tendency to loom over people when she didn't want to, neck cramps from both parties trying to simply make eye contact and having to fit into a society built at half scale. Pens and pencils not built for increased strength shattered in her grip. To the despair of the P.E teacher at her junior school, Ikumi was never particularly interested in sports. She always felt too uncoordinated, too out of place. As far as he was concerned though, Ikumi's sheer size and strength made her a shoo-in for practically any sport. People always told her that she had the build for basketball and volleyball, but she would have rather not. Still, it was her quirk. Like all quirks, came with upsides and downsides. Even if it seemed that there were more downsides than normal. 8-year-old Katsuki glared up at his taller friend. Your quirk's kind of unfair, he grumbled. He'd said it every winter they'd been friends. Midori giggled, the traitor. Katsuki was completely bundled up in thick winter gear and boots, restricting his movements and making it harder to get around. Midori, on the other hand, only needed a pair of boots and a jumper to shrug off the cold. Her fur had thickened up slightly, making her seem larger than she normally was. It's just how my quirk works, Kaken. She patted her chest. I keep my fire inside my body, and I've got a fur coat of my own. Katsuki scoffed. Maybe your quirk works better in the winter, but that's just a starting edge. It just takes me longer to warm up, that's all. Midori shrugged, walking through the snow in the park at an impressive pace. Katsuki growled, managing to keep up with his friend. Midori was officially slightly over 2 meters tall now, and still growing. In Katsuki's opinion, that was what made Midori the coolest of his friends. That you could feel the heat emanating off her if you leaned against her was a nice touch. Katsuki had everything he could ever want, top grades, a powerful quirk, and a friend who could keep up with and challenge him. About the only thing he didn't have was a hero license, but that had come when he and Midori crushed U.A and became heroes together. Sure, Katsuki knew he was great, pretty much everybody around him said so. And he knew Midori's quirk, even if it wasn't quite as cool as his, was great as well. Not many people thought Midori was great like he was, though. Katsuki didn't give a damn what other people thought. Midori was great and everybody who thought otherwise was a poophead. A bunch of adults had said that Midori was a bad influence, but Katsuki thought that was stupid. Midori didn't start fights, she intervened in them and tried to defend the other guy. As far as he cared, that's what heroes did, they went in and beat up bad guys. Midori didn't do much hitting, so that was up to him. Ikumi grumbled as she ran a comb through her mop of hair in a futile attempt to untangle it, then switched to a different one. Spring is, she mumbled, combing along her arms and legs and across her torso, excess teal fur being dragged with it. Winter was her favorite time of the year, but springtime was when she started to shed her winter coat. And that meant that until her body decided to stop shedding, there were small piles of teal and white fur getting everywhere. It gathered on clothes, hers and other people's in equal amounts, it stuck on couches. Not to mention that Ikumi felt itchy and uncomfortable, since her winter coat stuck around for a while and the loose hairs irritated her. At least in summer her coat got back to a normal thin layer and she didn't feel itchy all over her body. Once she was satisfied with having removed as much excess fur as was humanly possible, she pulled on the rest of her clothes, resignedly running over them with a lint roller to purge the excess. Ikumi looked at herself in the mirror, doing a little twirl. Gang Orca t-shirt and shorts, and her favorite red sneakers. She winced when she saw that the t-shirt was a little too short, clutching her midriff tightly. But it was the only thing she really had. Beaming, she turned back to her bed and the bag of fur that she'd pulled off her body. It wasn't going to be enough, there was always fur in some stupid, unexplained place that she would miss. But at least most of it was in one place. It was practically routine at this point, to get the bag ready, swipe a lint roller up and down her bed to grab any loose fur that had fallen out when she was sleeping and tie it shut. Then double-check that there's no shed fur on her clothes and run the lint roller over it again when she potted some fur that she'd missed. Ikumi took one last look at herself, then hurried downstairs, collected fur in hand. Dumping it in the bin, she quickly went to the door, trying to ignore how close her ears were getting to the ceiling. I'm going to hang out with Kaken and the other kids. Her mother popped her head around the corner. Have fun, dear. Ikumi waved goodbye, heading out into the spring sunshine to meet with Kaken. Morning. Kaken sighed, walking with her. How the hell does your fur keep getting everywhere? He gestured to his black t-shirt for emphasis, where a couple of teal strands had already gathered. Ikumi let out a long-suffering sigh. Spring essays, she hummed, causing Kaken to laugh. Ikumi swallowed nervously, holding out her wallet. One ticket for All Might vs. Alien, please, she managed to get out, pitching her voice slightly lower than normal. The cashier gave her an odd look as he accepted the money. Ikumi tried to act natural as she stood there in an oversized coat. Tsubasa had grabbed it from an aunt apparently. She fidgeted slightly as the cashier finished up. All right, here you go, he handed her the ticket. Ikumi smiled widely as she got the ticket back. Thank you. Ticket in hand, Ikumi carefully walked into the movie theater, getting a seat in the back. Carefully looking both ways, she opened the coat. Okay, Kaken, the coast's clear, she muttered. He hopped out, Tsubasa and Hitosashi following. Ikumi anxiously looked, checking that the theater doors were closed. Good one, Midori. Kaken hissed, pulling out a bag of popcorn. Ikumi gulped nervously as the trailer started. It seemed like a good idea at the time to do this. Sure, All Might vs. Alien was a MA-rated film and looked scary, but it had All Might in it. So the four of them had pooled their pocket money to get a ticket. Kaken grinned. This is gonna be great. Ikumi had her doubts. Still, how scary could it be? About 2.5 hours of gore, swearing, and in the climax All Might hitting the alien. So hard it exploded, Ikumi managed to stagger out of the theater, her disguise haphazardly in place. Once out of the theater, Tsubasa cheered. That was awesome. Hitosashi joined him, fingers stretching for emphasis. Yeah. Like that bit where that other hero's chest exploded dash. Ikumi managed to get to a trash can before vomiting, tears coming from her eyes. Bakugu awkwardly patted his friend on the shoulder. I didn't think it would be that gory, Midori, he managed. He brightened up a bit. You want to choose the next movie? It was the closest he would come to an apology. Ikumi wordlessly nodded as she managed to recover. Inko couldn't help but worry about her daughter. Ikumi was self-conscious about the way she looked, and had known from preschool that there was something fundamentally different about her. Inko wasn't a tall woman, but it had still been a bit of a shock when Ikumi had grown taller than her when she was only 5 years old, and then her father at 6. Her height had only increased, and with it her difficulty in navigating their apartment. It was an old one from before the dawn of quirks. Ikumi's long ears almost brushed against the ceiling, and she had been ducking through doorways for a while. Probably too long, Inko supposed, if she was so used to it. Inko had asked her parents about inviting Ikumi over, and they had declined. Not because they thought that Ikumi wasn't cute, or because they had anti-heteromorph prejudices like so many people out of the cities did, but because Ikumi wouldn't have been comfortable in their place out in the country. She didn't want her baby girl to have to deal with that. Inko had been looking at some options already. There was a block of flats nearby that had been constructed specifically for heteromorph quirks, so that might be the best place to go. If there was no other option, there were some warehouses that had been retrofitted for habitation. Ikumi, Inko called hesitantly. Ikumi was doing her homework in another room, but could always hear her from anywhere in the house. Ikumi came over, slightly distracted. What's dash? Inko winced when her daughter's snout impacted the doorframe with a thud. Ow! Inko ran over to her daughter as she rubbed her snout. Ikumi, are you okay? Did you want me to get an ice pack dash? Ikumi shook her head. Wais, I'm fine. I should have been more careful about where I was going dash. Seeing her daughter try and brush it off was what firmed Inko's resolve. Well, Ikumi, we were thinking of moving to a different apartment dash. Ikumi's eyes widened in panic. Why you don't have to? I'm fine dash. Ikumi, that's the 3rd time you've hurt yourself trying to go through a doorway. Inko hugged her daughter, grateful that she could at least wrap her arms around her. I wouldn't ask you to change schools, but I just think you should be able to walk in your own home without banging your head on anything. Ikumi sniffed. But that'll be expensive and I already eat too much dash. Please don't say that, Ikumi. You're eating the normal amount that a girl your height should. And maybe I won't get any taller. If I drink some coffee dash. Inko nearly teared up. Ikumi, there's nothing I wouldn't do for you, you know that? Besides, it's not such a big deal. I've seen a place that's still close by. But what about dash? Inko reached up with a shushing motion. We'll work it all out. Together. Ikumi didn't like driving. She felt too cramped in the back of the car, having to sit in an awkward position so that her ears weren't uncomfortably pressed against the roof. In the front, her mum gave her a reassuring smile. We're almost there, Ikumi. She shifted as much as she could. I'm sorry I'm making us move, she said for what felt like the 100th time. Even though it was irrational to feel bad about it, the sure knowledge that she was to blame for her parents having to move sat in her stomach like writhing snakes. Her father shook his head. I've been meaning to move anyway. My job's sending me to a new office, and this place is closer to it. Less time on the train for me. Ikumi managed to crack a slight smile. The only blessing this whole situation had was that they weren't moving out of Mizudafu, just slightly further away from Kaken and the rest of her friends. She didn't want to have to make new friends and deal with new girls talking about her behind her back. She tried to reassure herself. Heroes took a while to settle down in one place. All Might ran all around the country, fighting villains wherever he went. Even Gang Orca had worked in other places depending on what was needed. So she'd have to be brave and not cause her parents any more problems. Ikumi's favorite hero of all time, of course, was All Might. Ever since she'd seen All Might on screen rescuing over 1,000 people in his Japanese debut, a fire had been lit in her that burned as hot as her breath. She loved all heroes, how they could save people with a smile and inspire them to be better. But her truest inspiration was rather different. It had been when they were walking back from school to hang out at Kaken's house. Ikumi had intervened with an older kid bullying one of their classmates, only for the older boy to run to a teacher and say she was picking on him. Only Kaken saying that she had stopped him bullying another student had prevented her from getting detention. The teacher had frowned, letting her off with a warning to play nice with the other kids, since Kaken was obviously right. Ikumi had found that so frustrating. The other boy had been older and bigger than Kaken yet was picking on a 4-year-old boy and making him cry. But the other kids treated her like she was the bad guy. Why? Because she didn't look like them? She knew she looked different. It didn't mean that she didn't want to be normal and do normal girl things. So she and Kaken had gone off after school to the arcade. Kaken had been angry about it as well, since the teacher was obviously stupid if he believed that. A news bulletin had flashed on a TV screen on the way back home. She'd stopped, Kaken looking over. What is it? A new villain attack or something? A cruise ship had been attacked by villains, a gaping hole torn into its side. The passengers were terrified, running from villains dressed in diving suits. Ikumi's heart wrenched when she saw the hulking villain on the ship's bow, a massive shark laughing as he held a terrified woman in his hands. Even if her classmates didn't watch it, their parents would watch it and then they'd look at her like she would do something like that, and it wasn't fair. Kaken had watched her with a concerned look on his face, then gasped as something happened on screen. Midori, look. Ikumi shook herself when she saw what looked like a jet of white water head to the sinking ship. It had to be a hero. It didn't look like All Might, but who dash? The hero jumped out of the water, and Ikumi gasped when they landed, because it was a hero like her. On deck, the villains and civilians backed up a step as he unfolded to his full height. He stood head and shoulders above the villains, wearing a crisp white suit and a pink tie that looked like a tongue. Red eyes glared at the villains disapprovingly, a black cape fluttering limply in the wind. The resulting fight was pretty one-sided. Ikumi cheered when the Orca-themed hero knocked the shark man down effortlessly, saving the hostage. Even when they tried to overwhelm him with their superior numbers, a burst of sound and they were helpless, unable to move as he locked them in HNDCFFS. Incredible! A new hero has made his debut here at Okuto Island. He looks a bit scary to be honest, but there's no denying his heroism. Ikumi teared up as she watched the hero coordinate with the police to get everybody on board to safety. Kaken cheered as well, giving Ikumi a huge grin. Go Orca guy! On the scene, a reporter came up while he was hauling somebody away. Next to the hero he looked like a child playing with a toy microphone. Sir, that was amazing. Can you give a name for the press? He paused. The name's Gang Orca. He turned to the camera briefly, a serious expression on his face. I would love to talk more, but there's still injured passengers to rescue. Please excuse me. Ikumi stared rapturously at the scene. He's like me, she breathed. It was one thing to know more than anything else that you wanted to be a hero. It was another thing to see somebody like you who managed to achieve it. Kaken gave her a shove. I told you that the other kids are poop heads. We're gonna be heroes together, Midori. She grinned at him, flashing a full set of fangs. And when the other kids had laughed at her wanting to be a hero because she was too scary looking, a tiny part of herself said, they're wrong. Despite a long argument with their previous landlord, they hadn't been able to get their initial deposit back. He had sniffed, saying that Ikumi's fur was still in nooks and crannies despite the professional cleaning they had done. Not wanting to drag the process out any longer than she had to, Inko had dropped the matter. Now that she was there in person, Inko gave their new apartment building an admiring look. The Jukai apartment complex had been built by a size-shifting mutant who had despaired of never having a place that was the right size for him. He had wanted a place where people of practically any size could feel comfortable. The Jukai apartments enclosed a large courtyard, towering trees and greenery shrouding the gravel paths. Ikumi unfolded from the car, stretching. Looking at the apartment building, her eyes widened. The door's taller than me. Inko patted her daughter on the arm, looking at the door in question with a smile. The door into the apartment was truly massive, nearly twice as tall as Ikumi herself. It is rather big, isn't it? And that sense of scale applied to the rest of the apartments. The wing they were in, despite being the same height as a typical apartment block, only had half as many balconies. The windows and balconies themselves adjusted to a larger scale. After so many rental agents had told her to just buy a warehouse or be grateful for prices about 3 times higher than her current rental, Inko was happy to find an apartment like this. Ikumi broke out into a huge grin, teeth flashing. Then she seemed to remember herself and hurriedly closed her lips. Inko frowned when she saw her daughter clamp down on her body language like that. She wanted to talk to Ikumi about that, but decided to talk about it later. For the first time she could really remember, Ikumi had to look up at somebody. It was a new experience. The landlord must have had an Oni mutation, Ikumi thought, as he seemed to fill the space. His deep red skin and huge muscles looked kind of funny in his white shirt and black pants. He smiled at the family, bearing an impressive set of fangs. Her parents didn't even blink at the sight, and his smile seemed to get a smidgen more genuine. You must be the Midoriyas. He politely bowed. Lovely to meet you. My name is Kojiro Mochizuki. Inko bowed politely as well, going through the formalities. Ikumi couldn't help but look around the building in wonder, before her gaze returned to Mochizuki. When they came to the door of their apartment, Ikumi frowned. Why is the door small? It looked like a regular door, maybe wider than normal but still the same height. Mochizuki nodded simply. It's to keep you in the habit of ducking under door frames when you're to hear. Ikumi nodded seriously. That did make sense. As Mum opened the door, she ducked under. Standing up, she stared at the rest of the apartment, eyes wide open. The landlord chuckled upon seeing her face. The first time anybody comes here they're like that. The apartment itself seemed almost oversized. It felt like there was so much. Ikumi hesitantly reached up to see if she could touch the ceiling, reaching up further and further. Her mother looked at her when she strained. Ikumi! I can't touch it, Ikumi almost whispered. Then louder, I can't touch the ceiling. Tears built in the corners of her eyes. Mochizuki gave her an encouraging smile. Everybody likes to try that. When we say we can house anybody, we mean it. Hisashi chuckled as he saw his daughter run around, happily helping with the unpacking. The DLVOI men had offered to help, but Ikumi was on a roll. She practically bounced in place as he stepped up, ready to act the part of a strong dad. He gave Ikumi a smile. Okay, Ikumi. Now, I'm pretty sure I could take the couch in by myself, but would you mind giving me a hand? Ikumi gave him a wide grin, carefully not showing any teeth. Not a problem, Dad. Hisashi braced himself under the couch, Ikumi taking a similar position. With a grunt of effort, he managed to lift his end. Ikumi pulled her end up with one hand, the DLVOI men boggling at the sight. Hisashi carefully staggered back. Careful. Ikumi carefully ducked under, careful not to hit her head. It was a short stagger to the elevator and they were able to lean it against the wall. Hisashi smiled up at his daughter. Phew. It's pretty heavy, isn't it? She shrugged, looking down at the couch. Not really, Dad. Hisashi flexed, a confident look on his face. What can I say? I'm taking the lion's share of the weight. As Ikumi giggled, he braced himself to lift it again. The rest of the journey was a tough one, but it was much easier to get the couch through this door than it had been getting it out of their original apartment. Phew! Barely broke a sweat. Ikumi gave him a disbelieving look. Hisashi pretended not to notice. Inko looked over the countertop with a fond smile. Hisashi, could you give me a hand with the bowls? Sure thing, dear. Ikumi bounded off to the hallway, a wide smile on her face. Hisashi watched her go, sighing. Behind him, Inko leaned against his shoulder, taking a moment from the unpacking to appreciate the change it had brought in Ikumi. He grinned. Inko, apart from saying yes to my proposal, this is the best idea you've ever had. Inko playfully shoved his arm. Surely I've had better. They chuckled, watching as Ikumi ran up to the truck. Hisashi blinked. I should probably go help her if she means to move the fridge. His help, it turned out, was unneeded. But it was the thought that counted. Mitsuki whistled, looking around the apartment. Hot damn, Inko. You really got lucky, huh? The scale of the apartment was pretty interesting. The Midoriya's normal table was sat in a space that dwarfed it. Everything else reminded Mitsuki of when she'd been a little girl running around the house. Inko had thought ahead and installed some footstools at the stove and oven so that she could actually use them. The landlord was apparently trying to track down something to plug in so that Inko didn't have to do that, which Mitsuki thought was surprisingly nice for such a grumpy fellow. Next to her, Katsuki beamed. It's Midori-sized. Awesome. Ikumi just grinned, fangs flashing. Mitsuki was happy to see the normally shy and reserved girl so expressive in her new home. It had seemed like her smiling full force had happened less and less as she grew up. Yeah. I was worried that even if we moved here it would be too small, but it's not. Mitsuki smiled warmly, before her face turned to a mock frown. Ikumi, you're not still wearing those t-shirts, are you? For a girl who had Inko as a mum and Mitsuki for an aunt, Ikumi's fashion sense was awful. She hugged the plain white t-shirt to herself, the inscription reading, T-shirt. I like them. They're funny. Katsuki cackled, the annoying brat. Mitsuki sighed, somewhat fondly. That's fine, Ikumi. Just remember to hit me up if you want a nice dress to wear. I will, Auntie Mitzi. Katsuki grabbed his friend's arm. Hey, you said there's a park nearby, right? Let's go. Mitsuki gave her son a glare. Don't blow up anything that doesn't belong to you, Katsuki. Yeah. Ikumi looked over to Inko, who smiled gently. Make sure you're back for lunch, Ikumi, Katsuki. She beamed, bouncing in place slightly. Let's go, Kaken. You can meet my friends here. Mitsuki smiled as they ran off, Ikumi half ducking before straightening up. Behind her, Inko set some coffee and sweets on the table. Nice to see she's got somewhere she fits in. Katsuki stared at the other kids Midori had brought him to meet. She grinned, waving him over. Guys, this is Kaken. He's my best friend ever. The first one looked pretty cool, some kind of bug guy with a shock of green hair. He glared at Katsuki, and Katsuki met his glare back. Name's Kamakiri. He's got a really cool quirk, Kaken. It's called Sharp Edge and he can make knives come out of his arms. Katsuki snorted. Trust Midori to swoon over any vaguely cool quirk. Next to him was a girl with a rabbit mutation, brown-furred and built a bit like Tubby. And she was also head and shoulders taller than Katsuki. She grinned, flexing an arm. Iku's talked a lot about ya. My name's Hiroko Usajiyama, so ya better remember it. Katsuki grinned at her. Kind of liked her already. Okay, Long Ears. Long Ears shook her head. Usajiyama was too hard for ya to remember? It's not too hard. I just don't want to say it. Kaken definitely likes you. He actually gave you a nickname rather than call you an extra, Midori whispered to Long Ears. Katsuki scowled up at Midori. Well, she's like a friend of yours. Course I'm gonna respect her. More than some of our poophead classmates, that's for sure. The bug guy blinked, then turned to Katsuki. You gonna nickname me or something? Bugface. Bugface. Bugface glared at him, a short blade coming from his arm. Katsuki grinned, explosions popping in his hands. Then Midori stepped between them, towering over them both. Kaken, that wasn't a nice nickname. You could call him something else, maybe? He crossed his arms. He thought it was an okay nickname. Midori huffed, looking down. He doesn't like it. So maybe something different. Bugface glared at him, then Midori. Look, if you just let me dash. He sighed. Okay, Stabby. Stabby blinked. Stabby? Since Midori's asking. Katsuki wasn't big on apologizing, even to his mum. But Midori was willing to fight on this sheet, so he was at least going to try and get along with her new friends. Stabby glared at him, then the blade went back. The rest of the afternoon was spent exploring. After dealing with his sheet, Stabby was alright. Even if Katsuki thought he was a bit of an arrogant JRK. Surprisingly, Ikumi wasn't the only person in their group of friends who was moving. She looked over to Tsubasa curiously, bento in hand. You're going away, Tsubasa? The shorter boy grinned, wings flapping idly. Well, my grandpa's moving his clinic to Kamino, and my folks are still overseas. So I'll be going with him. She shrugged, fiddling with her bento. Ikumi still didn't like how his grandpa smelled. She couldn't put a finger on it, but he just smelled wrong. Tsubasa hadn't liked her commenting on how Dr. Tsubasa smelled, though, so she'd stopped talking about it. Hitosashi frowned. That isn't fair. Who's gonna help keep Katsuki and Ikumi out of trouble? Hey! Ikumi pouted. It's true. Hidosashi leered, fingers stretching. You and Katsuki keep fighting older kids. They keep bullying our classmates. It's not fair. Tsubasa rubbed the back of his head. It'll be fine. Kamino isn't that far away. Kaken looked up, grinning. Like I care, Tubby. He then shrugged. But if you don't keep in touch, I'll freaking beat your butt. As Tsubasa glared at Kaken for using that nickname and Hidosashi laughed, Ikumi sat back with a sigh. Moving had been a lengthy process, but she'd made some friends at the apartments already. Sure, they weren't as tall as she was, but she didn't feel as out of place. Later, they waved Tsubasa off as he drove away with his grandfather to Kamino. They tried to keep in touch, but eventually Tsubasa must have forgotten. Sometimes friends just drifted apart due to differences of location. It wasn't the last time that they ever saw him. Their next meeting was due in several years. Still, time goes quickly when you have things to do. Ikumi had gained friends at Jukai Apartments and managed to introduce them to Katsuki without anything breaking. For a couple of years she was pretty happy there, with Kaken coming over and helping deal with bullies. And of course she practiced her fire breathing with him, since they knew they wanted, more than anything else, to be heroes. It was on her 10th birthday that Ikumi found out what the warm feeling shrouding her body meant. When Ikumi was 3, she had an accident with a glass of soda. Kaken had shaken up a bottle as a joke, and it sprayed all over her. Ikumi had needed to wait until she could get it rinsed off. The sticky feeling and matting of her fur had stuck with her. Since then she'd always been extremely careful about soft drinks and juice, not wanting a repeat. Her 10th birthday party was fairly well attended. They'd sent an invitation to Tsubasa's address, but he hadn't gotten back to them. Still, Hidosashi and Kaken and the rest of her friends were here, so Ikumi tried not to take it too personally. Ikumi grinned as her mum set the All Might-themed cake down in front of her. The candles weren't lit, but that was just how her dad and her liked it. As her friends and parents sang "Happy Birthday" to her, Ikumi waited until they were done, then he said in a breath. Pursing her lips, she blew a tiny spurt of flame over the candles, lighting them up. As always, her wish was pretty much the same. Please, don't let me grow any taller. Kaken grinned. What did you wish for, Midori? More hero sheet. Her mum shot him a look, which Kaken ignored. Ikumi carefully cut a slice of cake and then let her mum do the rest. As cake was served, Ikumi was practically bouncing in place, raring to go. It was a beautiful sunny day outside and she wanted to get out there and run around with her friends. Her mum smiled. Well, here you go. Ikumi's jolting leg hit the table, and her glass of orange soda fell back towards her. It almost felt like she was watching it fall in slow motion, the liquid heading for her new gang Orca shirt. That strange feeling on her body seemed to intensify. The liquid hit maybe a millimeter away from her shirt, then dribbled off. Ikumi stared as it dripped away from her shirt and onto the floor. Her mother, half seeing this, sighed. Oh, if Ikumi, I'll dash. She stopped, seeing that her daughter was dry and not in need of a towel. Ikumi stared at her dry shirt. How did that happen? It wasn't as if she had some sort of moisture-repelling quirk. She had been caught in the rain and she'd gotten wet then. Maybe it was some sort of really specific quirk that only repelled soft drinks? But then she wouldn't have gotten soaked by soft drink in the first place all that time ago, so maybe… Midori, you're mumbling. Kaken glared at her. Also, why did you hide that part of your quirk? Ikumi flushed, then flailed, trying to come up with an explanation for Kaken. I didn't know I could do that. Mum blinked. It's certainly news to me. It would have been nice to know you had a quirk that could help repel all those dirt and mud stains you pick up. Kaken glared up at her mum. Dirt stains? Auntie, Midori gets way less muddy than we do. Ikumi's mind whirled while her friends concurred. Had she seriously not noticed this? Sure, she liked looking at other people's quirks, but she hadn't seriously looked at her own one. Not like she did with other people. Ikumi? Sweetie? Are you okay? Her mum said, worried. Ikumi suddenly sat up. I have a second part to my quirk that I only just noticed. How could I not be okay? Inko had always described her quirk as an extension of her arms, like she was casting a line out to a smaller object and attaching onto it. When she latched onto something, it steadily retracted back to her body, dragging whatever small item she had focused on with it. The purple-skinned Quirk counselor, looking at her Quirk and Ikumi's, concluded that Ikumi had picked up a stronger version of Inko's own Quirk. It almost sounds like a telekinetic field that is focused solely on your arms, he explained, tapping Inko's hands for emphasis. A way of tethering what you can do to safe limits. He then pointed to Ikumi. Your daughter's field is spread all over her body, perhaps the Quirk creating a redundancy for her much larger frame. But why hasn't she activated it consciously before? He shrugged. If I had to guess, she may have activated it unconsciously. Now, you said that this feeling goes when you breathe fire. Ikumi nodded, excited. It feels like it goes, whoosh, and then it goes into the fire, and then it comes back later. He jotted down a note. We would need to test this, but from my initial assessment, it sounds like her fire-breathing and telekinetic shell are connected. Oh, it's like Mummy's telekinesis. 'Cause she reaches out with her stuff and then she grabs it. But my telekinesis goes into my fire and then it goes and my body makes more of my field. Or maybe it comes back to me. Sounds like you've got a good idea of how it works, young lady, he chuckled. Inko smiled, patting Ikumi on the back. She likes looking at hero quirks. Why, Ikumi has practically filled out 3 notebooks with notes on them. Don't tell him that. With new information about Ikumi's quirk, they had to update the name, which took a while. Ultimately, Hisashi was the one to make a name. Dragon Frame. Since her body has a telekinetic shell, like a framework around her body. And it's a pun in English. Inko sighed. It's not completely accurate. We just referred to it as dragon breath because Ikumi doesn't look like any one animal. Well, the alternative would be clunky. Half telekinetic shell, half fire breath? Doesn't roll off the tongue. Ikumi giggled. No, it doesn't. Dragon frame to us. Inko could only hope that there were no more surprises coming from Ikumi. PBR2I. That time in young life where, just when you thought you had a handle on everything, it all changes. Hair starts growing in unusual places, your sweat starts smelling really bad, you start having funny dreams about your opposite SEC classmates, or same SEC. Not to mention your voice flip-flopping between outrageously high and low. Ikumi had thought that a second part to her quirk was the most change that would happen to her life, but that had been a foolish hope. A couple of months before her 10th birthday, Ikumi's chest started to feel tender. Her gangly frame started to fill her clothes in accordance with basic biological laws. She found herself wanting to eat even more than she normally did, like there was a black hole in her stomach. And to her profound mortification, Ikumi had a growth spurt. The saleswoman blinked, staring up at the gigantic customer who had come in awkwardly. A woman with the same hair and eye color stood next to her, holding her arm in a reassuring way. Then she mentally shook herself, looking at the shorter woman. So how can I help you? She smiled slightly shakily, looking up at her much taller daughter. I'm here to help my daughter Ikumi get a bra. Women in my family tend to develop early. She was anxious about buying one, so that seemed odd to her. Shouldn't she know how to get one already? I mean, she's a grown woman. 10, the tall girl squeaked, ducking her head. Her mother patted her on her forearm. Looking at her, she squinted, seeing her in a new light, seeing how her jeans were hiking up over her ankles, indicating that this young girl was having a growth spurt. Her hand flew to her mouth as the taller girl squirmed in embarrassment. Oh, I am so sorry. Here, I'll get you measured. A couple of other women in the shop stared at the awkward young lady as she hurried to get the stepladder. Apologizing again, she got to work on measuring her latest customer. Okay, so, a measuring tape spooled around her hands, running around Ikumi's chest. Has your mother done any measuring? Her mother nodded, slightly awkwardly. A friend of ours did. All around, Ikumi is about 117 centimeters. Such proportions were rare, but not unmanageable, ever since the dawn of quirk standardization had gone out of the window. So, a band size 28 or 30 should be the right size. The customer's ears drooped as she measured, noting down her size. It wasn't much effort to find a training bra in her size, and she handed it over with a smile. This should be a good fit. Thank you, the young woman stuttered, taking the bra and trying not to die with embarrassment. She smiled. You're welcome. Again, I am so sorry for mistaking you for an older girl. Ikumi looked down. Don't worry about it. It happens. That small statement made her feel even more awkward. Still, at least the girl had a functional training bra. Katsuki looked up at Midori as she pulled out her huge bento with All Might's face on it. In her hands it looked normal, but in his hand it could have held his own bento 3 times over. They gave thanks, Ikumi's containing a stylized gang Orca made of rice and nori, chicken teriyaki and pickles. After a few quiet bites, Katsuki spoke. Oi, Midori. About half the rice in her bento had disappeared into her mouth with a flash of fangs. Swallowing, she put it down. You seen that American hero in Naruhodo, right? What's his name? Captain Celebrity? When Katsuki nodded, Midori hummed, gazing up at the sky contemplatively. Yeah, I found him when I was researching quirks. Similar to mine. He was in the top 20 American heroes only last year. She frowned. He's also, associated with a lot of lawsuits. He flirts with a lot of women, and rumor online is that he's in Japan since he can't work in the States. I think he's trying to turn his image around with all that local club stuff he's doing. Katsuki had known about Naruhodo before. There was all kinds of shit on the internet about some dweeb called the Crawler, palling around with some wannabe idol and crazy guy who beat the crap out of villains. Nothing that had hit the papers, but online there were lots of rumors. Katsuki didn't think much of vigilantism, he wanted to be a legit hero, thank you very much, but he liked knuckleduster style. Midori's favorite was Crawler, she liked his All Might hoodies and how he helped people. Katsuki shook his head. Heroes helped by beating villains, that was how he saw it, even if Midori was right that helping people felt good. Trust you to know all that shit already, he grinned. Does he give you any ideas on how to use that other part of your quirk? Midori shrugged, finishing her rice in a few bites. I can see what he's doing, but my quirk doesn't really work like his. I can't fly with mine. Apparently, Midori's telekinesis couldn't go far from her body if she wasn't touching something else, maybe a centimeter or 2. When she breathed fire, though, it spread through the flames apparently automatically, since it was technically part of her body. Katsuki shook his head. At least his parents' quirks made sense when you combined them. How do you know that? The same way you didn't know you had a telekinetic shell? Ikumi paused as she held a piece of teriyaki to her lips. Fair point, Kaken. But it doesn't feel like I can fly, not yet. Maybe if I train it more I could. Katsuki sniffed dismissively. Fine. You better train that other part of your quirk as well as the fire. Can't have my future hero buddy lag behind me. Midori nodded, determinedly. Then her ear twitched. Somebody's being mean to another student. She sniffed deeply. I think it's Ashitaka picking on a junior. Seriously? Guy's a dickhead. Ikumi was never directly bullied. The old proverb was that the nail that sticks up gets hammered down, made to conform. But that wasn't so applicable in a society where everybody had an individuality, a quirk that they couldn't just ignore. Many books insisted that people should not be judged by their quirks. But bias crept in and was shown in 100 different ways. Some powers quickly rose to the top of the pecking order and others fell. And so kids pressured those whose quirks were undesirable. The villainous quirks, those with mutations and looked distinctly unhuman. Those without a quirk of their own were not treated kindly either. Ikumi's appearance was as outlandish as they came, her height and fur made her stand out and her timid nature should have made her an easy target. However, she was best friends with Bakugo, and everybody knew Bakugo was destined for great things. Despite his rotten attitude, teachers and students alike were well aware that he was future top 10 hero material. And when Ikumi jumped into fights, or intervened with girls playing a mean prank on another girl, Bakugo was normally a few seconds behind, ready to fight. So nobody went out of their way to bully Ikumi. Nobody said anything directly to her face, choosing to whisper amongst themselves about her size and fangs. They didn't exclude her or anything, but they did make a few jokes about how close their friendship was. That was okay with Ikumi, who was glad to have a few close friends like Kaken. But then Ikumi developed early. Tomoko watched as Midoriya awkwardly ducked through the door to class. A couple of the boys stared at Midoriya's chest, her BRSS straining her top. The other girls looked between each other, then turned to each other. "Look at her showing off," Nami whispered, her long blue hair fluttering in response. "It's not like any of the boys would actually go for a freak like her," Hanabi muttered, glaring at Midoriya as she shuffled over to her desk, pulling out her notebook and writing. Tomoko cast a glance at Midoriya, the larger girl clearly trying not to hear them. "Can you believe that anybody would want that? Maybe she's meeting those kinds of people," Haruma sniggered, her flamethrower arm dangling to her side. "Did you hear? A couple of weeks ago Midoriya got in trouble with the police," Hanabi not so subtly confided with Nami. "Apparently she beat some guy really badly." Nami simply nodded, deliberately talking louder as Midoriya looked the other way, gripping her pencil tighter. "Well, I guess being a delinquent where wasn't enough, she had to go beat up her PMP." Midoriya's pencil snapped between her fingers. Bakugo just entered the room, and his expression went from resting beach to murderous when he saw Midoriya's face. Nami looked over, face set in an expression of faux innocence. "Sorry, did we strike a nerve, Lady 8 foot tall?" Bakugo took a step toward her, but Midoriya shooting out of her chair stopped him. Nami's smirk faltered as Midoriya loomed over her. Tears in the corners of her eyes, she opened her mouth, fangs practically bared. Then the teacher came in and Tomoko winced when she realized what it would mean. The whole scene froze, Nami with her back to the door as he looked up at Midoriya. "What's going on?" he demanded. Nami's face twisted in a smirk before she turned to the teacher with an innocent look on her face. "Oh, sensei. Midoriya here just overreacted to a little joke about her height. I didn't think she'd be so sensitive." Midoriya flinched, shrinking in on herself as much as she could. The teacher frowned at her, his sense of authority diminished by how tall Midoriya was compared to him. "Midoriya, there are better ways of communicating your displeasure than physical intimidation. Know that heteromorphic types have stronger instincts, but show some restraint." Tomoko stood up, hesitantly. Inami left out the part where she called Midoriya a W-. She tried to force it past her lips, the other girls glaring murder at her. Then Tomoko remembered how Midoriya had helped her and forced it out. She called Midoriya a were. Bakugo's eyes widened, and he glared at Nami. "Oh, that a fact?" he growled. The teacher shook his head. "Don't do anything reckless, Bakugo. Midoriya, is what Okabu said true?" Midoriya's eyes widened. "Why's? I just wanted them not to say anything and dash." Nami glared at her, then looked pleadingly at the teacher. "Sensei dash." The teacher looked at the rest of the class, then he glared at Nami. "Tomoko hasn't caused any trouble, so I'll give you a warning to not make such remarks again. And I will be talking with your parents and the principal about your conduct." He then leveled a stare at Midoriya as well. "Next time, don't loom over your classmates like that, and don't provoke your classmates. Try to find a way to deal with future issues that doesn't involve threats." Midoriya slowly nodded. "Why's, sensei?" Nami sat down, a sullen look on her face and her arms crossed. Tomoko sat back down, skiing in a deep breath. Midoriya came over, quickly sitting down so that she was at eye level. Thank you, Okabu," she said. Tomoko shook her head. "You saved me a couple of weeks ago. I just returned the favor." Midoriya's eyes widened. "Oh, well, anybody would have done that. It was no trouble." Well, Tomoko privately doubted that, but she still bowed politely, her mind's eye flashing back to that time. It had been when she was just going home after school. She'd gone through the underpass as she had 100 times before. Then there had been the sound of a blade unsheathing, and Tomoko had been pressed against a wall by a wild-eyed man, her glasses knocked askew by the force. "Give me your wallet," he snarled. "Huh." He growled at her, the knife that his hand had turned into pressing against her throat. "I said give me your wallet. Are you deaf or something?" This wasn't what was supposed to happen. Shouldn't there be a hero or something? She wanted to try and levitate her keys, but she couldn't move. I don't have any money. Please. She wasn't lying, she didn't have any money on her. Spittle flecked on his lips. Bullshit. Give it to me. He reached to grab her. A shadow loomed overhead. The guy turned to look and his eyes bulged before a massive fist connected with his side, sending him flying. She collapsed on the ground like a puppet whose strings were cut. Tomoko looked over, eyes wide as Midoriya stood over him, fist raised. Huge green eyes turned to Tomoko, and she reached a massive hand out. Hey, are you okay? Tears in her eyes, Tomoko let herself be pulled up. Midoriya called a police officer and stayed with her until they got to the underpass. The police officer had glared at Midoriya as he handcuffed the suspect. A grown woman should know that vigilantism is not acceptable. I know that mutants sometimes have a hard time keeping their composure. I am nearly 11. I'm here's my student card. She proffered it, the policeman looking at it with a skeptical expression. Is this a joke? And no, Tomoko managed to breathe. She's in my class. It's real. He shoved it back into her hands. Very well. Since you are a minor, I'll leave it as a warning. Leave stuff like this to the police or heroes. Yes. Sorry. It had been terrifying, yet ultimately she'd seen Midoriya's kind nature firsthand. Tomoko shrugged. Still, thank you. Midoriya hesitantly beamed at Tomoko. You're welcome, Mukabu. Next to her, Bakugu gave her a flat stare. They give you trouble, Midori, and I'll kick their butt. The other girls didn't react to that, but Tomoko shrugged. I'll be fine. Later, Tomoko found herself sitting with Midoriya. Midoriya didn't say much, but quietly pulled out her notebook, writing something down. Hanging out with Midoriya was definitely more of her style, but Tomoko was modestly surprised to find that she was Midoriya's second female friend, the first being a rabbit girl who was tall, but not Midoriya tall. And so the years went by. Life went on and soon. Ikumi was in her final year of middle school. It was a bright sunny day outside. Ikumi was walking in the park with nobody else around. It seemed like nothing was happening. And then she realized that she was growing larger and larger. And no, stop, she cried, trying to get her body to listen. It didn't, and she whimpered when her clothes burst from her body. Passers-by who hadn't been there before stared at her and she tried to cover herself, but her body didn't seem to listen as she shot up and away. She kept growing and growing, towering over trees, houses. Soon, Ikumi was the size of a skyscraper. Cars and trucks gathered on the roads, and she had to pull herself close, blushing furiously. Down below, a tiny blue and yellow speck showed up. It was All Might. He could help. He cupped his hands, managing to be heard from her height. Miss, you have to shrink. You're getting too big. She concentrated, trying desperately to grow smaller. Tears gathered in her eyes as she shot up another meter or so. I can't. This is just how big I am. I'm sorry. What do you mean? A bevy of voices came from all around, somehow seeming to come from above. You don't fit in. Just go somewhere else. You're causing a scene. Mommy, she's scary. They continued to echo around her, accompanied by hundreds, thousands of staring eyes. Ikumi curled into a ball, crushing a couple of houses under her, but she could feel eyes all around, staring at her. Could hear people complaining about her size and how much of a hassle it was dealing with it. Gasping, Ikumi woke up. Hurriedly she looked down at herself, briefly confused before she realized. That dream. It was a recurring nightmare Ikumi had. The thought that she might never stop growing, and would just grow bigger and bigger until there was nowhere for her to live. Ikumi knew it was an irrational fear, but rationality didn't factor into dreams. She took a deep breath. Hopefully we can make it into Yude, she muttered drowsily before heading back to sleep. Ordinary Girl 6, Meeting Your Heroes. It was a bit past 5:30 when she came back to the apartment, fur matted with sweat. Ikumi panted, wiping her brow. She took a sip of water from her sports bottle, stretching slightly. Ikumi knew that she couldn't just rely on her natural strength without training it. Heroes had to train pretty hard to protect people and get to disasters quicker than anybody else. So she'd started jogging to build up her stamina and muscle. Since she had such a long stride, she'd had to run further. In the gray morning light she checked her phone. 26 minutes, 28 seconds, she muttered. She'd gotten a bit faster than when she'd started. She'd shaved a few minutes off her 15-kilometer morning run. She pulled at her bottom lip as she walked to her room. I'll probably have to start running further, maybe 20 k's next time. A couple of morning stretches later and Ikumi went into the shower. She sighed as the cold water poured around her, reaching for the gallon-sized bottle of mutant shampoo to properly clean herself. It was at least better than when Mrs. Usagiyama had been a child. Back then, mutant shampoo was usually pet shampoo with some minor additions, sold at 2 or 3 times the original price. Fortunately, things had changed for the better. The Hearts and Minds Party had lobbied for stringent checking of any product meant for those whose physiology had changed massively as part of their quirk. Ikumi and her mum had spent a long time checking between pet shampoo and her favorite brand of shampoo to make sure that it was right. It still looked a bit ridiculous, the massive bottle sitting next to her parents' comparatively smaller bottle. Covering her entire body in suds and washing it off, she turned the shower off. Washing finished, Ikumi took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. Her fire rushed around her, drying the worst of the water off. Pulling out a towel that looked more like a blanket, she finished drying herself off, then pulled her dressing gown on. She pulled her uniform on, carefully trying to tie the ribbon under the blouse, the result somehow misshapen and lumpy. It was the best she could do. Her dad had the same problem with his ties. Ikumi stared at herself in the mirror and sighed. At 14, her height had almost stabilized. She was highly unlikely to grow much taller at this point. Not that it was much comfort. At just under 3 meters tall, Ikumi now had problems with low-clearance underpasses and most buildings. Everything was built wrong for her to be truly comfortable. At least Aldra's ceilings were just high. Enough for her to walk relatively straight, even if her ears bent. And then there was her figure. She had inherited her mother's figure, wide hips and large BRs, though her ribcage was larger than her mother's, probably to help compensate for her increased size. This was a problem when you tried not to attract attention. No matter what kind of shirt she wore, her chest seemed to push it out, making the boys stare at her and girls making remarks when they thought she couldn't hear them. To try and avoid being noticed too much, she did her best to find an oversized school shirt so that her chest didn't strain it so much. Her skirt had gone down to her ankles after an incredibly embarrassing incident with a windy day. At least she hadn't worried about back pain too much. Ikumi had found herself practicing using her quirk on her chest a lot, especially when playing volleyball. Even without her quirk, she was strong enough to handle the weight. But her large chest still annoyed and embarrassed her. Ikumi, it's breakfast time. Her stomach grumbling, Ikumi shook herself out of her slump. Coming. She liked helping her mother make breakfast. It helped make up for the fact Ikumi ate enough food for a family of 4 by herself. Waving a quick goodbye to her mother as she finished her meal, she hurried outside to meet with Kaken. Katsuki gave a half-hearted glare up at Midori. Took you long enough. She gave him a light-hearted shove. Really, Kaken? They strode through the streets, other pedestrians giving Midori a wide berth as she walked. Katsuki shrugged. How's your hero training going? I'm trying to find a gym that can house, well, she gestured, pointing at herself. Me really. And it's not like I can find somebody my height who can teach me how to fight. What? You already know how to fight. Just hit them in the face. Midori shrugged. Gigantification villains exist, but most of how I fight is about beating somebody smaller than me. But none of the dojos nearby will have me. They say I'm in too different a weight class. Katsuki kicked a can, scowling. Screw them. Ikumi's ears pricked. Sounds like there's something coming from the train station. There's a lot of chaos. Villain attack? Midori no dash. A smile crossed her face, ear twitching. Kamui Woods. He's there. Katsuki tried to hold her back, but it was like stopping a car. Midori hurried over to the scene with him clamped to her arm, eyes flashing. And then she stopped. Oh, she mumbled. Katsuki glanced over at the scene and could immediately get why she'd stopped. He scowled. Well, this Essex. A hulking villain roared, dreadlocks swaying in the wind as he flailed at the heroes attacking him. Somebody in the crowd commented, "What a crazy Quirk, turning into a monster." Midori stared up at the scene, before looking at the heroes. Tears Kamui Woods, as I said, she managed, a slight smile crossing her face. He's a real upcoming superstar. Katsuki looked. Mount Lady as their teacher Zaidakuna came in, slapping a pile of papers on his desk, the whispers stopping for now. Now then, since you're in your 3rd year, it's time for you to start thinking seriously about your futures. It felt like the air was SCKD out of the class as he picked up a paper. Now, I should hand out these future career forms, but... With a whisk of his hand, he threw the papers into the air. I guess you all want to be heroes, don't you? The class cheered, their quirks going off left and right. Wind blew through the classroom. A boy grew so much muscle his shirt and jacket exploded off his body. Bright light shone from a couple of students' hands. The only ones who didn't use their quirk in some form were Ikumi and Kaken, Ikumi trying to keep her head down and Kaken leaning back with a smirk on his face. Zaidakuna tried to get order back in his class. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks, but you can't just use them whenever you want. Kaken spoke up. Come on, you can't just lump me in with the rest of these idiots. Ikumi shook her head fondly when the rest of the class collectively glared at Kaken. Get over yourself, he. Was their response to that, Kaken just laughing in their faces. Zaidakuna spoke admiringly about Kaken's application to U.A and Ikumi privately hoped it would be enough. Maybe she could get through this lesson without being brought up. Then he looked over her application with a disinterested look. Oh yes, Midoriya, you're aiming to get into U.A as well, aren't you? The class went practically silent. Kaken glared at their classmates. Nobody spoke aloud, but it didn't matter when she could hear them whispering to each other. Really? Midoriya in U.A? She's got a flashy quirk, but would they even want somebody like her? She kind of looks like a villain already. Bet she's just going so she can drag Bakuga down with her when she fails. She raised her head slightly. It's not like I'm the only mutant who wants to go in. And I think I've got the power for it. The class tittered. I don't think that people with a police caution on record can get into U.A, Kawa sniggered. Ikumi tried to glare her down, the other girl matching her stare. Kaken glared at them. Oh, the lot of ya. Like any of you've got quirks half as awesome as Midori's. Zaidakuna tried to get order back, but not before shooting her a look like it was her fault Kaken was antagonizing the class. Ikumi tried to shrink in on herself more. Hopefully the day would end soon. Hidoro panted, sking in breaths as he flowed through the sewers. He grit his teeth, feeling the bills that were still suspended in his mass. Why, of all things, was All Might here? Shouldn't he be in Tokyo or something? Well, Hidoro wasn't going to be caught. He slithered through the pipes, straining to find somebody. Somebody anybody would do. Any kind of invisibility cloak he could quietly kill and wear around. Sound of footsteps came from overhead, along with muffled conversation. His eyes narrowed. Then he slithered along, careful to keep an ear out. Once one of them went away, he would strike. Katsuki glared up at Midori as they walked home. The events of the morning replayed in his mind, along with a couple of other incidents. I still say you should stand up for yourself more, Midori. Sighing, Midori shook her head. You know what happened the last time I tried to do that, she mumbled. Some extras had gotten pissy when she tried to talk to them and the teacher had made her stand outside, even when he tried to talk sense into him. Katsuki wasn't going to back down on this point. We're gonna be heroes, Midori. Can't care what other people think when we're kicking butt. Being a hero isn't just about beating up villains, Kaken. Heroes also have to do rescue work as well, she chided gently. Yeah, but my quirk was made for kicking butt. Ikumi shook her head. It's a great quirk, Kaken, but you could definitely save people with it. When he grunted in annoyance, she gave him a determined look. It's true. You could use controlled detonations to knock down walls in burning buildings, get rid of rubble dash. Heroes beat villains. And they save people, Kaken dash. He growled. I guess you wouldn't be up for a fight anyway after how you acted in class. Midori stopped. What? Katsuki snarled. Seriously, you're so goddamn timid. You're taller than everybody yet you just let them walk all over you. Midori glared back at him. That's easy for you to say. You don't get in trouble just for trying to move around. She ducked under a store sign, other people in the street giving her a wide berth. So? Actually take some pride and tell them to go hang. It's not that easy dash. Katsuki glared at her, about a decade's worth of anger at how Midori just rolled over boiling up. It is. They treat you like crap and you don't even get angry about it. Why the hell don't you get mad at them more? Her eyes flashed and she whirled on him, small licks of flame coming from her mouth. I can't get angry because people treat me like I'm the villain. Midori glared back at him, fists balled. A couple of extras stared at her, some muttering to themselves. And like that, Midori deflated, shrinking back in on herself. See? Katsuki hated that. Just when you grow a spine dash. As they passed the underpass, her nose wrinkled. Ikumi had always had a great sense of smell. This had made growing up with a class that was mostly sweaty teenage boys difficult. Right now, something smelled bad. Like an open sewer. What is that? Kaken glared at her. We're not done dash. A mass of slime shot from the darkness, knocking Ikumi back. Kaken's eyes widened as it wrapped around him, foul teeth chomping down on him. Gotta say, kid, a slimy voice chuckled, a veiny yellow eye bubbling to the surface. You're a real godsend. Just the right size disguise and a good quirk too. Boot. Ikumi's eyes went wide when it chuckled, forcing Kaken's mouth open. Now I'm just gonna have to crawl inside you and wear you like a good meat puppet, how about that? For a second she hesitated, then she shot up, dashing to reach Kaken. Get off him. Oh, playing hero are you? A grown woman who dresses like a schoolgirl? Kaken's arm was whipped around, her friend struggling to force it back. His other arm clawed at the slime, trying to drag it off him. Ikumi barely managed to get out of the way as Kaken's hand sparked against his will, the explosion lighting the alleyway up. She tried to throw a punch but the villain pushed Kaken's body in the way. Ikumi had to pull her punch and got rewarded with an explosion that knocked her back. Kaken's eyes widening as his body was forced to move. Jeet. Me, he grunted, struggling. Come on boy. Stop struggling, help a guy out. It'll be all over soon. Ikumi managed to push herself up, then her eyes met Kaken's. For a moment she froze. She'd seen Kaken with a lot of looks in his eye, rage, confidence, quiet caring. She had never seen him afraid, pleading for help. And on seeing that, everything else didn't matter. Her legs moving without conscious thought, Ikumi darted forwards, reaching to grab Kaken. The villain tried to hit her with one of Kaken's explosions but she ducked, focusing on the other side of her quirk. Fire breath would only hurt Kaken but maybe. Ikumi had experimented with Dragon Frame before. Ever since she'd found out about it, she'd managed to train her control of it. Dragon Frame flowed around her hands, and she grimaced at the slimy feeling of the villain's body, pushing him away from her. It's just like mud. Push it away. Her hands reached deeper, managing to grab Kaken's face. He gasped, Ikumi straining as a tiny gap, maybe a couple of centimeters thick, formed around his mouth and nose. You beach. Ikumi barely managed to throw Kaken clear as the sludge villain turned on her as she braced. He glared at her, eyes darting back to Kaken. You wanna die so bad? Ikumi's eyes narrowed. Sking in a deep breath, she breathed fire, forcing the villain away. Kaken pushed himself up, hacking up a lungful of slime. Snarling, the villain lunged forwards and Ikumi focused. Straining harder with Dragon Frame than she ever had, she focused on the villain's body as it impacted her hands. He lunged, lashing out at her but she stood firm. Pulling on reserves she didn't know she had, Ikumi held the sludge villain in place, tendrils of sludge leaking but his eyes and mouth held in place. His panicked flailing went harder as she held him. Sweat poured from her face as she held him in her grasp, both hands straining to hold him, Dragon Frame covering his body in a trembling area. Kaken stared, then slammed his fist into his palm with a small bang. Good one, Midori. I can't really hold him, Ikumi muttered, gritting her teeth as he thrashed. Desperately. She looked around. She had never held something as big as this with Dragon Frame before, much less something that was actively thrashing around. See Call the Hero's Dash. The manhole cover exploded, and her control wavered. The villain popped a few tendrils of slime free, his foul grin widening as he tried to wrap them around her neck. A familiar figure burst out, clad in a t-shirt and jeans. Ikumi's heart leapt into her mouth on seeing him. Fear not, kids. I am here. When he took in the scene, All Might was slightly perplexed. All Might knew he was taller than the vast majority of people. There were those who had greater height, but they were pretty rare, and they usually were adults. For the first time in a while, All Might looked up. The girl in front of him, a teal fox by the look of her, though the smooth snout looked a bit awkward, had held the Sludge villain in place, maybe a liquid manipulation quirk? But he had no time to think about that. All Might grinned at the villain as he panicked, then he brought his fist back. Texas? Smash! The villain splattered with the force of the shockwave, pieces dripping around the alleyway. All Might shook his head slightly, then turned to focus on the students in front of him. They wore matching uniforms, so they must have been walking home from school when they got caught up in his mess. All Might? Oh gosh. The girl squeaked, eyes wide. All Might internally shook his head. He knew how to deal with fans, at least. Next to her, the spiky blonde kid shoved her leg. Course it's All Might, he coughed, trying to affect a cool demeanor. All Might could see the look in his eyes, though. Seems that the tall girl wasn't his only fan. Indeed. He looked up to the young girl who had held the villain in place. In a flash, he gathered up the groaning villain's body, pouring him into a couple of handy soft drink bottles. I must apologize for getting the pair of you mixed up in my villain hunt. It's no problem. She gasped. Oh no, I accidentally used my quirk illegally and dash. Like All Might's gonna give a DM in about that, Midori? Her friend shoved her roughly, before looking over at him intensely. It's not a problem, right? All Might nodded. Since you were using your quirk in self-defense, young lady, we'll just leave it at that. Just an unofficial warning. She nodded frantically, then paused. Shyly, she pulled out a notebook from her backpack, extending it out hesitantly. Autograph? All Might let out his signature laugh. Not a problem. With a blur of his pen, he signed it before handing it back to her. She squeaked in joy, then looked at her friend. And one for Kaken as well. Looking away, Kaken pulled out his own notebook. You don't have to or anything dash. Another signature scrawled into his book. There you go, young man. He took his book back, face warring between showing he was happy and trying to seem cool and composed. All Might smiled, then his face froze. Slightly when he felt blood come into his mouth. Well then, I must be off to secure this villain. Take care. The young woman blinked, then smiled. Okay, we're always going to cheer for you. Go kick some villain, but All Might. With a final smile, All Might ran around the corner. After checking that the villain was unconscious, he sighed, unflexing one for all. On the edge of hearing, he watched the pair of them leave. When the hell could you do that, Midori? I thought about how Captain Celebrity held up the sky egg, and then, she gestured helplessly, it just happened. She clenched her hand. I couldn't hold him. He kicked a can. You saved my butt though. But I gotta say, why the F did you run in like that? Why not call for the heroes? She looked down. It's silly, but it felt like my legs just moved on their own, you know? That you're too nice for your own good, you know that? She sighed. I wasn't able to do it by myself. He got to get better with my quirk. Her friend smiled, then punched her playfully on the arm. And you're gonna start standing up for yourself more, Midori. Show those extras who's got the second best quirk ever. Not like your quirk was able to get him off, Kaken, she teased, eliciting an angry yell from her friend. All Might smiled gently as they walked off, the boy strongly insisting that he had the villain right where he wanted him. Maybe in another time, she could have been his successor. Still, It was reassuring to know that there were still fools like him out there who would move to save others without thinking. Inko stared at Ikumi in shock. You did what? Ikumi chuckled nervously. I fought off a villain that was trying to attack me and Kaken on our way home? And sort of used my quirk to do that. Oh my god. Inko rushed over to her daughter, looking over frantically for injuries. Were either of you hurt? Did you need to go to the hospital, or the police, or dash? Mum, it's okay. All Might saved us and dash. That surprised Inko. All Might? In Muzurafu? But why dash? Ikumi rubbed the back of her head awkwardly. I didn't have a chance to ask him that, and I thought it would be a good idea to be quiet about it. Inko frowned. I'm glad to hear that neither of you were hurt, but you used your quirk in public? When Ikumi looked away awkwardly, Inko went closer to her daughter. Please, don't use your quirk like that until you're a hero. Even if it was self-defense, you could still be in trouble for using it. He was trying to kill Kaken and I couldn't just do nothing. I just tried to hold the villain off, that's all. Besides, All Might already warned me not to do something like that again. That took a weight off Inko's mind, but she still gave her daughter a stern look. Well, alright, but we are going to have a serious talk about this with your father. Ikumi awkwardly nodded, downcast, and Inko managed a smile. And Ikumi? Yes. Inko pulled her daughter into a hug. Just know that we've always got your back, okay? Sighing, she continued. I'm just happy that neither of you was hurt. Ikumi blinked, then her eyes teared up. Red-eyed, she returned the hug. Hisashi had much the same opinion when he came in. Neither of you got hurt? Ikumi shook her head. No. Kaken was able to recover after the villain tried to dash. She fell silent, awkwardly twisting her hands. Hisashi exchanged a look with Inko, then patted his daughter on the arm. What matters is that you're both safe. He paused. Also, I want a full play-by-play. Inko lightly smacked him on the arm. Hisashi ignored it. Ikumi looked between her and Hisashi, before taking a breath. Okay. So, we were walking back. As she listened, Inko fretted slightly. She knew it was going to get worse when Ikumi actually became a hero, and she felt bad when a small part of her wanted Ikumi to do something else that didn't put her life in danger. But seeing Ikumi so confident after surviving a villain attack was something she couldn't help but light up for. Katsuki had known for a while that Midori was physically stronger than he was. It was practically a fact of life at their point. Midori's height meant that she was strong and fast without really having to work for it. It was a slight point of contention, though he had been pleased to see her taking hero training seriously with those runs of hers. Seeing Midori pick up a 50-kilo barbell without much effort really hammered it in. After the Sludge villain, Katsuki had known that he had to get stronger himself. So he had signed up for a local gym and managed to get Midori to sign up with him. The wolf-headed trainer coughed into his furry fist, looking at Midori. Her head was quite close to the ceiling, towering over him. That is an impressive baseline. I must apologize, but I do not believe that we can help you achieve your goals here. Blushing, Midori put it down. Sorry. Nothing to be sorry about, he managed to laugh. Well, I can give you some help on finding a good strength and endurance plan, but you might do better at this venue. He scribbled an address down, passing it over to her. It is a fault of our gym that we cannot support your physique. Why the hell don't you have good enough equipment for her? Katsuki politely asked. The trainer shook his head. Not enough demand. Even now, it takes a while to make weights for people over a certain size. Our gym simply doesn't have the space for it. Katsuki wanted to yell at him, but he managed to hold it back. The guy wasn't being a dickhead about it, and he was actually a professional. Midori gave him a polite bow. Thank you for the recommendation. And, you mentioned something about a training plan? Katsuki glared up at her. Don't let them give you shit at the place, Midori. I won't. And Katsuki believed her. Ever since the Sludge villain, Midori had been different. She carried herself with a bit more confidence, and didn't shrink away from what the extras in their class thought. He had changed as well, he knew that. Katsuki was well aware that he wasn't close to being the number one now. after seeing him handle that sludge villain so effortlessly. Nearly dying really gave you a change of perspective. He wasn't the number one right now, but that was gonna change. As the trainer gave him a set of reps and Midori went to this other gym, Katsuki grit his teeth. The gap between him and All Might seemed huge, but he was going to pass it. And Midori was gonna be right behind him. Kaken stared at the place she'd found. "So this is your new training area?" he asked. Ikumi nodded, determinedly. Ikumi had wanted to build muscle mass for a while, but was held back due to her sheer size. Her body's bones and muscles were structured slightly differently from a normal person's to hold her increased weight, and the sheer length of her limbs meant that her muscles could take a lot more stress before tearing. The gym she had gone to had been in a warehouse. Other oversized heteromorphs had been there, some shorter than her, some taller. It had helped, but Ikumi wanted more than working out her body. She wanted to seriously try flexing her quirk. So she tried to work out and gone for long runs to try and build some muscle. Since they had been attacked by a villain, Ikumi knew that she had to get better if she wanted to be a hero like All Might and Gang Orca. It had been sheer coincidence that she'd found an ideal place to train. She had gone further with her jog, feet pounding as she tore down the streets, pushing herself further. On her route she'd passed the ocean, and then she'd paused. Dagoba Beach was a beach in the technical sense that there was sand skirting the ocean. Now it was more accurately described as a dump. Fridges, washing machines, general rubble, there were even a couple of cars just left to rust away in the sea breeze. Despite the no littering sign, Ikumi watched as a couple of people chucked a used TV there and walked away whistling. Nobody came here. It used to be a nice spot, but then the currents had started sweeping sea-borne garbage in and people started to dump their waste here. Ikumi had stared, then an idea came to her. Aunt Mitsuki lets us practice our quirks in the garden, but I can't get heavy enough weights there. So I thought that this would be the best place to try and train Dragon Frame, and another way to try and train. Kaken cracked his neck. "And nobody comes here?" For answer, Ikumi gestured to the mountains of trash. Kaken glanced at it, then nodded. "Let's get to it." Ikumi nodded, reaching for a fridge. Closing her eyes, she willed Dragon Frame to swell around her. Her fur briefly ruffled, then it settled. She flexed Dragon Frame, feeling it cover her body in a comforting warmth. It was almost like a dial in her mind, a second skin that slipped over her. After she had found the second aspect of her quirk, she had hit the switch, then tried again and again to use it consciously. Then she'd had no idea how to turn it back on, like a centipede having to think about its dozens of little legs, or being told to not imagine a pink elephant. She had never really looked at her quirk that much before. It just felt a bit awkward looking at your own quirk like that. Kaken had suggested looking at her quirk like she did with hero quirks. "Put your DMN nerd brain to use," had been his exact phrasing. It had helped, and she'd felt silly for not thinking of that as a possibility. With the newest revelation of her quirk spreading to hold a villain in place, she had poured more time into finding out how her quirk worked. Dragon Frame had two parts, fire breath and a slight telekinetic field that covered her body. It couldn't travel far from her body normally, unless it was something that was in contact with her body already, like her clothes or when she breathed fire. Ikumi tried to concentrate on that feeling she'd had, letting her field out into the washing machine. She tried to coat it, thinking of it as an extension of her field, her body. Her previous practice had been with much smaller things than the sludge villain, marbles, pens, drink bottles. She tried to get her field around it, Dragon Frame slipping and sliding but not catching. Ikumi grunted in frustration. She could have just picked the fridge up without any issues, but Dragon Frame wasn't cooperating. Kaken started limbering up. "You managed it yet, Midori?" "It's harder than I thought," Ikumi managed, her grip slipping once again. He paused, staring at her. "How the hell is that harder to grab than the sludge yesterday? It's not even moving." "Well, I just did it without thinking, Kaken. It must be a similar sensation to my fire breath, but dash. Get better. I can't be number one if you aren't giving it your all." He stomped off, palms popping with explosions. Ikumi shook her head. Same old Kaken. Turning back to the fridge, she tried one more time to layer her quirk over it before turning Dragon Frame off. Grunting slightly, she picked it up, hauling it up the slope. She knew what to do for training. In a way, she had asked Hiroko for a workout plan. The rabbit girl, having shot up to nearly 2.5 meters tall herself, had given her some advice on proper training for her size. They spent a couple of hours here, Ikumi using her quirk as much as she could to try and coat larger objects while hauling them away and Kaken letting off explosions. Their return home was exhausted, yet triumphant. Ikumi felt like she had made progress in using her quirk, at least. Hiroko looked at the cleared area of Dagoba Beach and whistled. Not bad, girl. Ikumi essayed in a breath. The taller girl had managed to clear a fairly large area of sand in a couple of months. Thank you. She leaned over to a washing machine. Closing her eyes, she slapped a hand on it. Okay, it worked better this time, she muttered. Hiroko blinked. What worked better? She gasped when Ikumi slowly swung her flat palm around, the washing machine moving with it. Ikumi ethed a breath, then breathed a small gout of fire as she started moving. However, this time the washing machine didn't budge. Ikumi sighed. I thought I had it this time. What are you trying to do? She sat down on the washing machine. Well, I'm trying to use both parts of my quirk at the same time, fire breathing and the telekinetic shell. It should be possible, but when I breathe fire it all just goes out my mouth. So I'm trying to put Dragon Frame in 2 places. Hiroko shook her head. Well, I have to admit that was pretty freaking impressive. She paused. Sort of on that note, are you following the workout plan? Ikumi nodded. Yeah. It's pretty good. Just remember that overtraining can be as bad or worse than undergoing it, Hiroko cautioned. Ikumi had looked at her with wide eyes when she'd broken out the pictures. Freaking out her friends was always good for a laugh. I know. Ikumi pushed herself up. Are you sure you don't want to be a hero? Hiroko blinked, then grinned, shaking her head. Not sure, putting on the spandex and all that seems fun, but it's not for me. I want to be Japan's next volleyball queen. Sure, the Uraraka Sports Festival grabbed the nation's attention every time, but there was still a demand for professional athletes. Hiroko's personal dream was to make a performance that would outshine the sports festival. Ikumi had been supportive even if the nerd couldn't imagine being anything other than a hero in her career path. Kind of like Hiroko's older sister Rumi, really, even if that was because her sister enjoyed fighting even more than Bakugo. It was slightly ironic that her sister hadn't gotten their mother's height. Ikumi smiled. Well, when you crush the volleyball nationals, I'll be cheering for you. The months flew by. Ikumi split her time between the gym and Dagoba, moving the garbage to the truck Dad and the gym owner had hired to haul the trash away. It seemed that with each piece of junk it got easier and easier to coat large objects with her field. She was nowhere near Captain Celebrity being able to support an ocean liner or the Sky Egg, but she had a lot of time to train to get that good. Soon, Ikumi stared at a clean beach, panting. About a month before the entrance exams, the last piece of trash had been cleared away, leaving a pristine beach. Behind her, Kaken and Tomoko patted her on the back. Nice, Midori. Tomoko smiled. It actually looks like a nice place to go in the summer. And you were the one who did it. When Ikumi nodded, Tomoko smiled. Yeah, you guys are kinda crazy. Ikumi grinned. We did it. This is Dash. Her stomach chose that moment to let out a gurgle like a sea monster rising from the deep. Kaken and Tomoko jumped back slightly alarmed. She flushed at that. Ikumi had been so eager to get it finished that she'd skipped breakfast. Now her body was crying for vengeance. Kaken grinned. Right, we're gonna celebrate cleaning this place. And I know where we're going. His grin widened. We're going to Tonkatsu Domo. Ikumi's eyes widened. That's a bit unfair on them, she managed, before another rumble came. Tonkatsu Domo was a fairly quiet little restaurant in Mizudafu. A traditionally styled place, in deference to newer building regulations it had a higher ceiling than a traditional restaurant. Arita blinked as a spiky-haired kid slapped some money down on the bench, a black-haired girl looking at him with confusion. The sauce katsudon challenge. And make it snappy. Then another girl stepped through and he couldn't help but stare. She was gigantic, her head close to the ceiling of the restaurant. Her stomach roared, loud enough that Arata half thought that the cutlery rattled. The spiky-haired guy jerked a thumb over to her. "She'll take it." Remembering his training, Arata scrambled to the register. "So, you're taking the challenge?" The sauce katsudon challenge that Tonkatsu Domo offered was pretty substantial. About 2 kilos of cooker rice, topped with the same amount of deep-fried pork cutlet and paired with a heap of bean sprouts and drizzled with Worcestershire sauce. And it was free if you finished in 20 minutes. Arata could see why they had come here. Accepting the money, they sat down while he rang them up. Her friends ordered a normal amount of food, thankfully. From the kitchen, the chef took one look at the customers and brightened up. "Oh, it's Midoriya. Seems like it's been a while since she was here." Arata blinked. "Is this all right?" The chef shrugged, moving to prepare the massive quantity of food. "She really likes katsudon. Plus, she's good publicity. If it takes that much food to satisfy somebody of her height, people take the challenge more seriously. We usually get some idiots who think they can take it on." Arata shrugged. "I hadn't thought of it like that." Soon enough, the huge bowl of rice and meat was set in front of her. A steaming mountain of rice and fried pork cutlets sat in front of her, the spiky-haired kid and her friend watching. After picking up a pair of chopsticks, she began. Arata stared as she shoveled it down, chopsticks practically a blur. It was fresh from the kitchen and piping hot, yet she gulped it down like it was lukewarm. Her spiky-haired friend gave him a cocky grin as she devoured her lunch, the other girl staring in amazement. In about 10 minutes, 4 kilos of food had disappeared. Arata shook his head in amazement. He quietly returned the deposit to her friend, then set to clearing away the remains of their meal. Midoriya bowed politely. "Tell the chef that it was delicious," she managed, a content smile on her face. I will." A month went by quickly, and soon Ikumi and Kaken were at the gates of UA. Ikumi stared up at their dream school, a nervous expression on her face. Her winter fur had fluffed up, and she glanced over to her oldest and best friend. "Well, Kaken, this is it." Beside her, Kaken nodded. "Yep. We're gonna kill him." They'd been through a lot of training to get to this point. Ikumi took a deep breath. 10 months of improvised quirk training and physical training had toned her muscles and made her faster. Kaken had been fit before but had pushed himself further, making bigger explosions, and the muscles in his arms were more defined. Ikumi let her breath out. "This is for my future." She stepped forwards, and her foot immediately caught a loose tile. Ochako took a deep breath to try and calm her nerves. No pressure. Just going into the literal hardest hero school in Japan, no biggie. All she had to do was beat about 300 other people who wanted the position. As she walked forwards, she caught a look at the other students there. One student in particular was drawing a lot of attention, probably because she was the tallest person there. If Ochako had to guess, the girl was about 3 meters tall, not counting the ears. And she was adorably fluffy. She'd seen a lot of heteromorphs working at her parents' firm. The tallest worker she knew would have been a whole head shorter than this girl. She stumbled slightly as her foot caught a sticking-up TI but managed to catch herself, the other students backing up slightly. Ochako sighed with relief. That would have been unlucky if she tripped fully. Ochako took a deep breath, strode forwards confidently, and managed to trip on seemingly nothing. Ochako had a brief moment to appreciate the irony of this before tagging herself with her quirk. She floated slightly, trying to reorientate herself. Then the tall girl came up to her, her friend shooting her an angry look. She smiled. "Could you give me a hand, please?" "Sure." Ikumi sighed, helping the other girl get onto the ground. She pressed her fingertips together and seemed to settle. "So you're okay?" "Oh, I'm fine, thank you." The other girl laughed, rubbing the back of her head. It would have been bad luck to trip and fall before an exam. Ikumi chuckled weakly. "Yeah, you're going for the hero course as well? You've got a really cool quirk dash." Hell no." Kaken gripped her arm and tried to pull her along. "Come on, Midori. Talk round Cheek's ear off about how cool you find her quirk after we take the exam." The nice girl pointed at herself. "Our round cheeks." Ikumi gave Kaken a pointed glare. Sorry about Kaken. He's being unusually well behaved right now." Ignoring Kaken's angry complaining, she smiled at the other girl. My name is Midoriya Ikumi. And you are? Oh. She beamed up at Ikumi. I'm Uraraka Ochako. Nice to meet you, Midoriya, but we should really get going. She skipped off, waving. Good luck. Good luck as well, Uraraka. Ikumi exclaimed. Beside her, Kaken sighed. Okay, now let's hurry it up. He stomped forwards, Ikumi easily keeping pace a moment later. As Katsuki pushed ahead, Ikumi smiled. She'd managed to make a new friend. The written exam had been pretty tough, but Katsuki and Midori hadn't just been training physically. Every spare moment not spent working on their quirks or hanging with their friends had been spent studying. There hadn't been anything really surprising. Well, except for the latest announcement. The hero on the podium stared at the microphone, then turned it off, choosing to shout to the auditorium. Welcome to today's live performance. Everybody say, hey. Silence blossomed, slightly broken by Midori whispering to him. Oh wow. Kaken, it's present Mike. Katsuki shot an annoyed glance up at Midori as she fangirled over the skinny blonde guy in shades. You're gonna give yourself a freaking heart attack with every teacher, aren't you? Well, that's cool, little listeners. Now then, I'm here to give you the guidelines for the practical. Everybody who's ready, say, yeah. Nobody said anything. One person coughed slightly. Unperturbed, present Mike turned the screen on. All right, little listeners, this is how the test will go. As he explained, Katsuki looked down. So they're splitting us up so that people from the same school can't work together, he figured. Made sense. If he and Midori teamed up, they would be unstoppable. Midori nodded. Well, we thought it would be like that anyway. She paused. Good luck, Kaken. Tisich, Katsuki scowled. Like he needed luck. If you don't make it in, I'm gonna kill you. Excuse me? May I ask a question? Katsuki blinked as a hybrid of a jock and nerd stood up, pointing at the handout. You mentioned that there were 3 villains to fight, yet this handout shows 4. If this is an error, then it is highly unbecoming of Japan's top hero school. After all, we are here to be molded into heroes. Katsuki could practically see the stick shoved up his butt. He then turned to look disapprovingly at Midori, who flinched. You've been muttering to a friend this entire time. The pair of you are distracting other students and being incredibly disrespectful to this great institution. Hell no. Shut the F up, glasses. Katsuki glared back at him. You really so prissy that us talking throws you off your game? The nerd jock recoiled. It's so rude. Ikumi looked the JRK in the eye. I think present Mike was about to explain it, she managed, pointing to the hero. Present Mike nodded. Let's settle down. Examinee 7111. Yes, there is an extra villain, but that one provides no points. Think of it as a huge obstacle that'll rampage in close quarters. Nerd jock bowed, apparently satisfied. I see. Sorry for the interruption. Katsuki bit back several choice words. Okay, listeners. That's pretty much everything, so I'll give you one last thing. Present Mike spread his arms wide. Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of France, once said, "True heroism consists of being superior to the ills of life." Midori leaned forward, a look of wonder on her face. Katsuki found a smile splitting his face. So in that spirit, go plus ultra, kids. Mizo looked up at the tallest person on the bus, who had carefully maneuvered herself into a seat. Like everybody else, she had changed into a dark red tracksuit with purple lining. It wasn't every day that he met somebody who seemed so like him. I wasn't expecting to meet somebody taller than me today. She twisted her hands, looking away. Oh, sorry. You don't have to apologize. Mizo stuck a hand out, which she shyly accepted. Shoji Mizo. Midoriya Ikumi. She looked over his arms curiously. So, what is your quirk? If that's not rude, we're technically competing dash. Mizo simply nodded, letting another arm form from his tentacles. My quirk is called Dupli Arms. Basically, I can replicate my eyes and ears to improve my senses or make extra arms, and I'm a lot stronger than I should be. Midoriya hummed, starting to scribble in a notebook. That's really cool. Can you alter the properties of your arms beyond extrasensory organs? Is there a limit to how many extra limbs you can make, or can you make as many as you like? I think we're at the testing area, Mizo interrupted as the bus stopped outside what looked like a small city. The other examinees looked around, awestruck. He paused when he saw her put the notebook away, her face slightly downcast. Nobody's really asked me questions about my quirk like that before. Usually they said no matter what, we will never accept cursed blood like yours. That they weren't very interested in it. Every quirk is unique, so why wouldn't Midoriya stepped off the bus, the vehicle briefly tilting as she left. She flinched slightly as some of the other examinees stared at her. Her face brightened as she spotted another girl, apparently trying to calm herself. Oh, Ochako's here as well. She started to walk over only to be interrupted by the dark-haired boy from earlier. Excuse me, miss. That girl is clearly trying to concentrate. Are you trying to interfere? Midoriya shook her head. No, I just helped her earlier at the gate and I wanted to talk to her, that's all. I see. Still, this isn't the time for idle chit-chat. He shook his head disapprovingly. Midoriya looked away awkwardly, but nodded. The other competitors tittered at the display. Mizo gave her a quiet thumbs up, shooting a disapproving look at the other boy. Present Mike grinned at the group, then a buzzer sounded. Begin. Ikumi blinked with the rest of the examinees. Present Mike grinned at them. What are you waiting for? Real life doesn't have a countdown. With that, everybody shot forwards. Ikumi pushed off, sprinting ahead of practically every other contestant. The glasses guy outsped her, legs pumping as the engines let out orange-scented smoke. Ikumi headed in a different direction, a cluster of one-point villains charging over to her. Skiing in a deep breath, she felt dragon frame surge. Within her BRST, she had trained her fire ever since she discovered she could do it. It had progressed from mere embers to a powerful blast of fire. But after training the telekinesis aspect of her quirk, fush, she exhaled, a blast of fire hitting the cluster with a dramatic explosion. Ikumi quickly counted about 4. A 2-pointer nearby fired on her and she darted to the side, then kicked it hard enough to smash its metallic exterior. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a 3-pointer bearing down on a student who had tripped, and she reacted, kicking a hole in the tank-esque robot and destroying it. Are you okay? Shakily, the other student nodded, managing to pick himself up and dart after a 2-pointer. Ikumi ran over to another group of 1-pointers, breathing more fire at them. As they broke down, she quickly took stock of her surroundings, looking for more robots. The rest of the area was filled with chaos. Pieces of 1- and 2-pointers littered the streets, with a few 3-pointers being attacked. Ikumi managed to pick up another 1-pointer for use as a flail, hitting a 3-pointer hard enough to crack the pavement beneath it. Her ear twitched when she heard a 3-pointer trundling in a nearby area. Sprinting after it, she kicked its face in, earning an angry yell from another examinee. Hey! No kill stealing. Sorry. Ikumi yelled back. The other student turned to throw some ice at another bot, a disgruntled expression on his face. Grimacing, she leapt on another 3-pointer, breathing fire directly into its face. Only 2 minutes into the exam and Ikumi felt like she would be able to manage at this pace. 20, Uraraka huffed, running forward. She gave Ikumi a brief smile as she ran over to another bot to tag it with her quirk, several already floating in the air. Ikumi smiled back, before turning her focus back to the matter at hand. She darted around, finding a few more foe villains to break as she did. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Shoji on the rooftops, extra eyes and ears extruding from his arms, searching for villains. Ikumi craned around, looking for more villains. Midnight grinned. Oh, I like her, she purred, watching as the teal-furred girl ran forwards once more, smashing robots with fists and flame. Eraserhead watched with a sigh. Another brawler getting by in a test tailor made for her strengths. All Might nodded absently. He had only caught a nickname, Midori, but he couldn't forget a quirk as distinct as that. It was good to see her at Yui, taking those natural heroic instincts to greater heights. And she seemed a far cry from the timid girl who had barely been able to make eye contact. Still, he had thought she had a liquid manipulating quirk. Maybe she had some other aspect to her quirk beyond liquid manipulation? He knew that Endeavor's youngest child Shoto had a quirk that allowed him to create fire and ice, so it wasn't impossible. If he hadn't been in Chiba and seen a fine example of heroism, then she could very well have had one for all. He was shaken from his thoughts by Nedzu. A promising crop so far, no? The ambiguous mammal's face turned vicious. Let's test their mettle. All Might watched slightly apprehensively as Eraserhead flipped open the switch case for the 0-pointers. He knew that the other girl and his successor would be all right. They had proven themselves to be tough enough. But All Might was still worried all the same. Katsuki smashed through another 2-pointer. 54. He grinned, eyes stitching themselves to his next target. The other extras at the exam were giving him a wide berth, but that just meant more robots for him to break. There was one guy who stayed close to him though. Some guy with sharp teeth and a bad haircut who smashed the robots with fists that turned hard and craggy. What few robots didn't get turned to scrap by Katsuki got finished off by shitty hair. Guy had ball, at least, staying so close to his explosions. Katsuki would give him that. A huge crashing sound came from across the road. Katsuki briefly stared at the hulking 0-point robot, then charged forwards while extras ran away. These robots were attracted to loud noises, and he could see a cluster of abandoned villains just waiting to be killed. As he charged, another 3-pointer came around the corner. Hasta la vista, meatbags, it rumbled, readying its missiles. Katsuki smirked, ready to smash it dash. Behind him, he heard Shitty Hair trip over a piece of robot. It. Unfortunately, he was just in the path of a salvo of missiles. Katsuki had a brief moment to appreciate the other guy's eyes going wide before he moved, shoving Shitty Hair out of the way. The missiles hit the patch of concrete where he was lying just a couple of seconds earlier, the explosion barely phasing Katsuki as he glared at the machine. Then he smashed the 3-pointer's faceplate in. Die, you F-Roomba. Shitty Hair stared up at him. Katsuki glared down at him. You alright, Shitty Hair? Yes. Katsuki nodded sharply. Get the F up. I ain't gonna help you again. He charged forwards again, smirking slightly when he heard Shitty Hair follow him. The other guy grinned, slightly shakily when Katsuki tore through the bots like they were made of paper, refusing to slow down. Mizo felt rather than heard the 0-pointers approach. Standing on the top of a building to hunt the villain bots, he was at a good vantage point to see the absolutely gigantic machine rise from the ground, towering over the tallest buildings in the mock city. A huge red lens focused on him as it started moving, changing its course. As calmly as he could, Mizo started to run, trying to get away from the machine as it raised a hand. Too late, it came crashing down, the shockwave cracking and breaking the building he was standing on. His footing gone, Mizo was barely able to twist around to fall properly. Suddenly, somebody slapped him, and he felt his whole body lose all weight. Stunned, he floated just above the ground, unable to land properly. Twisting one of his eyes around, he saw the brown-haired girl floating on a piece of discarded rubble. Our release, she hummed, pressing her fingertips together. The 0-pointer took another earth-shaking step, Mizo barely able to pull her out of the way. He tried to run, but another tremor from its movement broke his stride and he went sprawling. His rescuer looked up with wide eyes as the 0-pointer came closer. And then Midoriya was there, skiing in a deep breath. As she grabbed them, she breathed out, a massive gout of flame hitting the 0-pointer's hand and forcing it back, the flames punching a hole in its hand. The flame petered off and she ran with both of them in her arms, smoke still leaking from her mouth. As they reached safety, the brown-haired girl stared up at Midoriya with wide eyes. Midoriya dash. Her eyes crossed and her cheeks bulged. They barely managed to get out of the splash zone as she puked. Mizo looked over at Midoriya, who didn't look much better. The much larger girl awkwardly patted her friend on the back, keeping her out of the vomit. That's time. At about the same time as Ikumi, Mina was dealing with a similar problem. She had been charging around, dealing with robots and being generally amazing. Then the zero-pointer had shown up and thrown everything into chaos. Mina was big enough to admit that seeing something that big had brought back unpleasant memories of the villain she had barely managed to redirect. She was running when she heard a confused-sounding cry. "Way!" A blond guy with a lightning bolt in his hair stood there, a dazed look on his face. Apparently he couldn't hear the freaking zero-pointer bearing down on him. It came closer, and for the second time in a while Mina ran into trouble without consciously thinking about it. Under her skin, One for All clicked. Instinctively, Mina leaped, remembering All Might's advice, her bones creaking but not breaking. A mass of acid formed around her fist, far more than she could normally make. Acid smash. SSSSE. The teachers stared at the screen. Holy, Snipe breathed. All Might couldn't help but agree. 1 minute, there was a whole zero-pointer. The next, nothing but a half-melted mess of metal, the rest already corroding into sludge. The judges looked between each other. Where did she pull that from? That was far more power than she displayed earlier. And did you see that jump she made? Does she have a strength-enhancing aspect to her quirk dash? As they talked, All Might couldn't help but grin. Young Ishido had made a good first impression, it seemed. All Might knew that One for All boosted quirks, but he hadn't imagined anything as dramatic as this. Maybe he should see about getting her some more quirk-based training in school. Landing was a bit harder, but a jet of high pH acid from her hands slowed her descent as the zero-pointer melted. But, whoa, Mina breathed, looking at the massive pile of melting metal which had once been a zero-pointer. One for All was seriously crazy. Then she looked over at the blonde guy who was staring vacantly around. "Are you okay?" "Yay," he gave a thumbs up. Mina flopped backwards in relief. "Ah, that's good. And that's time." Mina gasped. Damn it. The points she'd grabbed would have to be enough. Ikumi's throat and mouth burned. Maybe if this was a comic book she could have kept breathing fire endlessly, but most quirks didn't work like that. Dragon Frame gave her body in general and her mouth and throat in particular incredible heat resistance, but constantly using her quirk had been approaching that limit before that last attack. She had never let off a blast that big before. Shoji looked over to her with a concerned look in his eyes. "Are you all right, Midoriya?" "I'm fine," Ikumi rasped. She had overused her fire breath before. What she needed was a cool drink and some rest. "How about you and Uraraka?" Ikumi had just been fleeing when she saw Uraraka and Shoji fall. After seeing that, nothing else had mattered and she had run in without thinking. Uraraka managed to look up, pale and shaking. "I'm fine," she managed. Shoji gave a short nod. "I got a few scrapes and bruises from the attack, but I'm fine otherwise." "That's good." Ikumi pulled out her water bottle, which she'd filled with aloe vera juice. Taking a swig, she sighed as it soothed her overheated throat. He looked over at Uraraka. "Do you need to go to the nurse's office?" "Uraraka," the other girl responded. She shook her head. As I said, I'm fine. Just a bit queasy now." "I'll be the judge of that, young lady." Ikumi started slightly as she saw the familiar short figure of Recovery Girl come up. She gave each of them a critical look. "Here you go, young lady." Uraraka blinked as she got a handful of candy. Recovery Girl patted her gently on the back. "Apart from using your quirk too much, you manage to avoid anything life-threatening or crippling. Make sure you eat something that's easy on your stomach and don't try to use your quirk for a while." She then looked up at Ikumi. "Open up, young lady." Sheepishly, Ikumi did so, kneeling down so that the heroine could look at her mouth. She hummed, then handed her a large handful of candy. "HM. No serious damage, but just in case." She pecked Ikumi on the cheek, and she gasped as she felt the burning in her throat and mouth just vanish, followed by a tired feeling. "Eat those, they'll help you feel better." "Why yes, Recovery Girl." Ikumi managed to squeak out. As the heroine went, Ikumi sighed. Uraraka looked down at herself awkwardly. "I just hope I have enough points to get in," she mumbled. Shoji shrugged. "We don't know what the cutoff point was." I feel pretty confident that the points I got will be enough. Ikumi nodded. You'll get in, I'm sure of it. You were really cool out there, making those robots fly. Aha! Uraraka rubbed the back of her head. Unseen by the new group of friends, Tenya couldn't help but stare. The other examinees shook their heads, muttering amongst themselves. Man, that was crazy. Did you see her try and fight that thing? I mean, she's big and all, but that was on another level. Tenya shook his head. She hadn't gone in to fight it, she had gone to save the other students. Had she forgotten that this was an exam? His eyes widened. An exam? Maybe they were testing us for more than our ability to destroy robots. Tenya couldn't help but grit his teeth. He had been wrong about the tall girl. He had thought that she was being disruptive, but in the end she had been a superior candidate. When he met her at UE, he was going to apologize for his harsh words. As they piled onto the bus, he wondered if anybody else had figured out the hidden meaning of the exam besides Midoriya. Waiting for the results to come back from UE was more stressful than the exam itself. The entire week afterwards, Ikumi fretted. At least she had been able to exchange phone numbers with Shoji and Uraraka before they had gone their separate ways. Ikumi groaned, hands twisting around each other. I know I did well, but what if it wasn't enough? Kaken shot her an unsympathetic look. You got, what, 40 points? That's enough to get in, stop worrying. He scowled. You should have gotten more though. She shrugged. After they'd taken the exam, Kaken had been angry that she didn't have as many points as he did. I didn't want to take too many from other people. Screw them. You should have smashed every DMN one you could see. Kaken kicked a can. I'm not happy about beating you like this, damn it. Ikumi sighed. I know. It just didn't feel right. Kaken scoffed. Well, you kicked a lot of butt at least. Burning a hole in the 0-pointer was cool. Ikumi took the compliment for what it was. Next to them, Tomoko shook her head. Don't worry too much, Ikumi. Uraraka would be crazy not to take you. In spite of these reassuring words, it wasn't until they received their letters that Ikumi felt at peace. Katsuki became aware of the letter arriving when his mum knocked on his door and burst in with the same motion. Your letter from Uraraka is here, brat. I can see that, hag. He gently snatched it from her, his scowl lessening. Took long enough to say something that was freaking obvious, he grumbled. You gonna show us or dash? I'll show you later. Katsuki shoved her out of his room, closing the door normally rather than slamming it in her face. He tore it open, blinking slightly as he saw a metal disc fall out. The hell dash? A hologram came from the top, displaying All Might in an awful yellow pinstripe suit. Haha, I am here as a projection. Not just that, but starting this year I will be teaching at Uraraka. Katsuki's customary snarl was replaced with a look of wonder. All Might continued. Now then, young Katsuki, first of all, your written exam was almost perfect. You scored in the top 5% of all applicants, no mean feat when UA accepts thousands every year. He smirked at that. All Might gestured over to another screen. Moving on to the practical exam, you scored an impressive 77 points. By itself you would have passed. But we weren't just looking for villain points. Katsuki blinked. The screen flickered, displaying Katsuki as he helped Shitty Hair up, cutting to them working together on beating up robots. Katsuki blinked. What kind of hero school would penalize you for doing the right thing? If you think we do it just for the cameras, then think again. Putting your life on the line for others, that's what being a hero is about. All Might gave him a thumbs up. Our panel of judges deliberated, and we gave you 24 hero points, for a total of 101 points overall. Congratulations, young Bakugo. His smile, somehow, became even more blinding. You are one of the few students who has ever come here to earn over 100 points, a list that includes myself and Endeavor among others. Katsuki sat back on his bed, aware that he was trembling. It's rare for more than one student to make it to 100 in 1 year, and I have nothing but great expectations for all of you. You placed second in the exam after your friend. Be proud, Pugu, for this is your hero academia. It flickered off, Katsuki staring at it for a second before the reality of it sunk in. Grinning, Katsuki flung the door open. I got over 100 F points. I'm in. The hag glared at him. Stop yelling. And that's great, Katsuki. Now get your butt over here and tell us about it. At the table, his dad smiled widely. Congratulations, Katsuki. We never doubted you could do it, but it sounds like you got even more points than you thought. Katsuki huffed, letting himself calm down. Yeah, he sighed. His phone buzzed and he answered it. Midori had sent him a picture, her eyes brimming with tears. The display behind her was plain as day. Ikumi Midoriya, 40 villain points, 80 hero points, 120 points total. A text came below. I got in. 120 points. Katsuki stared at the picture, then he sighed. He could accept being second if it was to Midori. It just meant that he had to try harder next time. Didn't mean that he couldn't have a little fun. Congrats, Midori. Guess I gotta one-up you another time. Still got more villains than you. Really, Kaken? Still beat you in villain points. Looking over his shoulder, the hag grinned. Got second place to Ikumi? Shut it, Katsuki grumbled. Then he saw her eyes mist up. What? Nothing, I'm just proud of the both of you. She gave him a smirk. Plus, if you hadn't made it in, I would have kicked your butt. Like you could, hag. As they started arguing with each other, Dad gave the pair of them a fond smile. I reckon that this calls for a celebration. Not every day that you get accepted into UA after all. Yeah, we need to celebrate. Katsuki yelled. Midori only beat me 'cause of those rescue points, but next time I'm gonna blow her score out of the water. Mapo tofu? His mom guessed. Katsuki nodded. That was one of his favorite dishes. All right, I'm gonna make it so hot you're gonna be breathing fire. Katsuki grinned. Bring it, hag. For the first time, Katsuki wanted to go to school earlier. Aldra was honestly a shithole, and the sooner they were out the better. Toguro grinned up at Ikumi as they waited at the train stop. Shame that we're not in the same class, but that just means you'll have to deal with Bakugo. Ikumi nodded anxiously. Why, yeah. She smiled. It's honestly crazy to think about. Bakugo stomped up, a frown on his face. Morning, Stabby. He looked him over. How many did you kill in the exam? Toguro glared right back, a smirk on his face. 50 points worth. He had also earned about 8 rescue points for helping up a competitor. Seeing his name just beneath some guy called Tokoyami had been a bit infuriating, but at least he'd gotten into the top 10. Ikumi and Bakugo were kind of insane, as was that Ashido girl. Ikumi shook her head while Bakugo cackled. You beat Midori in killing robots. Told you killing robots was important. We both made it in. No need to keep on about it. Ikumi carefully ducked into the train, hunching over to avoid knocking her head on the ceiling. A couple of people stared at her as she tried to shift in position, one hand on her skirt to hold it down. Bakugo glared at the carriage, everybody finding something else to do with their time. Buncha extras, he grumbled. Toguro glared at his other rival. How many did you get? 77 villains, 24 rescue points. Bakugo smirked while Toguro groaned. He glared at the smug blonde. Rescue points are bullshit. The JRK had the audacity to mock gasp. Finally, we agree on something. Ikumi shook her head. It's a hero exam, you know that they would have to test for rescues. Toguro sighed. DMN Ikumi and her being reasonable. Yeah. Should have told us though. You know why they wouldn't, Toguro? It wouldn't be real heroism if you hadn't known beforehand. Bakugo glared at him, then the train stopped. Looks like we're here. As they left, Toguro glared at the pair of them. Guess I'll have to wait on kicking your butt, Bakugo. Bakugo smirked. Bring it, Stabby. With that, they parted ways. A small part of Toguro didn't believe that he'd made it in. Even though his classmates had said his quirk was more like a villain's, he'd beaten them all and was in the hero course. Maybe he wasn't in the same class as Ikumi, but they had both made it in. As he stepped through the gates, he wondered what the other person who had broken 100 points was like. Maybe they were like Ikumi. Mina grinned as she saw a familiar face under unfamiliar hair. Hey, Kiri. Digging the new too. You got yourself horns like me. Kirishima whirled around, anxiously. SSH. She laughed. Relax, I ain't gonna out you. Going for a high school debut kinda thing. He sighed. Yeah. It's a declaration. I'm not the lame Kirishima I used to be. Mina looked over to Kirishima, remembering when she had first really met him, when he had bowed to her and her friends and apologized for not running in against Gigantomachia. That day really hit you hard, didn't it? He briefly paused. Yeah. With a smile on her face, Mina jabbed him a bunch of times. You're still a bundle of nerves, aren't ya? Instinctively he used his quirk. Ow, I mean it doesn't hurt, but what the heck are you dash? Shaking her hand slightly, Mina shook her head. You've still got that gloomy look on your face? Let me know when you're gonna grow out of that, or I'm gonna tell our classmates about your old haircut. Kirishima stared at her with wide eyes, before a smile split his face. Thanks, Ishido. They continued walking for a while, then Kirishima paused. So, how'd you do? Got 50 hero and villain points, Mina replied, chuckling. Apparently I got beaten out by 2 others. He stopped. Whoa, what did you do? Mina awkwardly chuckled. I fought the 0-pointer to get somebody out of the way. Kirishima stared. Holy, you fought that thing? When Mina nodded, he clenched a fist. That's so manly. Mina grinned. Thanks. She paused, looking at him. So. He gave her a questioning look. What? Race you to class. Ready, set. Laughing, Mina ran up to the huge gates of UA. Kirishima managed to get in gear a second later. What do I? Mina grinned as he ran after her. One for all hummed within her, the quirk seeming to respond to her good vibes. She had never thought that anything would happen after leaping in front of her classmates and directing that giant guy away. Back then, her legs had just moved on their own and flung her in front of him, and she'd babbled out an excuse. All Might appeared later, having fought off the brute. He had seen her move when he had been unable to, with the only thought in her head being, protect my classmates. Mina had heard the tale of how All Might was down a stomach and a lung and could only be a hero with the bile rising in her mouth. Then he had asked her if she wanted his quirk. After accepting, she had gone through 10 months of strength training. Sure, Mina was athletic, but All Might had wanted to be sure that she could handle the immense strain of One for All. And having felt how her muscles ached after using it for the first time, Mina could totally get why. Running into their class with a huge grin, Kirishima just behind her, Mina knew that this was the place to be. Today, she was taking the first step on the journey to become a hero. And hopefully live up to the massive legacy All Might gave her. Tsuyu had to admit, she hadn't expected the large boy with glasses Ida Tenya, as he had stiffly introduced himself, to be in her class. His hand chopped aggressively at a blonde boy who was lounging back, feet on. Remove your feet from the desk this instant. Do you intend to mock those who came before us with such disrespectful behavior? Kaminari grinned. He had introduced himself with a flirtatious wink and a cocky grin before taking his current seat. Dude, take it easy. I'm not being disrespectful, I'm just leaning back a bit. We are here to be heroes, not delinquents. After our exams, I just want to take a bit of a break, you know? As they continued talking, they were interrupted when the door was slammed open, a pink-skinned girl standing there in triumph. In your face, Kiri. The red-haired boy behind her huffed. Come on, Ishido, you had a head start, he grumbled before flashing a sharp-toothed grin at the class. Anyway, the name's Kirishima Aijiro. Nice to meet y'all. Ishido came over to her, a hand outstretched. Hey there. My name's Ishido Mina, and I like breakdancing. What's your name? Tsuyu shook her outstretched hand with a slight smile. Ajuitiu. Nice to meet you, Ishido. The pink-skinned girl grinned. Nice. Wow, you have a firm grip, Ajui. Please call me Tsuyu. She barely blinked. All right, Tsuyu, you've got a really firm grip, I like it. Call me Mina if you want, it's all right. Tsuyu blinked, then smiled a bit wider. That would be nice, Mina. Hey. You're the pink girl who saved me in the exam. Kaminari got out of his seat, ignoring Ida's outburst about being respectful. She grinned. The name's Kaminari. Thanks for the save. I don't really remember anything about it, but dash. No worries. Mina grinned. Glad to see you made it into U.2. I was a bit worried you wouldn't. Kaminari grinned. Yeah, of course I did. Though I have to say, this place is crazier than I expected. So you looked over. How so, Karo? To answer, he pointed at the door, which must have been about 4 meters tall. The door? I mean, it's freaking huge. Mina hummed. You've got a point there. Not to mention the desk. Kind of wonder who that's meant for. Tsuyu nodded, looking at a desk and chair that was about twice the size of the ones around it sitting near the back. Must be a student who can't control their size shifting or is just that tall, Karo. Yude is committed to making sure that everybody can study at their campus. Kaminari tilted his head. Seems logical. Still, it's hard to imagine who would need a door or desk like that. Ikumi took a deep breath. This was it. After a week of anxiety, she was here. After getting her Yude uniform and being happy about its ankle length, Ikumi was ready to face the world. The train ride with Kaken and Taguru had been pretty quiet, but now she was here she felt a nervous energy building up. Next to her, Kaken snorted. That had been a pleasant surprise. They were both in the same class, same as their junior and middle school days. All right, Midori. This is it. Ikumi looked over at her friend, his face set in a cocky smirk. Her eyes widened. Kaken dash. He slammed the door open and strode through. Ikumi sighed, walking through. A couple of conversations briefly stopped as everybody looked up at Kaken, then further up at her. A short student with purple ball for hair dropped his pencil, staring at her. Then they turned back to whoever was talking. Glasses came up, a serious look on his face. Hello. My name is Ida Tenya, from Some. Ikumi internally sighed. Was he about to start something on the first day? Hello? I'm Midoriya Ikumi dash. He bowed. I must apologize for my harsh words at the exam. Ikumi blinked. Huh. You divined the true purpose of the practical exam, while I did not. His hands chopped through the air robotically. Truly, you were the superior candidate. Kaken stared at him as well, shock on his face. Then his smirk returned. You're apologizing for existing already, huh? Kaken. Nudging her friend harshly, Ikumi smiled awkwardly. I didn't really do anything dash. No need to be modest. Ikumi glanced around, her eyes widening as she spotted a familiar face. Oh, Shoji. Shoji blinked, then one of his arms morphed into a grinning mouth. Probably a good omen that we're in the same class. Katsuki grunted, looking Shoji up and down before apparently approving. Good talk, octopus. Shoji raised an eyebrow. Ikumi sighed. Don't take it personally. Kaken's, like that with everybody. I've been called worse. Ikumi wanted to ask more, but then a girl with large hands and a frog-like face came up. Well, I guess we know whose desk that is. She stretched a hand out. My name's Azui Tsuyu, Karo. Oh, and nice to meet you, Azui. Ikumi took Tsuyu's hand with her own massive paw, shaking it carefully. If it isn't rude, what's your quirk? I'm guessing it's a frog quirk, but I have been wrong before dash. That's my quirk, Karo. Frog. Azui gave her a flat stare. And please call me Tsuyu. It's a bit early for that dash. Katsuki flopped into a chair next to her oversized desk, kicking his feet up. Ida ran over, hands chopping in the air. He ignored Ida yelling at him about disrespecting the craftsmen and past students, leaning back in his chair. God, Midori, just call her whatever she wants. It's easier that way. Ikumi rolled her eyes, then the door slid open. Uraraka came in, her eyes lighting up as she saw Ikumi. Wow. Good to see you guys. Uraraka. How are you holding up? Shoji's mouth arms stretched around the group. Uraraka barely blinked, having seen Shoji in action. They chatted a bit after the exam, mostly Ikumi talking about various quirks while Uraraka worked on her nausea. When Ikumi heard that Uraraka was coming to Yude as well, Ikumi was really happy to be learning to be a hero with her new friends. Nice to see you as well, Uraraka. Ikumi smiled while Ida and Kaken argued. It's pretty lucky we all made it into the same class. Uraraka hummed, the bell ringing. Must have seen us all team up and thought that we would work well together? Ikumi's nose twitched as she picked up a strong smell, coffee mostly, with elements of cat fur and jelly for some reason. I guess it makes sense, right? I wonder what the teacher's going to be like. I'm pretty nervous, Uraraka chattered. Ikumi hoped that whoever they got as a teacher would be better than Aldra. She sniffed the air distractedly. The coffee and cat smell was close by. Unwilling to leave his sleeping bag just yet, Shoyuta carefully flopped behind the newest student. Time to really spook these students. If you're here to socialize, then get out. The pair of students in the door turned around, Uraraka, the gravity girl, and the unmistakable Midoriya. He shuffled up, sking a jelly pouch down. The class finally quieted down, too slowly. Well, they would learn soon enough, if they didn't disappoint him. He gave the class a flat stare. It took you all 8 seconds to calm down. Time is a precious resource, and you are spending it. Not very rational, is it? Every second a hero delayed was a second that somebody was getting hurt, dying. Shoyuta swept his gaze over his class. About half of his students had quirks that could hurt themselves or other people easily, which was why he had chosen them. Those ones he would be keeping a careful eye on. My name is Aizawa Shoyuta, your homeroom teacher. Pleased to meet you. The class stared at each other, then back at him. Midoriya was looking at him with a slightly ped head, probably trying to figure out who he was. She could try and guess. Midoriya had ranked extremely high in the exam, but that didn't mean much if she was a typical teenager with a strong quirk. He pulled out a spare gym uniform he kept in his sleeping bag. The change rooms are next door. Change into your gym clothes and meet me at the main grounds. The changing rooms were a flurry of activity. Okay, what is our teacher making us change into our sports uniforms for? Mina wondered, pulling her top over her head. Dunno. Probably something crazy if it's anything like the exam, Jiraiya commented. True, wouldn't put anything past them. Mina looked over at Midoriya, who was staying quiet for the most part. What do you think, Midoriya? Me. When Mina nodded, Midoriya looked off to the side. Uraraka is known for being a bit unconventional, which they get away with by being the best in the country, really. Mina grinned, pumping a fist. Whatever it is, we can crush it like we beat the exam. When the rest of them stared at her, she grinned. We beat out like 300 other people, didn't we? Tsuyu nodded, a more determined look on her face than before. Mina's right, Carol. We all made it in, so we're just going to have to deal. As they filed out, she looked up at Midoriya. It was honestly pretty crazy to think that one of your classmates has legs that were almost as long as you were tall. Say, your hair looks incredible. What kind of product do you use? Once again Midoriya seemed to freeze up. Jigetsuheim moisturizing formula. Fur. Tsuyu nodded. It really brings out the gloss. I use their aquatic brand. Midoriya lit up a bit. It looks like it works really well. Your hair is really smooth, Azui. Please call me Tsuyu. No need to be formal, Karo. As Midoriya spluttered, Mina grinned at her. Come on, Midori. It's okay if she asks you to call her that. Mina couldn't help but smile as Midoriya awkwardly flustered about properly introducing herself. Tsuyu seemed to find it amusing as well, a slight smile on her face. Jerichus had given her crap about her appearance before, but she had never really cared. Still, the first day of hero school and already she'd made a couple of friends. Shoyuta was mildly impressed when his students got onto the grounds in good order. Better than the last lot he'd had at least. Good. Now that you're all here, we're doing a quirk assessment. He hid a smirk as the class collectively gasped. What? Uraraka looked at him with a confused expression. What about the entrance ceremony? Or the guidance sessions? Guidance sessions can come later. You don't have time to waste on things like the entrance ceremony. Especially since Nedzu had a tendency to drone on and he wasn't allowed to fall asleep. We are known for our freestyle education, after all. The class gave him confused looks. He gave them a look. You've all done those no-quirk fitness tests in middle school, right? The softball throw, the 50-meter dash, grip strength, you get the picture. He shook his head. The Board of Education wants to pretend that quirks never happened for the sake of their precious averages, but it's futile. Might as well get it over with and just let you use your quirk. Shoyuta leveled a stare at what he considered the prime example of this irrationality. Midoriya Ikumi squirmed a bit under his gaze. Midoriya, you placed first in the exam. How far could you throw a softball? She looked away. It was recorded as, 50 meters. The rest of the class looked confused at that, Midoriya looking to the side. Shoyuta could see that Shoji and Azui didn't look surprised. Internally he sighed at another bit of stupidity. The Board of Education insisted on. Heteromorph types had to hold back to normal human scores. And how far did it actually go? About 200? I wasn't able to properly measure it. Shoyuta tossed her a softball, which she fumbled and was forced to bend over and pick it up. In her massive furry hand it looked more like a small apple. Throw the ball as hard as you can, using your quirk in whatever way you see fit. Don't leave the circle to do so. Midoriya hesitated. Shouldn't I have, bigger ball? It wouldn't be fair. Shoyuta gave her a flat stare, but internally gave her a point for caring about such things. Life isn't fair. In this case, it's unfair in your favor. Throw the demon thing already, Midori. Bakugu yelled. Shoyuta shot him a glare, which the teenager ignored. Yaoyorozu raised her. Sensei? If you would approve it, I could make her a larger ball if you show me the schematics. These kids were shaping up to be good. That was bad. Good kids meant that he had to worry rather than let them drop out into a less life-threatening field. Not unreasonable, Yaoyorozu. What do you mean, make a larger ball? Midoriya pet her head to the side slightly before her eyes widened. Oh, is that your quirk? Because that's so interesting. Pulling up the design for the ball on his phone, Shoyuta handed it over to Yaoyorozu. She blinked, humming as she went over the design. That should be it. Then she unzipped her shirt, eliciting concerned shouting from Jairu and Midoriya as well as a whoop from Mineta and Kaminari. He glared at them and they looked away awkwardly. Jairu gave them both the stink eye, a couple of other classmates raising their eyebrows. Could be a problem, but only if it interfered with the tests. Hopefully he could nip that kind of behavior in the bud before it became a problem. Nobody wanted another Captain Celebrity case. Her stomach sparkled with light and a larger version of the ball appeared. Midoriya looked at it with wonder. Oh, so your quirk lets you make anything you want? That's so cool. Well, I have to know how it's made, but yes, just about anything. Yaoyorozu beamed at Midoriya. Shoyuta raised a mental eyebrow. So far Midoriya wasn't acting like his typical model of typical students with a strong quirk, nor like students who came in with natural size and bulk. Those students tended to think that training was beneath them, that their natural size and quirk would be enough. Those kinds he was used to forcing out. And he had seen her pass up robots in the exam that she should have been able to beat. Shoyuta had assumed it was an arrogant thing, a way of showing, I don't need all those points. Maybe not. Midoriya picked the enlarged ball up, looking at it with narrowed eyes. Then she ished in a breath before sticking the ball in her mouth. Shoyuta barely reacted as she breathed a massive column of flame, the ball shooting off with it. Reasonably creative, at least. More than most of the larger students I've dealt with at least. Shoyuta held up his phone, displaying the score, 749 meters. Good. Now we have a better idea of your limits. We're a step closer to figuring out what kind of hero you will be. Midoriya blinked, an awestruck look on her face. The rest of the class seemed to be in a similar mood. Kaminari grinned at a neighbor. We can use our quirks however we feel like? Awesome. As the students started to talk amongst themselves, Shoyuta sighed. Time to see what they were made of. Ikumi shivered when she saw Aizawa's stare lock onto Kaminari. A dark aura seemed to come off the quiet teacher. Oh, awesome? His glare swept over the whole class. You think your 3 years here will be all fun and games? Then here's a game. The person who gets the lowest score on these tests will get expelled. For a moment, everybody stood still. Then they reacted. Hold on. Uraraka shouted. That's not fair. Life isn't fair. Anybody who tells you otherwise is selling something, Aizawa shot back. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. Villain attacks, natural disasters. Those aren't fair either. When you're a hero, your job will be correcting that unfairness. Ikumi frowned at him. She was well aware that life wasn't fair. Even so, it's our first day. Were you expecting U.A to be easy? We're going to put you through the ringer. Aizawa smiled, or more accurately bared his teeth. That's plus ultra for you. Do whatever you have to do to overcome it. Ikumi swallowed anxiously. Katsuki shoved Midori in the side as they got ready for the 50-meter dash. While he disliked the hobo teacher, that challenge he'd issued had lit a fire in him. Katsuki wanted to get the first to end all firsts and rub it in the guy's face. Get ready to lose, Midori, he growled. Midori gave him a curt nod, trying to brace properly against the tiny footsteps. Katsuki paused as they got ready. An idea for how to ace this thing came to mind and he smirked. When they were given the go-ahead, he activated his quirk in both hands, flinging himself forwards with the force. 4.13 seconds, the robot intoned. Midori came just behind. 5.01 seconds. He raised an eyebrow. Eat sheet, Midori. I beat you. I could have beaten you back in Aldra if they let me, she shot back. Katsuki snarled at that. Aldra had told Midori to walk it, since she would have otherwise gotten it. Midori had tried to run properly one time and had gotten a verbal reprimand to not use your quirk in school. Hobo teacher was right about being able to use your quirk for school, at least. Mizo looked over at Ikumi as she got ready for the grip strength test. How do you feel about using your quirk like this? Ikumi paused, picking up the grip strength machine, conveniently upsized for her by Yaoyorozu. Honestly, he done some training at the gym, but it feels, I don't know, different when you're doing it for an official school event. He wrapped his hands around the grip strength machine and squeezed it shut. What kind of training? Strength and endurance, and a bit of flexibility. I want to be able to fit in most buildings. Ikumi looked at it consideringly, then placed the machine in her mouth, biting down hard. The metal beneath her jaw creaked under the force. In spite of himself, he blinked. Then he shrugged. Animal heteromorphs tended to have stronger bites. His own strength test read 580 kilograms, over 10 times what he had gotten in middle school. It made sense. He had been training each arm at the gym as well as using them together. Zero looked at him admiringly. Whoa, 580 kilos. Hot DMN, are you a gorilla or an octopus? Octopus, that's pretty CC, Mineta mumbled. Mizo was a bit thrown by that. He hadn't really heard anybody from his hometown call him that before. A lot of other things, but never CC. Yaoyorozu's eyes widened as Ikumi pulled her grip strength tester out, pausing as she screwed a vise shut on her own. And 900 kilograms? The rest of the class stared at it, causing Ikumi to shrink back. Mizo had to agree with the general shock the class felt. Having a bite almost equal to a ton was scarily impressive. Ikumi blushed, taking it out of her mouth. I knew I had a strong bite, but I didn't know it was that strong. I didn't even use the other part of my quirk for it. Next to her, Bakugu seethed. Don't think that means you're better than me. I think it does, Kaken. In this event at least. Mizo gave her a thumbs up. That's close to a shark's bite, Kumi. Nice work. Mina whistled. Hot dim girl. She gripped her tester, concentrating. Pink sparks traveled up her arm as she squeezed before it settled. 200 kilograms and change. Ikumi looked over at the pink-skinned girl with a curious look on her face. I thought your quirk was to do with acid, but super strength and electricity as well? Mina looked up. A dash. She looked over excitedly. Mezu recognized the look in her eye, having seen it when she was talking to him about his quirk. Well, my quirk has 2 aspects to it. Well, 3 if you count the mutative aspect. But this is really interesting. You make acid in your body to release from your hands and feet, right? The pink-skinned girl looked a bit overwhelmed. Yes. Ikumi tugged on her bottom lip, appraising Mina. Quirks with dual aspects tend to be related in some way. Is your quirk a stockpile one by nature? where the acid in your body acts in a similar fashion to a battery and builds electrical impulses to stimulate and fuel additional strength. Mina paused, eyes wide. Yes, that's how it works. Mizo shook his head slightly. It sounded a bit complicated to him, but then again, Ikumi was a huge fan of quirks. But two aspects? He would have to ask Ikumi later. Minoru wondered if he was in some special circle of hell as he got up for the standing long jump. Here he was, in a class whose girls were universally smoking hot, and he couldn't appreciate it. Every time he thought about the girls, the threat of expulsion loomed in his head and banished his happy thoughts. Still, he could hopefully be excused for staring at the unmistakable Midoriya as she took a similar page from Aoyama's book and propelled herself backwards with her fire, getting a ridiculously high score. If only he'd been as tall as her. When she had walked into the class, he had been stunned and more than a little envious of her height. He was used to being the absolute shortest person around, but to see a girl almost 3 times as tall as you felt pretty humiliating. Then he had looked at her chest, made some calculations and realized that they were each roughly the size of his torso. After that incredible mental image he had formed his resolve. He was going to die smothered beneath them, or he was never going to die. Too bad that their insane teacher was probably going to expel him. Minoru was under no illusions about his strength. He was the size of a toddler. It wasn't that he hadn't exercised in preparation for youth, it just wasn't his best area. He had a mean throw and could run fast, but that wasn't much in the face of guys with engines in their legs. Soon enough it was his turn for the jump. Fortunately he had a strategy. He pulled more and more ball from his head, stacking them into a pile. Then he braced against it, building as much force as he could. His ball flexed back, then shot him forwards with tremendous force, managing to get just over the white line. Yaoyorozu pulled out one of those athletes' trampolines and did much the same thing, managing to go further than him. Minoru actually wanted to cry at that. At least he got the undisputed highest score in the side-to-side steps, even if he had almost puked afterwards. Mina looked at the softball, grinning determinedly. Okay, just remember All Might's advice. Clench your butt cheeks and yell. One for all sparked up from her feet, traveling up her body and mixing with her acid. A huge amount built up just under her skin, only about as acidic as lemon juice. Acid smash. A jet of high-pressure acid mixed with her throw sent it cannonballing through the air. Mina huffed as it flew. Aizawa watched with tired eyes before holding up his phone. 750.6 meters, it read. Mina took a deep breath. All Might's advice was working perfectly. It was pretty much the same control she used for her own acid, just with a lot more power to work with in dialing it around. Most of One for All seemed to have gone into her acid. She could make so much more now and at higher pressure. She was going to have to thank Ikumi so much for describing a perfect way to explain how her quirk had changed. Everybody cheered at that. You beat Midori's score. Bakugo cackled, elbowing her in the side. The taller girl ignored it in favor of clapping. Mina noticed that the boy with red and white hair, Karuki, was glaring at Bakugo. She kind of wondered why he was doing that. Maybe he didn't like his attitude? Bakugo seemed to be an a-hole, but Ikumi wasn't pushing him away or anything. Then she got distracted when Uraraka blew everybody's scores for the softball throw out of the water. Aizawa barely blinked as he held out a phone displaying infinity, while everybody else lost their minds. Bakugo's own efforts managed to eclipse hers, managing an impressive 750.7 meters. Mina rolled her eyes as he smirked at the pair of them, Ikumi just shaking her head. He's pretty competitive. Mina gave Bakugo a challenging grin. No way she was going to back down to him easily. Aizawa swept his gaze over his current class. They panted, some looking more confident than others. Mineta in particular looked like he was on the verge of a breakdown. Alright, time for the results. Despite his seemingly lazy appearance, he had been keeping an eye on them as they went, ready to erase an out-of-control quirk. And he was suitably impressed. Some students had turned out to be obvious powerhouses. Midoriya, Ishido and Bakugo had gotten some of the highest scores in various events. Others had been a bit more unexpected. He had like Yaoyorozu's approach, the girl having the right mindset for a quirk with practically limitless application. Seeing the girl just pull a moped out of her body and drive around for the endurance and 50-meter fash had been amusing. As had the cannon. Now, your total score reflects your performance totaled over all the events. I won't go into details, but I was watching how you applied your quirk in each event. You'll just get the final results now. A bit of a white lie, he had been watching for how they used it outside of events as well. Yaoyorozu had gotten extra points for helping Midoriya with fabricating equipment. Kaminari had charged a couple of his classmates' phones. He tapped the hologram emitter, displaying the rankings. The top 5 had been contentious, but Yaoyorozu had taken the top spot, followed by Midoriya and Bakugo, the larger of the pair staring in wonder while Bakugo gave a determined glare at the rest of the class. Todoroki gave everybody a neutral stare, while Ishido cheered at getting 5th place. Aizawa gave the class a natural stare. By the way, I was lying about expelling somebody. Silence. What? Metre, who had been at the bottom, looked up at Aizawa with tears and snot pouring down his face. Yuang Tang Yu, he blubbered. The short boy ran forwards to hug him. Aizawa easily sidestepped the boy and let him faceplant. That was just a rational deception to bring out your best. He smirked at them. Yaoyorozu sighed. Well, of course it was a lie. The top hero school wouldn't expel students on the first day, after all. Aizawa paused. She was technically right. The expulsion did go on their records, but unless they were serious slackers or displayed truly abhorrent behavior, they got back in the next day. Metre was a borderline case, but he had gotten his head in the game after that threat. Still, he would have to make sure that any perverted antics were swiftly dealt with. Midoriya shook her head. That's a bit of a cruel trick, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa turned around. Get changed and meet back at the classroom, he called over his shoulder. The guidance sessions will start shortly, so don't waste time. As he left, he sighed. Couldn't be more obvious, could you? All Might frowned at the younger man. I didn't think you were the type to lie, Eraserhead. You expelled your entire class last year. Eraserhead sighed. Yes. I gave them the same threat and even then they treated it like a game. He grinned. So I let them stay in the general course for a bit before re-enrollment. They took it a lot more seriously after that. All Might could see the logic in that, but it still chafed. He preferred using gentle encouragement to methods like Eraserhead's. The other teacher gave him a tired stare. So, why are you here? Because I'm sure you could be using that muscle form in a more productive way. No. I just wanted to keep an eye on Ishido, Bakugo, and Midoriya. I think they have serious potential. He looked at the man closely, having noticed his eyes widening very slightly. And so do you. Eraserhead paused. Midoriya surpassed my expectations of oversized students. She applied her quirk well and she's clearly put in some training. And Ishido uses your irrational smash call sign. All Might shrugged. He was just happy to see that his advice on controlling his quirk was working so well for Ishido. Maybe he was better at this teaching thing than he'd initially thought? Still, he had a lesson to plan for their heroics class. The girls' change room was abuzz. Ikumi gave Yaoyorozu a wide smile as she awkwardly fumbled with her tie. You were incredible out there, Yaoyorozu. Your quirk is amazing. Jaira grinned. Gotta admit, seeing you pull a cannon out of your stomach was metal as hell. Yaoyorozu blushed. He was nothing really. Ikumi glanced over at Ochako, the brown-haired girl taking a deep breath. And you threw that ball so far it went into orbit. I just removed its gravity and then threw it hard? Uraraka squeaked. I have to admit, Midoriya, your performance was incredible as well, Karo, Azui said. Ikumi spluttered a bit. What? She wasn't really used to hearing things like that being said about her. Kaken tended to be more confrontational, seeing it as more of a rivalry than anything else. It was pretty nice? Hagakure bounced over. Yeah. You were like, fush and crunch. And you just acted really cool. Jaira grinned. Girl power for the top 2 in the assessment test. Ikumi and Yaoyorozu flushed simultaneously as the others cheered. Girl power. Katsuki was just pulling on his shirt when he heard shitty hair come up behind him. Gotta say, That was manly as hell out there. He shook his head. I mean, overcoming an obstacle like that expulsion threat? Uraraka is awesome. Nerdjock chopped the air aggressively. I must disagree about the expulsion threat being manly. Our own teacher threatened to expel us only to reveal it was a ruse? How can we trust him in the future? He snorted. Hobo-sensei had meant it when he said that he'd expel a student. BSRD had changed his mind for some reason. Grape Beach sighed. I'm glad he didn't. I was terrified that I'd miss out on seeing the smoking hot babes here. Birdhead shook his head. Truly your heart is mired in darkness. Katsuki glared at the grape hard. Off with that sheet, Grape Beach. Nerdjock glared at him. Bakugu. That language is unbefitting somebody in the hero course dash. He flipped the Nerdjock off. It's like the hobo teacher said, we're not here to have fun, we're here to learn how to be heroes. We don't have time for meaningless sheet. Nerdjock looked affronted, while Shitty Hair shrugged. Well, it's kinda crude but I see what you're going for, Bakugu. We all gotta do our best. Grape Beach looked affronted. Well, I guess you're the kind of guy who isn't interested in girls, considering you're not interested in the beauties on the other side of this wall. But he wisely didn't say anything else. Katsuki threw on his blazer, then paused. He glared at the other BSRD who had been staring at him when he thought he wasn't looking. You got a problem, half and half? The BSRD simply glared at him, then turned and left. Katsuki snorted. The rest of the day passed without any more insanity, seeming almost mundane compared to the insanity earlier in the morning. Ikumi glanced down to Yaoyorozu as she left. Goodbye, Yaoyorozu. Have a nice evening. Yaoyorozu gave her a wide smile. Thank you, Midoriya. Hopefully tomorrow will be more conventional. Katsuki stomped off. Like anything's gonna be normal with Hobo-sensei. He turned around. Hurry up, Midori. I actually want to make the train. Ikumi shook her head. Coming, Kaken. Mezu came over, slinging his bag over his shoulder. Mind if I walk with you guys to the train station? No, sure. Ikumi beamed at the multi-armed boy. Don't mind Kaken, he's a bit prickly. Kaken was waiting for them at the main door. Took you long enough, Midori. He gave Mezu a look, then shrugged. You did pretty well today, Octopus. Ikumi was happy that Mezu apparently didn't take offense. You and Ikumi were pretty dangerous out there as well. We both tried to train ourselves as much as possible, and Kaken's parents let us do some practice in his backyard. Ikumi trailed off. Mezu nodded, letting his arm change into a mouth. But it's different from being able to use your quirks so freely. Kaken grunted. Hobo-sensei was right. Speaking of, he looked up at Midori intently. You have any idea who he is? Ikumi paused. It's just a theory, but I think he might be Eraserhead. Mezu paused. I think I heard that name before. He's an underground hero, right? Who can stop people's quirks from working. She nodded, Kaken giving a considering look. He wasn't a hero I recognized immediately, and he would have to be good at being a hero if you'd wanted to hire him, so I thought he had to be an underground hero. I looked through some old posts and I came across a description of Eraserhead that matched Aizawa. Kaken barked out a laugh. Good sheet, Midori. You actually put your nerd brain to good use. As they walked home, Ikumi couldn't help but feel confident. Meeting up with friends and making some new ones, it was almost more than she could have hoped for. Inko looked up at Ikumi as she dished up another serving of rice. How was your first day, Ikumi? Ikumi smiled. It was pretty crazy if I'm being honest. Oh. Ikumi carefully dished up a mound of vegetables. Well, we had to do this quirk assessment test as the first thing all day. Our teacher, Aizawa, said that we could use our quirks to do it dash. Way more interesting than what we did in school, Hisashi commented. He grinned up at her. So, how'd you do in this test? She managed a bright grin. Oh, I got second in the class. Hisashi and Inko both smiled at that, her husband grinning inappropriately. Did you beat Katsuki then? When Ikumi nodded, he cackled. It's good for him to lose sometimes. Then her face fell slightly. But then, Aizawa-sensei said that whoever got last place was going to get expelled dash. Inko nearly dropped her chopsticks. What? Don't worry. Nobody got expelled. Ichi said it was a logical ruse to make us do our best. Inko shook her head. Our teachers certainly didn't do anything like that when we were in high school, she murmured. Still, she would have to hope that he knew what he was doing. Hisashi shook his head. Yuta really is crazy if they send you a hologram emitter and then threaten to kick you out on the first day, he muttered. Then he smiled. Sounds like Yuta-is more interesting than Aldra at least. Inko gave him a light nudge. Honestly, she sighed. Then she gave Ikumi a proud smile. Well, you're going to have to keep going. So after this Quirk assessment, what did you do next? Ikumi thought back on it. Well, after the near expulsion threat that was the Quirk assessment, 1A had gone into their next class with a feeling of foreboding and trepidation. Present Mike had grinned at them cheerfully as they came through the door. Welcome, little listeners. Come on in, sit down, and we're going to go into the exciting world of English. Kaminari raised his hand. Are you going to expel any of us if we don't get it right? Present Mike slapped a hand to his face. Minute show Yuta. You just had to ruin my opening with your logical ruse. He gave Kaminari and the class a gentle smile. Nah, no logical ruses here, except for homophones. As one, the class breathed a sigh of relief. Present Mike grinned as they sat down. Now then, I'm sure you're wondering why you're learning English at a hero course. That's for a couple of reasons. Present Mike pulled out a piece of chalk and started scribbling on the board behind him. Now, the first reason is that as heroes, you might be the first person a tourist on the street comes to if they have a problem. As heroes, you might have to get intel about a crime that happened to them or just give them directions to a landmark or hotel. They should just have a map on their phones or something, Kakin grumbled. Ikumi shushed him. The second reason? Present Mike grinned. Being able to speak a second language is awesome. Plus it means that you can look like a cool dude or dudette in front of other people. So we're gonna learn how to flex on people with English. Who's up for it? The class cheered even. Bokugo lightening up a bit. He gave them all a proud smile. Great! Now, today's just a light lesson, so we're going to go over the basics of English and get an idea of where everybody is in the class. Ikumi had to admit that it was a lot more interesting than Aldra's English lessons. Present Mike was enthusiastic and energetic, always giving the class encouragement and urging them to practice their English. Plus, it was Present Mike teaching. Hisashi had to admit that Ikumi's day sounded pretty amazing when put like that, as she talked about her teachers more energetically than she ever had before. So all of your classes are taught by heroes? Ikumi nodded, beaming. Why yeah. Present Mike Yamada teaches English and ectoplasm, while Yukuda-sensei teaches mathematics. She looked down a bit awkwardly. It, well, still feels a bit weird calling them by their civilian names if I'm being honest. I kind of wish I'd been taught by heroes when I was in school, Hisashi grinned. So were they all in costume or were they in suits? Oh, in costume. Ikumi grinned. It was just so cool, seeing them up close. A thought struck him. He leaned over to grab a piece of pork. Say, Midnight is apparently a teacher there. Did you see her? No, not today. I think she teaches modern art history. I think we have her tomorrow. Great. Hisashi looked at Ikumi with a conspiratorial air. Say, do you think she teaches in costume as well? Inko gave him a look which he pretended to ignore as Ikumi spluttered. A bright red flush crept through her fur. What? Hisashi's grin grew wider. Just saying, the boys in your class would have a real hard time focusing on her lesson plan if she taught them wearing her gear dash. Ikumi gave a pained groan, slumping down. Dad! He held his hands up, laughing. Okay, no more embarrassing remarks. Even though it's part of my job as your father to embarrass you. Ikumi sighed. It is her hero costume, and it's visually striking. But there's a reason she's referred to as the R-rated heroine, Dad. It might be a bit inappropriate for her to show up in costume. I know. Hisashi paused, giving his daughter a smile. Still, this is great. You made it in and tomorrow you're going to have a heroics class. Ikumi's eyes went wide. Oh my god, I forgot that was tomorrow. She anxiously pulled on her bottom lip. I really hope that they got my costume dash. Inko put a calming hand on her upper arm. Don't worry so much, Ikumi. They definitely have it, we submitted it specially. Make sure you go to sleep, Ikumi, Hisashi joked. You've got a big day ahead of you. I know. Ikumi waved her hands around. It just feels like a dream, you know? As they started moving everything to the dishwasher, Hisashi paused as he looked up at Ikumi. I'm really proud of you for getting in, you know? I know. You're officially my favorite daughter. Ikumi shook her head, grin forming on her face. More like your only daughter. Hisashi huffed, a tiny tongue of flame passing his lips. That just makes it doubly true then. He gave her a light shove. Knock him dead in hero training tomorrow, Ikumi. Katsuki grinned up at Midori as they got off the train. We're finally doing hero sheet at Yuda Midori. Midori sighed. It's not like we weren't doing anything like that yesterday, Kaken, she mumbled, carefully stepping around some other pedestrians. He shoulder-checked his way through. We did one thing that could be hero stuff yesterday and that was being threatened by Hobo-sensei in a gym test. Kaken. She gasped. You can't call him a hobo. What? Katsuki shoulder-checked somebody who tried to get in his way. Guy showed up to teach and be a hero in his goddamn pajamas. It's sloppy. The hag certainly had a long list of expletives regarding people who showed up to a fashion show in similar attire. Even his dad had only told her not to swear in front of Katsuki. Like he hadn't heard all those words already. Midori opened her mouth, then closed it. I think he may have slept in his clothes, she mumbled. Katsuki barked with laughter as they came up to the door. Shoving the door open, he was rewarded with Nerd Jock's disapproving glare. Hurry to your seats. You ever gonna take that stick out your butt, glasses? Katsuki flopped into his chair. Glasses followed him, hands chopping the air robotically. I simply seek to act in a manner befitting this great institution dash. Katsuki tuned out Glasses' attitude as he got his desk ready for the day. Eventually he got the point and went back to his seat, huffing disapprovingly. Then a certain JRK walked down the aisle. Half and Half briefly stopped in front of Katsuki, his face showing absolutely no emotion. Then the BSRD went to his chair, ignoring everybody else. Midori looked at the guy, then at him. What did you do to him? She whispered. Katsuki shrugged as Hobo-sensei walked in. Haven't done shit to him. Guy's just an a-hole. He scowled. Him. As Hobo-sensei started doing roll, Katsuki kept his eyes firmly locked on the front of the room. Whatever the hero class was going to be about, he was ready to kill it. Minoru couldn't help but grin when he saw Midnight come into their class in full hero attire. Yep, this is officially the best school on the planet. Next to him, Midoriya looked a bit shocked. And Midnight's our teacher? In full hero costume. Midnight grinned. We're all technically on duty as heroes, so we can wear our costumes as necessary. Besides, it's surprisingly comfortable. She gasped, then started frantically babbling. I wasn't, disapproving or anything. I mean, I don't think I could pull off a look like that and dash. Minoru shook his head frantically. Miss out on this? No way. It's all right, Midoriya. No harm done. Midnight looked out at the rest of the class, grinning. It kind of leads into this class. Modern art history. Her face grew more serious as she came over to the blackboard. Now, I'm sure you're all wondering what relevance art history has for the hero course. Bakugu slouched in his chair. Yep. Midnight shook her head slightly. That's because of the largest modern phenomena in the past century, heroes. A hologram projector turned on, and she flicked through scenes. As the cultural phenomenon of heroes swept the world, so heroes have influenced the art scene as well. From the very first vigilantes that came from the chaos of Quirk's emerging, a photograph of a group of men wearing leather and masks fighting a man holding a torn-out safe, to the establishment of the current hero system according to the New York regulations, it switched to a photo of a smiling hero with an America-themed cape shaking hands with a politician. Her face grew more solemn. And the tragedies that came from certain groups. The projector briefly showed a painting Minoru recognized, a depiction of the Jita Purge, the stylized black robes of the CRC standing starkly amongst the forest background. It was almost idyllic, until you saw the figures hanging from the trees and the blood on the ground. Minoru shuddered. Next to him, Midoriya took a deep breath, then her face set in a more determined look. Everybody in class seemed to be shaken at seeing a reminder of such an event. Even Todoroki seemed a bit on edge. Midnight turned the projector off, a stoic look on her face. Art isn't always pleasant. The men and women we will be learning about through their works came from very different times. Current standards weren't always the norm, regrettably. For the first time in a while, Minoru wasn't trying to look at Midnight's chest. Midnight grinned at them. Plus, we'll be going over a bit of hero costume design. Bertolt Brecht once said, "Art is not a mirror to reflect reality, but a hammer with which to shape it." A hero's costume is a piece of art by itself, and you may decide to change your costume to something more accurate to the hero you want to be. As the class started properly and they went through the material, Minoru grinned. His costume already declared what kind of hero he wanted to be in the future. A super cool one who women would actually like. When the bell rang for lunch, Minoru felt disappointed to be leaving the lesson. And not just because he wasn't able to see Midnight's costume anymore. Mina carefully held out her lunch card to Lunch Rush, grinning. "The big curry rice, please." Lunch Rush gave a thumbs up. "Sure thing. Any accompaniments?" "Natto. Lots and lots of natto." Mina grinned as the big bowl was carefully deposited on her tray, followed by a heaping serve of natto. Stomach rumbling, she sat down. All Might had warned her that one-for-all stockpiling nature meant that it needed a lot of fuel to keep running. She was about to dig in when she saw Midoriya, the timid girl stacking plate after plate on a tray sized for her. Beaming, she waved her over. "Hey Midoriya, you want to sit over here?" Midoriya blinked, then when she was sure she had the right amount of food came over, careful not to bump into people on the way. "Hey Ashido dash," her nose wrinkled. That's a lot of natto." "I really like natto." Mina started stirring rapidly, then once she was sure she had done it enough, dumped it on top of the curry. Midoriya gagged slightly and Mina winced. "Oh, sorry, I forgot you had a really good sense of smell." She shook her head rapidly. It's fine, Ashido." A low grumble came from her side of the table. Flushing through her fur, Midoriya broke her chopsticks apart and quickly gave thanks. Taking a bite, her eyes widened. "So good." Mina laughed, giving thanks and finished mixing her natto in with her curry. "I mean, we had lunch yesterday and it was just as good then." Quickly she ate the curry, grinning widely as the taste hit her. Lunch Rush was 2DMN good at his job. "There you are." Bakugo stomped up, his own obnoxiously spicy dish in hand. Mina could swear there was a visible heat haze coming off the thing. He glared up at Midoriya as he sat down. "Don't if you run off without me, Midori." Midoriya shrugged, cheeks bulging with food. Swallowing, she sighed. It's not like I can't sit with friends every once in a while, Kaken." Bakugo took a bite, chewed and swallowed. His angry face mellowed out before he ground out, "That's good." Mina grinned. Not even Bakugo could stay grumpy in the face of Lunch Rush's food. She swallowed another bite of natto curry and he stared at her. "Duffy hell, you an alien or something, Pinky?" She sighed at that. "What's wrong with natto? It's disgusting is what it is." Bakugo swallowed another mouthful of potentially nuclear curry. "Is this seat taken?" Mina grinned upon hearing the familiar voice. "Nah, it's available dash." She looked over to Yaoyorozu and her jaw dropped. Yaoyorozu stood there slightly sheepishly, her tray piled high with food. "Thank you." She bowed graciously, taking a seat and putting it down. Bakugo stared at it. "DMN, ponytail. Do you have enough food there?" Mina shot him a small glare which he summarily ignored. Yaoyorozu gave him a polite smile. "Well, creation is a calorie and lipid-intensive quirk, so I'm eating as much as I can to fuel it for this afternoon." Mina nodded in acknowledgement. "Same. I need a fair amount of fuel for acid to make enough." Midoriya looked up, eyes sparkling. So that's how your creation quirk is fueled. I guess that it had to be something internal since you made things come from your body rather than them appearing next to you. So you said it came from lipids and calories? Yes? Is your quirk a stockpile that focuses on existing fat cells, or is it all in the plus alpha? Or is it not a stockpile quirk, but a metabolic facet that breaks down lipids in the process to fuel your body's stamina, similar to Lampert's proposal? Mina paused, chopsticks to her mouth. Yaoyorozu was in a similar position. A dash. She blinked, then covered her mouth. Sorry. I know that it's awkward. Sometimes I get a bit excited about quirks, and yours is a really interesting one dash. Yaoyorozu shook her head. No, it's fine. Regarding your question, my quirk stockpiles excess energy in my fat cells, rather than the plus alpha. Though in a way it is similar to Lampert's analysis of various quirks. Mina shook her head, confused. Wait, who's Lampert dash? Bakugu reached over and roughly patted Mina on the shoulder. Some old quirk nerd. Don't get them started or we'll be here all day. Midoriya blushed. I'm not that bad. But Kaken's probably right. We're going to be busy this afternoon, so we should probably get started. Here. Mina picked up her chopsticks and twisted the natto in her bowl again. Let's get to it. On a different table, Denki was well aware that he was staring at Yaoyorozu as she ate lunch. At least he wasn't alone. Next to him, Jiraiya was looking at her as well. Where is it all going? He muttered as the dark-haired girl daintily finished the bowl of pork belly and rice, reaching for a bowl of noodles. Yaoyorozu ate quickly yet politely, and about half the food was gone already. Was there a black hole in her stomach or something? Midoriya eating a lot of food he could understand. She was the tallest person in class and had a fire quirk, and those guys usually needed more food. And Mina, well, she had super strength and acid, that probably needed a lot of food to use. He hadn't expected the nice, polite Yaoyorozu to eat enough for 3 people. I can't look away, Jiraiya muttered, distractedly eating her own meal. She tried to harangue him for staring only to join him when Yaoyorozu kept eating. It's rude to stare. Despite his words, his eyes didn't budge. Mineta shook his head. Really? She's not even eating in an RDC way. That's gross, Mineta, Tsuyu bluntly stated. As Mineta turned and glared at Tsuyu, Denki managed to tear his eyes away. Still, is anybody else nervous for this afternoon? He tried to deflect. I mean, it's going to be our first hero class. Course I'm nervous. Mineta shouted. I mean, what if it's Aizawa-sensei and he decides to actually expel one of us? Jiraiya rolled her eyes, having managed to tear her stare away from Yaoyorozu. Yeah, the logical ruse. Kind of agree with Ida about him shaking our faith in him. Denki shook his head. It's not like we're going to get a teacher that's worse than Aizawa, right? That's hard to imagine, Tsuyu flatly said. Ikumi fidgeted slightly in her chair, nervous energy pouring off her. The rest of the class wasn't much better, the anticipation building. This was what they had come here for, the opportunity to learn how to be heroes and save others. She wondered who the teacher was going to be. Maybe it was going to be Snipe. She knew that he was a hero here, but wasn't sure what subject he taught. All Might was a possibility, but it would have made more sense for him to teach the 3rd years rather than them. I am. Ikumi's eyes went wide. No way. Coming through the door like a normal person. All Might, the All Might shouted, walking into the classroom in a way that was anything but normal. Immediately everybody in the class cheered, Ikumi cheering with them. All Might's really here, teaching us. Kaminari almost screamed. Ikumi gasped slightly. That's his Silver Age costume. Worn back when Sir Night Eye was his sidekick. All Might stood in front of the lectern, his signature smile lighting up the room. Now then, kids. I'm going to be teaching hero basics. This class will put you through all kinds of training to help mold you into the best heroes you can be. He turned around, flashing a card that read, Battle Training. No time like the present, so let's not dawdle. Kaken grinned like a jack-o'-lantern. Battle training, he growled. Ikumi wasn't the biggest fan of fighting, but if it was called for. Yay! All Might clicked a tiny remote. And for hero training, you'll need these. Slots on the walls hissed open, a set of 20 briefcases popping out. According to your Quirk registry and the special requests you made beforehand, Uraraka presents your costumes. If the atmosphere before was electric, then Ikumi didn't have a proper term for the excitement coursing through the room. Costumes, she breathed. Once you've changed, then come in ranking order to training ground beta. All Might's smile seemed to widen as they cheered. Ikumi picked her costume up with a trembling hand. This was the next step on the way to becoming a hero. Ochako looked at her costume with a raised eyebrow. Most of it was a skin-tight bodysuit, with light pink boots and bracers. Not what I meant when I said space-themed, but it's fine. At least all the additions I asked for are there. Hagakure pulled on her own costume, a light gray leotard with similarly colored boots and gloves. With the press of a switch on her wrist, the entire ensemble turned invisible. I thought I was going to have to run around naked. Jairu turned from looking at her black leather jacket and blinked. Whoa, Midoriya. Nice one. Looking at Ikumi, Ochako had to agree. Ikumi had gone with something more formal than they'd expected. She wore a dark purple three-piece suit, the legs baggy to give her plenty of room to move. The sleeves of her black shirt were short, exposing her furry arms. A red bow tie was fastened neatly in place, complementing the red boots she wore over any other shoes. She looked more like a businesswoman than a hero, but it admittedly complemented her figure well. Once aware that everybody was staring at her, Ikumi squirmed a bit. I asked some friends of my parents to make it, and I wanted a costume to pay homage to one of my favorite heroes. Ochako gave her a thumbs up. It looks really good on you. Should have really been more specific with mine. I wanted it to be a homage to 13. Ikumi hummed. But 13's costume is more to contain the side effects of her Q-quirk. It wouldn't have really been practical from a combat standpoint? Just since heroes usually do a lot of fighting. So you nodded. She's right, Carol. 13's costume is pretty bulky. I guess. Ochako finished pulling her costume on. Would have been nice if it wasn't so skin-tight. I understand. Yaoyorozu nodded, and Ochako's eyes nearly bugged out of her head when she saw the depth of neckline she had. I asked for a costume that had more skin exposed. More skin? Ashido yelled, her costume a camouflage pattern in teal and purple. It's practically a swimsuit. Yaoyorozu flushed. I saw some images of female heroes and their costumes, especially Midnight when she was a student. Ikumi's eyes went wide. Yaoyorozu, she was nearly naked, and that costume forced the laws regarding costumes to change. Flushing bright red, she gestured. I not a bodysuit like hers? I didn't want to waste time tearing it in the middle of a fight. Yaoyorozu blinked. Does it look bad? Well, it looks nice. Jar suddenly shook her head, blushing. And maybe we should get to training ground beta. Before it's too late, she coughed out. As they filed out, Ochako grinned up at Ikumi. Well, this is it, isn't it? Ikumi strode forwards, a more confident expression on her face. Yeah. This is it. Katsuki glanced up at Midori as they left for the training ground, stepping out into the sun. His own costume was black and dark green, orange accents on his tank top and mask adding to the look. The hag did all right with the suit, he grunted. Midori nodded, eyes sparkling. Yeah, I know she said she could make a suit that I could fight in, but this is she rolled her shoulders, the fabric not bunching or catching. Katsuki grunted. Yeah, she's pretty good at designing clothes. And she has your measurements. Ever since Midori's growth spurt, the hag had kept dragging her off to model clothes. In exchange for a fair chunk of extra pocket money, she'd been put into a wide variety of outfits the hag was working on, helping Midori get proper measurements for her clothing and also getting a leg up on the competition. She had also seen it as a way to try and get Midori to wear something that wasn't hero merch or those t-shirts that said, shirt, to limited success. Though some of their classmates had frankly sheet taste when it came to costumes. He glared at two of the biggest offenders, Thick Lips and Great Beach. Thick Lips' costume was boring as hell and a frankly hideous mustard yellow, and the Grape wore what looked like a diaper. If his parents saw them, Then the pair of them would be stuck in their studio for a week while they got a fashion overhaul. But their classmates' terrible taste couldn't take away that they were going to have actual hero training. Today, Katsuki's lips peeled back in a savage grin. All Might took a deep breath as the students came through. He only had a small amount of experience teaching young Ishido, but she had managed to master one for all pretty easily, hadn't she? And he had spent all of last night and his free time furiously flipping through teaching for complete idiots to help prepare his lesson. As the students lined up in front of him, he couldn't help but feel confident about the future ahead. In only a couple of years they would be heroes in their own right, and a couple like Ishido and Midoriya had already been a hero in one way or another. He shook himself slightly. Time to start them off with a basic exercise. A young man in body armor, an ingenium. It was good to see the family tradition had continued, raised a hand. All Might Sensei, this appears to be the same field that we used for the entrance exam. Will we be performing cityscape maneuvers? All Might shook his head. Nope. Today's focus will be indoor fights. His smile shifted slightly to a more serious one. Now, the flashiest battles happen outdoors, but statistically the worst villains are found indoors. After all, things like black market deals don't happen out in the open. The class seemed to pick up on his words and he smiled. So today, you'll be split into teams of 2 and face off against each other. For a second, everybody was quiet. Then, a flurry of questions came from various students. Are we not having any basic training beforehand, Karo? Bakugo's face split into a feral grin. Can I just blast everybody away? Yaoyorozu raised her hand. What determines victory in this exercise? Uraraka gave him an anxious look, her question obviously on the minds of a couple of other students. Are you going to threaten to expel the lowest performer like Aizawa-sensei did? Ida's hand blurred through the air. How are we going to divide ourselves into teams, All Might Sensei? Isn't my cape fabulous? All Might winced. It was almost worse than dealing with the press. Slow down a bit, kids. I haven't even gone over the scenario. As they calmed down, he took a deep breath, pulling out his cheat sheet and rapidly scanning it once more. Now, the scenario is a simple one. The villains have holed up with a nuclear bomb, and the heroes have to stop them. You have a limited time to either capture both villains or secure the bomb. Villains must either incapacitate the heroes or wait until the bomb goes off in 15 minutes. He took a deep breath. Regarding the questions that I didn't answer by describing the scenario, I am not going to make the same threat that Eraserhead did. Using your quirks is obviously permitted, but try not to send your classmates to Recovery Girl. And teams will be determined by drawing lots. Young Ida gasped. Drawing lots? Isn't that a bit haphazard? Midoriya got a look of sudden understanding. It makes sense, during emergencies heroes often have to team up with heroes from other agencies on the spot. Or a villain attack happens when you have a new hero at your agency. Ida nodded rapidly. I see. My greatest apologies, All Might Sensei. No harm done, young man. Let's get to it. Soon enough, everybody had their teams. I, Midoriya Ikumi and Shoji Mizo. B. Kaminari Denki and Uraraka Ochako. C. Mineta Minoru and Yaoyorozu Momo. D. Bakugo Katsuki and Todoroki Shudo. E. Ishido Mina and Ida Tenya. F. Aoyama Yuga and Koda Koji. G. Azuitiu and Satoru Kido. H. Jair Kyoka and Tokoyami Fumikichi. I. Tora Hagakure and Kirishima Ijuru. J. Hanta Siro and Ojiro Mashireo. All Might swept a careful eye over them, then plunged his hands into each box. The class leaned in slightly, eager to get started. Now then, the first matchup is... He pulled out the ball dramatically. Team A as the villains, and Team C as the heroes. The villain team goes in first and gets 5 minutes of prep time. His gaze swept over Midoriya and Shoji, who seemed a bit downcast at being cast as a villain. Still, it was valuable experience in dealing with a more defensive fight. Shoji Midoriya. For this exercise you need to adopt a villainous mindset. Go all out, don't hold back. Though if you go too far I will have to stop you. Okay, All Might Sensei, she squeaked. Let's get ready, Ikumi. Shoji looked up at the taller girl, and then they went off. If you lose this, Midori, I'm gonna kick your butt, Bakugo growled. Kirishima looked over at Bakugo with a slightly weirded out look on his face. Midoriya managed a faint smile before looking at the door. All Might looked over and winced when he saw it. For a person who was in the Japanese average, it was right-sized. For somebody like him or Midoriya, it was an obstacle that would have to be ducked under. And the ceiling was definitely too low for a person of Midoriya's height. He looked over at the tall girl. Do you want to change buildings or dash? No. This is fine. All Might raised an eyebrow, but her face was set in a determined expression. Very well. Now villains, make your preparations. The heroes will be attacking after 5 minutes. After awkwardly ducking through the door into the building, Ikumi sighed, ears flattened against the ceiling. After only a couple of days at UE, she'd grown used to a school where she could stand up properly indoors. About the only small mercy was that the room with the bomb was just barely big enough for her to stand upright. I know it's just an exercise and it was random, but I just feel awkward being cast as a villain. Shoji paused, considering. It's similar for me. But at the end of the day, it's just one exercise. Ikumi managed a nod. Just like old playground games, except less hurtful since it was randomly determined. Let's be the best villains we can. Do you have any insights in fighting our opponents? Or any particular observations about their quirks? She tapped her chin. Well, Yaoyorozu's the biggest threat. Her quirk's so versatile, and combining it with that reference book on her belt means she's even more dangerous. She potentially has the answer to anything we can do. Shoji nodded. She's a recommended student as well. From what I've heard, that exam is even tougher than what we went through. Ikumi nodded, tugging her lip. Still, it takes her some time to create what she needs, and she has to think about its composition. Plus, she's limited by surface area and lipids in her body, and I haven't seen her create more than one object at a time. Can she affect the temperature of what she creates, or the speed with which it leaves her body? She made a cannon, so she has to know how every part works, but does she make the parts individually or dash? She cut herself off when she saw Shoji's stare. Sorry, I just like analyzing quirks, and Yaoyorozu's quirk is really cool, and I didn't mean to get distracted dash. He shook his head. No, that was pretty informative. What about Mineta's quirk? Oh, that one's not as interesting, but it's still cool. Those balls on his head stick to things that aren't him, and he can bounce off them, though I'd say that when they're on his head they aren't sticky, otherwise he'd have to peel his pillow off his head every time he slept. Tugging on her lip, she thought about how she would use those quirks together. I think I have a plan for how to deal with them. Are you okay with going patrolling in the building? He gave a thumbs up. I'll keep several eyes and ears out for our opponents. Given how much you've figured out from their quirks after seeing them a couple of times, it seems like you've got a good plan. Ikumi nodded. Well, if they were supposed to act as villains, I do MWA. It felt right for some odd reason. Okay, here's the plan. In the basement below, Katsuki watched the screens intensely. In front, All Might grinned. Seems like they're getting into it. Yeah, this is gonna be tough. Pinky cheered. Katsuki waited up and had to agree. Much as he knew Midori would kick butt, he had to admit that Ponytail was something else. Girl was smart and pretty fit even without her quirk. He knew Midori was going to win, but Ponytail was gonna make Midori fight for it. Though he had to admit, being paired up with the grape was a major handicap. The little jerky looked like he was trying to be serious, but Katsuki could catch him sneaking glimpses at Ponytail's chest. All Might leaned into the microphone. Hero team, begin. Good luck, Ikumi. Round Cheeks shouted. Katsuki snorted. As if Midori needed luck. Minoru took a deep breath. You ready, Yaoyorozu? What happiness he'd gained from being paired up with the most attractive girl with the skimpiest costume in class had been squashed when they were going up against the two tallest people in the class. Still, at least All Might had included the clause that getting the bomb was a win. It meant that they could aim to rush the bomb rather than fight. Minoru had no illusions about his combat ability relative to Shoji and his ridiculous grip strength or Midoriya's sheer size compared to him. His partner nodded, pulling on a pair of dark glasses and ear protection. Yes. She paused as she pulled out similarly sized equipment for him along with a metallic cylinder. Though I must admit, you're taking this more seriously than I thought you would. He let out a bitter chuckle. Aizawa will probably actually expel me if I don't get a good enough grade in this class. That, and I'm pretty sure either Shoji or Midoriya could throw me through a wall. Maybe yesterday he would have stared at Yaoyorozu's cleavage the whole time, but not now. Well, he'd only been looking at it half the time. Not like he could help it if they got in the way of direct eye contact. Yaoyorozu turned around, opening her costume. Minoru stood rooted to the spot, gaping as a light show went on. Oh dash. Zipping her costume back up, Yaoyorozu handed him a controller. I needed a bit more surface area to make this, she explained. Minoru shook himself before he saw the drone on the ground, its sleek body shining in the light. Scout ahead with this, please. Shakily, Minoru moved the sticks, letting the drone fly up. Can I keep this after the exercise? Technically I'm not supposed to, since it could potentially destabilize the economy. He shook his head, looking through the cameras. Anyway, I think I found Shoji. Wait, he can grow eyes and ears on his arms. That's the phrase, I kinda wish I had that quirk so I could peek on girls crossed through his mind and buried itself. Keep looking. It'll probably be in one of the bigger rooms, Yaoyorozu urged. He made it fly a bit higher, up further. Minoru grinned as he saw a familiar oblong shape in the fourth-floor window. Okay, I found the bomb dash. A gout of flame shot from the window, and the camera feed turned to static, the smoking remains of the drone crashing to the ground. Minoru gaped. And Midoriya's guarding it, he weakly muttered. Yaoyorozu nodded, more light sparking from her stomach. I thought as much. I would say that Midoriya or Shoji might move the bomb now that it's discovered, so we need to act fast. It blossomed into a grappling hook. Mineta. He sighed, pulling ball from his head. Got it. Pulling a couple of ball from his head, he ran over to the wall. Taking a moment to imagine Midoriya in Yaoyorozu's costume, he found the energy within to clamber up like a monkey. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu threw her grappling line up and started climbing with him. Minoru felt pretty proud of himself when he made it to the top at the same time as Yaoyorozu, opening the window further and clambering inside. Minoru sighed, taking some deep breaths while Yaoyorozu looked around, making a staff. Let's hope Shoji didn't hear us dash. Well, the heroes are here to thwart our evil deeds. How unexpected. Slowly, Minoru turned around. There stood Shoji, arms crossed. That I hate my life, he muttered, before pulling out the flashbang Yaoyorozu had made and tossing it at him. If they could take out Shoji, they would have a much easier time with this exercise. Mizo had barely a second of warning before the grenade went off in a burst of intense sound and light. For a moment he flailed blindly, then felt a pair of sticky ball impact his chest. Forming new eyes and ears on his arms, he got to see the look of panic on Mineta's face before the shorter boy shot around the corridor, throwing his ball around with a frantic battle cry. Yaoyorozu backed him up, swinging her staff to try and sweep his legs. They're a couple of corridors away from the bomb. He shouted into the mic as he fought. Any reservations he had about trying to hit a girl went out the window when her staff rattled his arms. Grunting, he grabbed it and bent it into a right angle, causing her to immediately retreat, light sparking as she pulled out another staff. Got it, I'll be right there. As she cut the communications short, he heard her start to run. Take this. The shorter boy cried, pegging a ball at him. Mizo grunted as Mineta threw more ball in his direction that he narrowly dodged, scampering around a corner with Yaoyorozu. He almost charged after them, but stopped. Bending an eye around the corner, he saw Momo pull another grenade from her midriff. Fire in the hole! She yelled. Hurriedly he pulled his eye back and dismissed his extra eyes. The grenade rolled around the corner and he winced. He backed up and clapped his hands to his ears and shut his eyes to try and block the worst of the flashbang, ready to form new eyes and ears. Then he could try and deal with the pair of them. Rather than a loud bang and flash, he dimly heard somebody running at him. He opened his eyes just as Yaoyorozu swung her quarterstaff at his stomach, knocking the wind out of him. As he folded up, Mineta bounced through the air and latched onto his back, frantically wrapping capture tape around his shoulders even as he tried to throw the shorter boy off. All Might's voice came crackling over the intercom. "Shoji Mizo, I'm afraid you've been captured." Yaoyorozu bowed politely. "Sorry about this, Shoji. That was a dummy flashbang." Mizo sighed. "No, it was a good strategy. But you won't be able to defeat my partner in crime so easily." Mineta grinned. "Okay. Now we just need to take on Midoriya dash." Suddenly, Mineta and Yaoyorozu were covered in a familiar shadow. Mizo couldn't help but smile. Momo felt rather than heard the impact behind her. Turning slightly, she stood, stunned for a second. In the 2 days she had known her, Midoriya had been quiet and reserved. Her height had been noted, but it wasn't something that had been especially prominent. Midoriya held herself tightly, her body language restrained and non-threatening. That had gone out of the window. Now, Midoriya loomed. To Momo, Midoriya filled the corridor, towering over her and Mineta with her fangs half-bared and a growl coming from her throat. It was easy to forget that she had fangs since she acted so meek. The claws on her fingers seemed more pronounced as well. A surrender? Midoriya managed, before attacking. She tried to throw a hook punch, only to have to stop that attack when she realized she would hit the wall. Yaoyorozu tried to recover, but Midoriya changed strategy. Rather than try punching again, she kicked at Momo, and she barely dodged as the massive boot shot through where she was standing. Pulling her leg back, Midoriya came forwards to press her advantage, her near-impossible speed hampered by the tight conditions and the ball stuck around the roof and floor. Despite her reservations, Momo felt slightly excited. Mineta had come up with the idea to try and bait Midoriya away from the bomb by fighting Shoji if he was patrolling, or rushing the bomb as quickly as possible. The ball from his fight before were scattered around, and Midoriya was doing her best to avoid them, but all it would take was one careless move and she'd be caught. Surrender, villain. Momo managed, trying to hold herself like she'd seen heroines act on the street. Midoriya tried to keep a straight face. "I'm afraid I, can't do that, hero." MWA. That done, she kicked again. It wasn't entirely an act when she backed up, trying to make something to deal with her. Midoriya slowly stepped forwards, Mineta trying to get back up and readying a ball. Quickly she threw her shield at Midoriya to slow her down, which Midoriya swatted out of the air like a fly. Momo's eyes widened when she saw Midoriya SCK in a breath. Quickly reaching for a wooden shield, Momo winced when the heat poured over her from that attack, the flames rolling off her shield and scorching the floor. Despite Midoriya's lack of formal skill, she was simply too big to fight properly. Momo tried to pull out a flashbang, but Midoriya didn't let up, launching a quick kick that felt more like a sledgehammer. Momo was knocked to the ground, the wind knocked out of her. Midoriya came closer, a spool of capture tape held in hands far too large for it. Just as she wrapped Yaoyorozu's hands in the tape, Mineta's hairball flew into the gap between Midoriya's hands, sticking them together. "Got you!" Mineta yelled. As Midoriya straightened up, another ball came careening towards her head, then another aimed at her retreating foot. She managed to duck the first hairball, only to get her foot stuck on an existing one. "Yaoyorozu has been captured," All Might announced. "Also, heroes have 5 minutes to secure the bomb or capture both villains." "What?" Mineta yelped. Momo took a deep breath, then winced when she saw Midoriya take a deep breath, setting her face in a determined look. Sorry about this," she muttered. With those words, Momo had a bad feeling. A feeling that intensified when Midoriya's fur seemed to ruffle with an invisible. Then, impossibly, Midoriya came unstuck from Mineta's hairball. The purple sphere plopped off her wrists at the same time as she pushed off the ball that was keeping her shoe pinned. Mineta gaped at this, which was enough time for Midoriya to lunge forwards and picked him up with a massive clawed hand. "Give up, hero," she growled. Then her face turned back to her normal worried look, shrinking in on herself. "Sorry, Mineta dash." He struggled in her grip, then flopped back. "I give. Villains win." Momo sighed at that. Then Midoriya came up to her, a concerned expression on her face. Sorry, Yaoyorozu. You were really cool there. And no hard feelings? She smiled, taking Midoriya's huge hand. No hard feelings. After this, she had a lot to think about. In the control room, there was silence as Midoriya carefully put Mineta down and reached for Momo to untie her. Then, Kaminari opened his mouth. Holy shit, he said. All Might shook a finger. Language, Kaminari. That had been an exciting first match. Both hero and villain teams had acted in great fashions. Acting like a villain was a good way to try and get into their head, an act that was encouraged by some of the more underground heroes he associated with. Yaoyorozu and Mineta shuffled back in, looking bruised but otherwise alright, Shoji bringing up the rear. Midoriya was last, coming in with her head bowed low and body language more restrained than ever. Ishido came over to her, grinning excitedly. Holy cow, Midoriya, that was so cool. She blinked, obviously startled. What? Yeah. You guys were really leaning into that whole villain thing, and you just took out Yaoyorozu and Mineta like it was nothing. Ishido's eyes glittered as she looked up at Midoriya. Plus you just loomed dash. She winced when Midoriya seemed to tighten her posture. Sorry, Midoriya. Still cool though. That I don't really like doing it though, Midoriya muttered. I just feel mean when I loom over people even if it's an accident. You did pretty good, Midori, Bakuga growled, earning a surprised look from Midoriya. Todoroki gave his partner an odd look, one All Might had seen on Endeavor's face a few times when he teamed up with the man. Well, hopefully they would work as well together as he had with his father. Even if he took different patrols than All Might. If All Might hadn't known better, he might have thought that Endeavor was trying to avoid him. Meanwhile, Mineta was also being praised for his actions, something that seemed to surprise the shorter boy. When you tackled Shoji, that was manly as hell. Kirishima crowed, slapping Mineta on the back. He winced when it nearly knocked the shorter boy down. Whoops. Fine, Mineta managed. I have to say, you're a surprisingly fast climber, Azui noted. Mineta flushed at the praise. All Might coughed into his fist, the class turning back to him. Well, you can congratulate your classmates later. For now, it's time to judge who was the MVP of this round. He grinned at the class. So, who do you feel made the greatest contribution to their team? The class muttered between each other and his smile widened. It was a close thing, but being honest he had a choice already made. Yaoyorozu spoke up. Reflecting on my performance and the villains, I feel that it comes down to Midoriya. Midoriya spluttered. What? No way, that should be you. Your team was more coordinated and you stayed together rather than split like we did. Not to mention you took the time to scout ahead and found an ideal entry point. Yaoyorozu shook her head. While we did that, our approach wasn't as flexible as yours. When you went on the offensive, we weren't able to respond in a meaningful way. That was just what I figured out about your quirk. I thought that putting pressure on you would stop you from being able to make dangerous items with creation dash. Ida suddenly raised his hand. That is what I think was the deciding factor. Midoriya, you had a better idea of how your opponent's quirks worked, based on your plan. His hand chopped the air robotically. Not just that, you kept a secondary aspect of your quirk a secret until it became relevant and the hero team wasn't able to meaningfully respond. All Might's smile twitched. Kind of the point he'd wanted to make, except a bit blunter. Still, not inaccurate. Speaking of Midoriya, how'd that work? Mineta yelled. I had an amazing dump this morning, so that should have held you in place for hours. Or you should have torn your sleeves getting that ball off. Too much information, Karo. Azui shook her head at the shorter boy. Midoriya squirmed a bit. I kind of have both my parents' quirks? A mutated version of my mother's and a stronger version of my dad's, technically. The other students stared at her, wide-eyed. Todoroki in particular had a curiously intense look on his face. Wait, you've got two quirks? Uraraka yelled. Midoriya shook her head. Yes, but actually no. They're two different parts of the same thing. I got my fire breath and my, she waved her hands around her vaguely, appearance from my dad, and my mother's quirk, changed a bit? I have a telekinetic force field around my body almost constantly. It goes into my fire and makes it hotter, and I used it to stop the ball from hitting my fur. Yairozu's hand flew to her mouth. That's right. You briefly mentioned having 2 parts to your quirk in the assessment but didn't go into detail. She looked down sheepishly. I just assumed it was your height you were referring to. All Might grinned. Indeed. Being able to figure out your opponent's quirk on the fly is a valuable skill to cultivate. Know your enemy and you come one step closer to beating them. Ultimately, it's a close call, but I have to give Midoriya the MVP role since she was able to adapt the best to her plan going awry. I have to agree. Ida boomed. Mineta, while you worked with Yairozu, well, there were a couple of times where you froze up rather than acted, especially when Midoriya freed herself from your quirk. Shoji performed well and detected the heroes early but made an understandable tactical error in dismissing his extra eyes and ears before the fake flashbang. As future heroes, we have to be careful to preserve our own well-being, but keeping temporary eyes and ears up would have prevented you from being attacked like that. Shoji nodded stoically. I would also like to point out that Midoriya was the one who came up with our plan while I felt I didn't contribute much. All Might smiled. Don't put yourself down too much, Shoji. You asked questions and made suggestions to the plan that improved it. Sometimes it helps to have a second opinion. He smiled. A good first match like this set the benchmark for the other students to aspire to. That being said, let's determine the next matchup. Ikumi clasped her hands anxiously as All Might reached for the next set of ball. With a flourish he pulled them out. Team E are the villains, while Team B are the heroes. Ida looked similarly uncomfortable with the idea of being a villain as Ikumi had. At least she wasn't the only one. Ashido cheered, grabbing Ida by the arm and dragging him off like he weighed nothing. Heck yeah, Ida. We're gonna be the best villains ever. She's pretty energetic, Karo. Ikumi sighed as she watched them leave. Really wish I had that level of confidence, she muttered. Kirishima simply nodded, a distant look on his face. Yeah, I feel that. When she looked over he blinked, before pasting a cocky grin on his face. But confidence is just a habit that we gotta work on. Kaken snorted. See, Midori? Even hair for brains gets it. She shook her head, watching the villain team on screen. Did I look like that when we were up there? Ikumi wondered, looking at a downcast Ida. Yep, Kaken snorted. Mina shook her head as Ida continued to mope. Come on, Ida, it's just a fun exercise. I suppose. Still, I must admit I was hoping to fight on the side of justice. Ida suddenly struck a pose. But if we are to be the best heroes we can be, then for this exercise I must mire my heart in darkness. For a second she stared at Ida, then her smile returned. Bit of an odd attitude, but okay. One for all crackled under her skin. While Mina couldn't handle its full strength, she reckoned she was getting maybe 3 or 4% of it consistently, which was still a lot. She turned to her partner. So what's our plan beyond kick butt? MWI? Oh yes, the plan. Ida's hand chopped in the air robotically. Uraraka's quirk lets her remove the gravity from whatever she touches, so I believe that they will float up to a better vantage point. Kaminari boasted of having a powerful electricity quirk, so we'll have to watch for that. Mina hummed. Yeah, sounds right. So, do you want to go looking for trouble, or shall I? Ida brought a hand to his chin. I shall go. And I have an idea for how to handle her gravity quirk. As Mina listened, a grin crossed her face. I like how you think, Ida. Katsuki glared at the screen like it had personally offended him. As soon as All Might started the match, Pink Cheeks and Sparky were off, her touching a couple of trash can lids and then getting on top of them, holding the dunce close. It was admittedly pretty cool when they floated up, Pink Cheeks awkwardly managing to get through the window. As she pulled Sparky in, he could see Midori already scribbling in her notebook, a low mutter on her lips. Removal of gravity mostly counteracted by existing gravity. She did mention that removing her own gravity felt worse since it messes with her inner ear. Haven't seen much of Kaminari's quirk in action, but it must be quite powerful if he's so confident in it. Would he be able to sense electrical signals or dash Oi, Midori. Who do you reckon's gonna win? She started, almost dropping her notebook. Oh, she looked at the screen, calculating, then she sighed. Well, based on what I've seen of each of them, probably the villain team. Ida's incredibly fast and Ishido's really strong. Then again, it depends on if Uraraka and Kaminari can get the drop on one or the other. She pointed as glasses came around a corner behind the heroes, watching them. It looks like Ida's in position. Is he going to do a sneak attack dash? Ida suddenly put his hands on his hips and threw his head back in what must have been laughter. MWA. Denki jumped, almost losing control of his quirk at the loud burst of sound behind them. Whirling around, he saw Ida there, hands on his hips. Uraraka took a look and her eyes widened. Be afraid, heroes. For them, the ultimate evil. For a second Uraraka stared at him, then spluttered with laughter. Denki burst out laughing as well, Ida staring at them incredulously. He knew he should be more serious, but seeing Ida act like that was pretty DMN crazy. You dare mock reverse ingenium? Uraraka went into a fresh spurt of laughter at that, barely managing to push herself up. That's too much dash. Ida suddenly shot forwards with a spool of capture tape in hand, Denki managing to flare up with electricity just in time. He tried to hit Ida with his fist, cursing his inability to send his electricity further from his body. Uraraka's eyes narrowed, and as Ida swung his foot in an axe kick, she barely ducked underneath, hitting him with all 5 fingers. Ida yelped as his momentum combined with his sudden lack of gravity sent him pinwheeling through the air and hitting the opposite wall. Uraraka managed a half chuckle. Looks like you're really light on your feet? She shook her head. No, that's bad. Ida tried to push himself up, only for the movement to send him flying through the air as he miscalculated. Release me. Denki blinked as a mischievous grin split Uraraka's face. Okay. She pointed to Ida. Kaminari, do you mind? He blinked, then grinned, going close to where Ida was. As Ida tried to kick out and spun through the air again, Uraraka brought her fingers together and gravity held him again. Denki reached out and tagged Ida. As Ida spasmed from the massive electrical shock hitting him, Denki pulled out his capture tape and wrapped it around his wrists. Ida Tenya has been captured. Damn it, Ida groaned. Uraraka bowed apologetically to him as they left. Sorry, Ida. They ran forward, conscious that they hadn't seen Ishido or the bomb. Okay, it's gotta be somewhere here. Denki panted as they tore through the rooms. 8 minutes left, heroes. All Might's voice boomed. Come on, Denki muttered, flinging another door open. Next to him Uraraka stiffened. Did All Might say they couldn't move the bomb? Ida weakly managed to chuckle behind them. Denki blinked, then groaned as he put 2 and 2 together. That's pretty sneaky. As they ran downstairs, her eyes widened. Okay, Denki, I've got a plan to win, but you may not like it. Why not? She told him. He did not like it. Mina had to admit, she was getting kind of bored. Sure, Ida had the right idea in moving the bomb here, but then he'd gotten involved in a fight while patrolling the higher level. She half groaned, just wanting to get some action. Then Kaminari appeared, obviously nervous. Surrender, villain? He squeaked, managing a hesitant step forward. She grinned. Hey, Kaminari. Face the wrath of the alien queen. Did you both practice evil laughs or dash? Mina grinned, one for all sparks coating her body. Yeah, maybe. She shot forward, Kaminari squeaking and ducking under her fist. Yellow lighting poured off his body and she barely shot away as it hit the area around him. Luckily she hadn't used her acid near him, otherwise she would have shocked herself. Kaminari grinned, eyes slightly unfocused. Wanna dance? I really like dancing dash, a thought struck her. Say, where's Uraraka? A sudden sound came from behind her and she twisted. Uraraka was on the ceiling and leaped down as Kaminari reached out to try and hit her with his quirk. Panicking, Mina pulled on one for all, legs pumping as she shot up. Uraraka's hands clasped around the bomb just as Mina collided with her, knocking bomb and Uraraka to the ground. Mina stared as the buzzer sounded, pushing herself up. Heroes have secured the bomb. The heroes won. Mina stared at Uraraka as she panted in victory, then snapped her fingers in frustration. I forgot to look up, huh? Why yeah, Uraraka panted, looking slightly nauseous. Mina slapped herself, stretching a hand out to her. Well, if we do this again, I'm not gonna fall for that. All Might looked at the students. An exceptional match, all 4 of you. Now, who would you say was the MVP of this match? Yaoyorozu's hand shot up. Ida Tenya, obviously. While Uraraka formed a solid strategy to clinch victory, both the heroes lost focus and precious time reacting to the villains laughing. Ashido let herself get baited into a confrontation and forgot to take Uraraka's quirk into account. However, Ida had a clear idea of how to conduct the engagement and planned around his opponent's quirks as best he could. Ida looked quite proud of himself, while Uraraka and Kaminari looked suitably chastened. Ashido nodded. Yeah, I made a pretty bad mistake by forgetting about Uraraka's quirk. I forgot to check the ceiling. I went in through the half-open window. I didn't think I could take you on directly, Uraraka explained. All Might coughed. Excellent analysis, Yaoyorozu. Now for the next match. Hanta glanced over at Ojiro, throwing up tape strip after tape strip around the bomb. Gotta be ready for if they try a sneak attack like Uraraka did in the last round, he grinned. Ojiro nodded, limbering up. I can't see Kirishima making a sneak attack, but Hagakure's quirk is practically built for that. He smiled. Still, at least it's better than trying to beat Bakugo or Todoroki. Hanta nodded. Yeah, Todoroki alone would be terrifying. Having to fight Bakugo as well. Ojiro finished stretching. So, I think I should stay in the bomb room. They're gonna come to us. Hanta's grin came back. Yeah, what do you think Kirishima's gonna do? Yell? Halt villains before the face of my pure manliness? Something like that anyway, he chuckled. Aizawa kicked the door and halt villains before the face of my pure manliness. No backing down for him, not now. The whole room was covered in hanging strips of tape, obviously to try and catch Hagakure and stop her from sneaking up to the bomb. Then he saw Ojiro standing there in a cool karate pose. He rushed forwards, a roar on his lips and fist pulled back far. Suddenly his whole world flipped on its axis. He grunted as he hit the ground, trying to roll to the side. Then Ojiro was on top and he instinctively hardened his body. Kai! Ojiro's palm slammed into his stomach, and he gasped as the air left his body. Barely managing to roll over and up, Aizawa lashed out with a kick that got blocked by his tail. Both staggered back, Ojiro massaging his tail and Aizawa skiing in a breath. Then tape shot out and coiled around his arms, snapping them to his sides. Siro stood there, face covered by an impassive black mask. Ah, come on, Siro, he wheezed. That isn't manly at all. He had to keep their attention focused on him, otherwise the heroes wouldn't win. Aizawa tried to break out of the tape, hoping that the sharp edges of his hardening would do some damage to the tape as he pulled it along. Unfortunately, he wasn't so lucky. As he struggled, a couple of strands of tape caught an invisible figure and Ojiro spotted her. Charging over, Ojiro tried to hit her, only to miss. He suddenly staggered back as an invisible foot connected with his chest. Aizawa tried to run forwards and headbutt Siro, but more tap wrapped around his legs and he hit the ground. Hagakure tried to bolt to the bomb but only got caught on more tape, and Siro wrapped his tape around her arms. Nice try, Siro panted, already going for more capture tape to make it official. That's just unfair. Hagakure managed to tap her glove to make her costume visible, something about her tone implying she was pouting. Villain team wins. Good job, both teams. Aizawa had to admit he couldn't argue when Midoriya and Yaoyorozu both agreed that Siro was MVP. His preparations had caught both hero team members and neither of them had been able to counter him. As All Might declared Team F as the heroes and Team G as the villains, which elicited happy reactions from them and groaning from Jairu, Aizawa looked down at his hands with frustration. Despite his declaration to change himself, he hadn't been able to live up to his own ideals. Midoriya gave him a thumbs up. You were pretty cool out there, Kirishima. You probably could have taken Ojiro out if your fight had gone a bit longer. Mina grinned at him as well. Yeah, you looked pretty heroic out there. Charging in and yelling like that was cool. He stared at the pair of them, then smiled. Thanks guys. Next time I'm not gonna back down. Koji huddled close to a small rat. Okay little one, please keep an eye out for our opponents. Swarm them if you have to. The rat saluted, and he heard them chitter and squeak as they followed his orders. Aoyama's strange smile twisted a bit and he held his sparkly cape close. Do we have to use the rats? Koji quietly sighed, straightening up. Despite their reputation as dirty, rats were actually quite clean and intelligent animals. He had been surprised that they had made their way into U today, but considering the principal's ambiguous mammal nature he wasn't surprised. He had his own theory on what the principal was but had always felt too shy to bring it up. He made a couple of exploratory signs to Aoyama and was pleasantly surprised when Aoyama actually responded, clumsily but at least he could. It meant that he didn't have to write it out at least. What's the plan, Aoyama? The blonde boy paused for a moment. Tell me when they're coming to bomb, then I'll sparkle at them. Koda raised an eyebrow but nodded. Okay, I'll talk over the mic and get into position. Tsuyu glanced over at Sato as they carefully advanced. Hey Sato. Are you ready? Sato winced. Sure thing Azui. He amended. I'll follow the plan as well as I can when I'm hyper. She could only nod. Sato had explained that his quirk boosted everything, strength, speed, durability, but apparently overrode his rationality the more sugar he consumed. Purity of sugar had something to do with it as well, which was why he only had a small amount of white sugar. A slight squeak alerted her. She looked in the corners, thankful that part of her frog quirk gave her slightly better night vision that would be expected. A rat had spotted them and was squeaking rapidly. I think Koda knows we're coming. We might be getting close. Sato stiffly nodded. Okay. Taking out a capsule from his belt, he poured its contents into his mouth, crunching briefly. His eyes lit up with newfound alertness, his whole body shuddering. Hopefully I won't need to eat more sugar. Tsuyu glanced around, then back to the map All Might had provided. If I had to guess, Aoyama's by the bomb and Koda's keeping an eye on us with his animal spies. With that said, splitting up would be our best option. Yuga stood next to the bomb, carefully keeping an eye on the doorway. Every so often he cast his gaze to the window, just in case Azui was climbing outside of the building. His intercom crackled. Sato's coming. Immediately he sprung to action. Wincing as his quirk warmed up, he quickly fired a blast of searing white-blue light, the blast sparkling down the corridor at the figure there. It was a wide shot that filled most of the corridor, and he'd calibrated it to about a strong punch. Sato moved faster than he'd thought possible and was now charging quickly towards them. Hoo yeah! Then Koda intervened. A small army of rats scrambled along the floor, a leader squeaking and pointing at Sato. Aoyama carefully fired another laser as Sato got up, only for him to suddenly fling himself at the wall before it hit him. A creaking sound came from behind him and he whirled around, seeing Azui crawling in the window. She ducked back when he fired a laser through the window, then hastily crawled in while he tried to recover. Koda got in close to Sato and threw a punch that Sato managed to block, then grimaced. He didn't stop his attack as Sato tried to get something from his pouch. Rats clambered over the taller boy who shouted indistinctly, trying to fling them off him. Yuga tried to fire another beam at Azui but the frog girl sprung off the ceiling just as he fired, dashing to the bomb. Gritting his teeth, he threw himself in the way. His cape would get dirty but it would be worth it to win. Azui gave him a neutral look and kicked him in the side, knocking him out of the way. As he struggled up, she touched the bomb. Hero team has secured the bomb. Yuga sighed, glancing down at his cloak mournfully. Oh, I've gotten dirty for nothing, he griped. Sato took a deep breath, then slumped. Yeah, good, he yawned, carefully going onto the ground. That was a pretty good plan, Aoyama. You nearly got us a couple of times, Azui said. Merci, Azui dash. Please call me Tsuyu Karo. Yuga smiled slightly awkwardly but accepted her hand. Merci Tsuyu. Of course, I shall shine even better in our next exercise. Midoriya looked over at Azui with a wide smile. I think that Azui dash. You can call me Tsuyu, she said bluntly. Right, sorry, Tsuyu. I think she was the MVP by coming up with the best plan. It was pretty narrow. Koda and Aoyama had a good defensive strategy and he managed to hold off Sato for a while, but Tsuyu decided to split the groups for a pincer attack that wasn't a desperate move. Uraraka chuckled. Yeah, we were pretty desperate when we tried it. All Might smiled at his class, some more battered and bruised than others, but everybody was able to attend. The final match of the day should prove interesting, especially since it was two of the students that Aizawa had noted to be exceptionally powerful and flashy. For the final match, the villains are Team H and the heroes are Team D. Young Bakugo grinned, while Todoroki simply stared ahead impassively. Though the pair of you are powerful, don't forget that this is a team exercise. Two heroes working together can accomplish more than one. We're doomed, Jiru said flatly. Katsuki glared at his partner, then took a deep breath to try and calm down. All right, Two-Face, you don't like me for whatever reason, I don't give a shit. But we gotta at least try to work together. I don't need your help, Two-Face cut him off harshly, eyes locked on the building. I can finish this exercise by myself. He couldn't believe this guy. Did you not hear him say that this is a team exercise? Newsflash, genius. We actually need to work together on this. The BSD glared at him before he relaxed. Fine. Let's get this over with. FNG finally. I reckon we split up and search for the bomb individually. We keep in communication and if we need help we ask for it. He glared at the other boy. Sounds good. Two-Face considered it, then nodded. Fine. But I still won't need your help. Katsuki growled, already at his limit. Okay fucker, what is your problem with me? I've literally not done anything to you. No, you haven't. It's what you . The buzzer sounded and Two-Face cut himself off. Let's just finish this. It won't take long. Katsuki glared at the a-hole then charged ahead. Whatever this bullshit was, it wasn't over. Hello darkness, my old friend. Fumikage whispered slightly. Looming above him, Dark Shadow shook his head, the darkness strengthening him. It was a bit risky turning off the lights, but he needed Dark Shadow as strong as he could without losing control. I've come to talk to you again, Dark Shadow snickered. He shushed his Quirk who reluctantly obeyed. Bakugo's Quirk was unfortunately a natural counter to Dark Shadow, so finding him was top priority. If he could take Bakugo out then the rest of the exercise would go much smoother. Fumikage crept around, checking his earpiece. Any sign of them? Jiru was staying by the bomb, having plugged her earphone jacks into the wall to try and track their movements. Bakugo's charging in. They're splitting up, Todoroki's coming my way, and Bakugo's coming closer to you. Fumikage nodded. Do you want me to back you up? Honestly, you saw the size of that ice thing he threw out in the assessment, right? Not to mention that he's one of the recommended students in our class. Got it? I'll be there. Kyoka kept a careful eye and ear out even as she heard Tokoyami start running to her position. Despite his wild attitude, Bakugo was methodical and patient as he searched every room. Her earphone jacks crept towards her directional speakers, a bead of sweat pouring down her neck as Todoroki came closer. Todoroki came into the room, and she barely had a second to jam her earphone jacks into her boots before a wave of ice crashed towards her. Her heartbeat poured from her speakers, slamming into the ice and smashing it to pieces, throwing them around the room. Todoroki's eyes bored into hers, one gray, the other a menacing red under his ice half-helmet. You would be wise to surrender, he stated flatly. Kyoka grimaced. Nah, don't feel like it. Todoroki frowned, then another wave of ice poured towards her, only to be hit with another blast of sound that cracked and shattered it. What's the matter? She taunted. Only got one trick up your sleeve? He grit his teeth, throwing an arm forward. Then Tokoyami was there. His eyes widened and he twisted, throwing a blast of ice that got smashed by Dark Shadow. Here's Johnny. The Quirk laughed. You're using that reference incorrectly, Dark Shadow. Tokoyami yelled. Todoroki tried to get up but she was not going to let him. Jamming her earphone jacks into her boots once more, she slammed him with a debilitating wall of sound, knocking him flat. Dark Shadow lashed out and she had to gawk as Todoroki rolled out of the way. That move had sent robots reeling, yet he just shrugged it off like it was nothing. Was Todoroki even human? With a manic look in his eye, Todoroki threw a sloppier blast of ice at Tokoyami, and she winced when she heard frost cracking on Todoroki's skin. Seemed he was starting to hit his limit. But his last attack wasn't enough to stop Dark Shadow. Laughing, Dark Shadow pinned Todoroki to the ground. "Ice, to see you, pretty boy." Todoroki grunted as Dark Shadow slammed him with his fist. Tokoyami loomed over him, his reel of capture tape in hand. Kyoka couldn't help but smile as he went to restrain Todoroki. Pounding boots came closer and her heart sank. "What the F, Scarface? I told you to call for help." Dark Shadow turned only to shrink suddenly as a massive explosion rattled the corridor. Kyoka clutched her ears from the sheer force Bakugo casually threw around. She tried to help Tokoyami, throwing a massive blast of sound in Bakugo's general direction while trying not to hit Dark Shadow. Kyoka had the brief satisfaction of hearing Bakugo stumble, but the wall had shielded him from the worst as he continued. "Parley?" A much diminished Dark Shadow weakly offered. Bakugo smirked, tying Tokoyami's hands together with capture tape. "Hell no. Tokoyami has been captured." Kyoka grimaced, then jammed both earphone jacks into her boots, unleashing the full force of her quirk. Screw villain monologues, both of them were way too powerful to fool around with. Under her sonic assault, Bakugo briefly clutched his ears, then grinned. An explosion popped in his palm, seeming so much louder than it had when it was outside. A multitude of pops came from his arms as he charged forwards, each one stinging her ears and disrupting her focus. She tried to jab an earphone jack directly into him only for him to swat it aside, burying his fist in her midsection. "Good sheet, earlobes," he rasped, wrapping capture tape around her arm. He then grabbed the bomb with a smirk. "Well, the villains have been captured, as has the bomb. Hero victory." He glared down at her as she struggled. "You want a hand or something?" Kyoka glared at him. "Fine," she groused. He glared at Todoroki. "How are you feeling, Two-Face? Gonna die on me?" Todoroki simply pushed himself up, shaking his head. "I've had worse," he muttered, so low only Kyoka heard him. She wanted to ask, but shook her head. Recommended students had some crazy hard training regimes apparently. "Hell yeah, flawless victory." Kaken cheered. Ikumi had to admit, it was good to see that Kaken was so happy. That entire fight had been pretty thrilling. Her heart had leapt into her mouth when she'd seen Todoroki get ambushed by Tokoyami. All might cleared his throat. "Well, young Bakugo, I must agree that you pulled off an incredible victory. However, can anybody tell me who the MVP was?" Ikumi winced. I reckon that it was Jairu who was the best performing student." Kaken glared at her. "I won." I know, but while both of you were really good as heroes, you, had issues working together and split up?" His face twisted into a scowl. "Blame Scarface for that. I actually tried to work with him and he kept blowing me off." Todoroki looked away at that. All Might sighed. "I know that both of you have exceptionally powerful quirks, but you must learn how to work with others." Ikumi nodded. "It did look like you tried, but I don't think that you got through to Todoroki about it." Also, Todoroki tried the same strategy multiple times despite seeing that it didn't work. Maybe it would have been better to retreat and work together with Bakugo, but instead you pushed yourself too far and nearly got captured. She turned to Jairu. Jairu, on the other hand, kept track of the heroes and communicated far better with her teammate than you did. And not just that, but she was almost able to take both of you out. She fidgeted under her classmate's stares. In particular, Todoroki seemed to be staring at her intently, an expression she couldn't identify on his face. "Well, that's just what I think," she finished lamely. All Might clapped. "An astute observation, young Midoriya." She flushed at his casual praise as he turned to the class. "I would also add that both villains acquitted themselves admirably against bad matchups for their quirks. Not every fight will be to your strengths, so knowing how to compensate for your quirks' downsides is essential." His smile brightened. "Now get cleaned up." Todoroki took a heavy beating in that last fight. I've called for the medical bot to take you to the bay dash. No need. I'm fine. Todoroki flatly said. All Might shook his head. Even if you feel that way, I would be more comfortable if you got taken there by a robot. Recovery Girl shook her head. Quite a bit of bruising, cracked ribs, and the beginnings of quirk exhaustion as well as early frostbite. Not as bad as it could be, Todoroki, but don't make it a habit to get injured like this. Shudo nodded. Understood. As she puckered her lips and kissed his arm, his mind turned once again to his current issue with his class. Rather, one specific person in it. In spite of his father, Shudo didn't hate people with fire quirks. His hatred was reserved for his father and his quirk alone. Midoriya, for instance. If his father was a blazing inferno, then Midoriya was like a campfire, warm and comforting. Bakugo's explosions weren't the problem either, but they certainly helped. But seeing Bakugo's perpetually angry eyes, how Midoriya seemed to flinch at everything despite her size, seeing them talk reminded him too much of similar scenes of his mother and father. Learning that she had a quirk like his made it even worse. Bakugo clearly was only her friend because her quirk was powerful. He pushed himself up, accepting the candy from Recovery Girl and politely bowing to the heroine. Whatever else happened, Shudo was going to keep a close eye on Bakugo. If he tried to push Midoriya like Endeavor had pushed his mother, he would stop it. Katsuki glanced up at Midori as they left. You were right, he eventually admitted. Huh. About earlobes being better in our match, he grumbled. Katsuki looked up at her as she looked surprised. I still say that I would have been MVP on a team without Two-Face, he shot back. Midori chuckled. Yeah, probably. But you still got the quickest victory today. Katsuki snorted. Demon right I did, he chuckled. He looked down. But it wasn't enough, he grumbled. What do you dash? He stopped, looking up at her. You kidding me, Midori? Two-Face is a walking ice age. Ponytail can just make whatever the F she wants, and Pinky. F dash. Katsuki was used to him and Midori being the biggest fish around. They had won against older kids, him slamming explosions into them and Midori just picking up the biggest guys with one hand and growling at them. To see people who could dethrone them was unsettling. He was aware that angry tears were pricking his eyes, but he didn't care. I'm not gonna let them overtake me, you got that, Midori? Yes. He snarled, jamming a finger into her stomach. And that goes for you as well, Midori. You and me, we're gonna be the best heroes ever. Midori blinked, then she nodded. Why yeah. No matter what, we're going to be the best. Ken carefully walked around the other pedestrians, wary of bumping into somebody. At just under 2 meters tall and wolf-headed, people tended to stare or be wary around him. Still, life was going pretty okay for him. He had a steady job, a decent apartment. He even had a girlfriend. Honestly, he had no idea how he managed to get a girl like Kagome, but he wasn't about to throw it away. He hurried as quickly as reasonably possible down the road, glancing down at his phone. Crap, I'm gonna be late. Somebody bumped into him roughly, stumbling. He winced, turning to look at the black-haired businessman who was already shaking himself off. Sorry about that dash. The other guy was already walking off smartly, rounding the corner. Ken stared after him, then turned back. His arm kind of hurt. That guy must have really hit him pretty hard. As he took a couple more steps, he frowned. Pretty rude of the guy to just run off after colliding with him like that. A spike of pain came from his arm suddenly. Then it started all over his body, an itching pins and needles sensation that pushed inside his skin and out through his fur. He staggered, aware that everybody around him seemed to be backing up. The world went red. Half an hour later, the businessman watched from the sidelines as the creature was captured. With the help of the local heroes, it was pinned in place as they tried to get it into the police car, pedestrians staring. Its eyes were blank and bloodshot, and it howled and snapped at the officers restraining it. The sheep were horrified, taking in the bodies that had been thrown through windows and doors, the claw marks in the concrete where he had swiped at heroes and civilians. He sighed internally as they managed to drive off, the vehicle shaking as it strained against its chains. The creature was supposed to have killed more people in this rampage, maybe eaten somebody. Still, that was what happened when you tried to get a beast to do anything. Ikumi couldn't help but smile with Kaken as they walked up to U's gates. It still feels unreal when you think about it, she commented. I mean, we were taught by All Might yesterday. Kaken shrugged, smirking. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Translated from Kaken, she knew just how excited he was that All Might was there. Do you think we're going to have another heroics lesson today? Probably not. Rest of the class needs time to recover from all that exercise, Kaken grunted. At least you're not calling them extras. Her ear twitched at the faint sound of a crowd, just in her hearing range. Because Yeah, I know. Only one person out of 300 managed to pass the exam, so they all have yada yada. Kaken kicked a pebble that was in his path, stomping forwards. As they came up to Ikumi winced. The source of the sound made itself apparent. Oh! A crowd of reporters had gathered outside of U's gates, clamoring for an interview. A couple of their classmates were already being harangued by reporters. Kaken scowled. Bunch of freakin' vultures. All Might's got more important shit to do than cozy up to these extras. Kaken. She wanted to be harsher with him, but he did have a point. Instead, she took a deep breath, then walked up with Kaken. Ikumi wasn't a fan of particularly loud noises of crowds, but this was almost hero training in itself. If All Might and Gang Orca could cope with being swarmed by reporters, so could she. Hey, hero student. Can you tell me what it's like to learn from All Might? Koji tried to get away and keep his head down, but the reporters kept closing in. There were too many people around and they kept getting into his personal space. He tried to sign for them to back off, but he kept getting hounded. Then Ishido barged in. Hey, you mind leaving my classmate alone? He smiled gratefully at the pink girl, Ishido shooting him a wink. Trying to take advantage of the temporary reprieve, he pushed forwards only to be blocked by the crush of reporters angling for comments. Then a familiar furry hand came near him, Midoriya giving him a nervous smile. Do you want a lift? Koji nodded and then braced as Midoriya gently picked him up and above the crowd. A couple of reporters tried to stretch their microphones up only for them to not be able to reach her or him. Next to her, Bakugo glared at the reporters, forcing them to back away. Thank you, he managed to stammer out as they crossed the barrier. Midoriya gave him an understanding smile. Ishido ran up, grinning. No problem. I'm not really a fan of crowds either. Nice one, Midoriya. Ishido smiled at him. And yeah, that's fine. Not everybody's like me or Kiri over there. She turned around to where Kirishima was boisterously talking about how manly All Might was. Shoji made his way through, gently depositing Mineta from his shoulder perch. At the gates, Aizawa-sensei shooed the reporters. You're trespassing on private property and interrupting our classes. All Might's off today, so please go away. Bakugo barked out a laugh as a reporter tried to come in only for the gate to slam shut. Nice one, Hobo-sensei. Shoyuta looked over his class. Good work with yesterday's battle training. He meant it. All Might's exercise was a tough one even for new heroes, but they had managed it with only minimal problems. All Might had probably learned that beginner level for him was a challenge for anybody else though, so maybe that would reflect in his new lesson plans. He'd looked over the reports and grading of his students' efforts and for the most part had been impressed. There were obvious areas to work on. Some students needed to focus more in that class, others needed technical skill. He'd watched a recording of Midoriya's performance and had winced at the sloppiness and wasted movements he'd seen. The girl had clearly never fought anybody remotely in her weight class before. Then again, if they were perfect right out of the gate, there wouldn't be any need for hero schools or for teachers like him. He hadn't seen anything that couldn't be corrected with enough time and effort. One student had surprised him. And not in a good way. Todoroki. As the scarred boy looked up impassively, he shot him a flat stare. If you can't work with a partner in the field, you're going to hamstring your potential as a hero. If you want to be the best, learn how to work with people you dislike. Somehow Todoroki's face closed off even more. Understood, sensei. He looked over his class. This was your first lesson in heroics, and it won't be your last. That being said, on to homeroom business. Shoyuta carefully kept his face flat. Sorry for the sudden announcement, but today. His class leaned in, hanging on his every word. Shoyuta took a moment to let the tension build, then introduced his topic. You'll pick a class president. For a second the atmosphere was still tense, then his students started shouting and throwing their hands in the air. Probably to be expected, given that it seemed like a bigger deal in a hero school. In any other school the role of class president was fairly nominal, mostly focusing on allocation of school clubs and organizing sports festivals, and that wasn't any different here. At UA, though, heroes and spotters typically saw it as a sign of leadership potential despite how irrational that was. There were related skills, but ultimately founding and leading an agency was a different thing from leading a classroom. But try telling these kids and talent agents that. I want to do it, Jairu politely said, one of the few who actually had. Kirishima grinned. Hell yeah, I'm gonna be the manliest class pres ever. We're gonna do weight training every day. In my administration girls will have to show at least 30 centimeters of thigh dash. Bakugu audibly growled at Mineta and the shorter boy shrank down in fear. I'm if they want to? Snorting, Bakugu turned back. You get to live. He then sneered at the rest of the class. Anyway, vote for me. I'll lead you obey. End of discussion. Enough. Shoyuta raised an eyebrow as Ida stood up suddenly. While we all want to be the class president, it is a heavy burden. If this is to be a democracy, then I say that we hold an election. Is that okay, sensei? Sure. Just get it done quickly. Shoyuta pulled his sleeping bag on, carefully watching his students. As far as he was concerned, choosing a class president was another test. Azui gave Ida a flat look. We haven't really had enough time to build trust. Yeah, everybody's just gonna vote for themselves. Kirishima bluntly stated. That didn't deter Ida. Exactly. That just means that anybody who manages to garner multiple votes will be the most suited for the role. Everybody murmured between each other, then everybody nodded. Shoyuta kept an eye on the proceedings as Ida fastidiously handed out pieces of paper and a hat to tally the votes. Ida was a very different person from Tensei, all serious where his brother was lighthearted. Not a bad thing, but if he couldn't be more flexible in the field then, he would be in trouble. Eventually, the votes were tallied. Shoyuta slumped in his sleeping bag as the proceedings dragged on and on. Hopefully the kid who got chosen for the top position would be up for it. Ikumi stared at the votes on the board. When she had cast her vote she had been focused on Ida. After all, he seemed like the person who would be the most suited to being class president. That didn't explain what she was seeing. Midoriya Ikumi, 5 votes. Yaoyorozu Momo, 3 votes. Ida slumped in his chair. Only 1 vote. Truly this is the harsh reality of this sacred office. You were the one who insisted on voting, Ida, Sata said with a confused look on his face. Ida stiffened but didn't say anything else. Aizawa-sensei looked out with a dull eye. Alright, so it looks like Midoriya is your president and your vice president is Yaoyorozu. The other girl bowed politely, Ikumi feeling too anxious to make any definite statements. Pretty much every other name on the board had received at least 1 vote, which just made it all the more confusing. Who voted for me? Kaken snorted. Honestly, Midori, you made a gigantic FING impression at battle training and the Quirk assessment and you're asking stupid shit like that. She looked down at her hands. He'd never been class president before. Mostly because she had never really had an interest in the position. But All Might had apparently been class president for his 3 years at U, so she had decided to not say she didn't want the position, thought she had voted for Ida. Kaken had no sympathy. Then learned dipshit. Honestly, not like it'll be hard. Just get your nerd brain in gear. Ikumi had her doubts about that. Kaken had never been elected class president either despite him having the strongest quirk in their middle school. Then again, he'd never really applied seriously and was always angry. I'll do my best? Everybody clapped politely as she made her way back to her desk. Kaken grinned. Good sheet, Midori. At lunch, Ikumi sighed, looking down at her food. She had spent the intervening PRDS in a daze, still unable to believe that she had gotten the position. I know it's a silly thing to worry about, but I'm just worried if I can even be a good class president. I'm guessing this means you didn't vote for yourself? Yaoyorozu asked. Ikumi nodded. Who'd you vote for? Bakugu? Ashido interjected. 'Cause if you did dash. Ikumi shook her head. What? No, I voted for Ida. I just thought he was student council material dash. Hey, Ikumi. She turned and gasped. Kamakiri. Kamakiri managed a grin. Finally caught you. He took a look at the rest of the table. Looks like you've got some friends. Yeah. She gestured for him to sit, then turned to Yaoyorozu and Mina. This is Kamakiri Tagaru. We live in the same apartment block. I made friends with him when my folks moved there. Pleased to meet you, Kamakiri. Yaoyorozu bowed politely. My name is Yaoyorozu Momo. Ashido grinned. Nice to meet you as well. Name's Ashido Mina. Nice to meet you as well. He flopped down into the chair, picking up his chopsticks. First time I've managed to catch you for lunch at you. The place always gets too busy. Ashido nodded. Yeah, it's hard to find a free seat. She quickly shoveled some natto down her throat, earning a disgusted glance from him. So you're in the other hero class then? He nodded. Yeah, our teacher's Vlad King. He's a really cool guy. Wow, that's incredible. Ikumi's eyes lit up. Vlad King's a really flashy frontline hero and is also a major blood donor to various hospitals. Not just that, he really knows his stuff on teaching. I think I've actually learned some stuff and had fun for the first time in ages. Even my classmates are cool. He paused before a smirk crossed his face. Though there is an annoying blonde in my class who might be related to Bakug, he's certainly got the ego for it. I can hear you, Stabby. Kaken shot back from the next table, only for Kirishima to take the opportunity to steal some food from his plate. While Kaken raged, Kamakiri turned back to them. But yeah, U.A's been everything I thought it would be and more. How are you holding up, Ikumi? Ikumi grinned. I got elected class president. Wow, congrats Dash. An alarm sounded. Security level 3 breach. All students, please evacuate in a calm and orderly fashion. For maybe a second there was calm, then there was a general panic. Every student started shoving, trying to make their way to the exits. Panicked shouting and grunts of pain came from the doors, lunch rush running to the doors to try and organize the students to little success. Mina glanced around. What's going on? An older student briefly turned as he hurried to the main door. It means somebody has infiltrated the main building. This hasn't happened in the 3 years I've been here, but we should hurry up and get out of here. Kamakiri winced. For real? She grinned. Wonder if we can fight them. Yaoyorozu shook her head. Mina knew she needed a shorter name for the prim and proper girl. That's hardly the best course of action, Kamakiri. Let's try to evacuate in a safe and sensible fashion. The pressure from everybody moving started to sweep them along, only Midoriya able to really weather it. Please stop shoving Dash. Mina tried to stay upright, seriously contemplating pulling on One for All to push through. Everybody kept pushing, trying to get out first. Midoriya, can you see anybody who could have infiltrated? Yaoyorozu half yelled. Trying to move quickly, Midoriya looked out the window. Her eyes widened. It's the press. They must have gotten in somehow. Mina managed to get closer to her oversized friend. Really? We should try clearing it up. Everybody. It's just the press. She tried to say, but her voice was drowned out by the crowd. Yaoyorozu tried to stay upright, trying to avoid tripping. Mina looked up at Midoriya. Maybe a bit louder? I don't think they heard you. Get loud. You'll be fine. Midoriya squirmed, but she essayed in a deep breath that seemed to take from the rest of the room. Cupping her hands to her mouth, she let it out in a veritable roar. Everybody. It's all right. Mina winced a bit. Yeah, Midoriya could be loud when she wanted to be. It carried over the crowd, causing everybody to stare at her. Midoriya seemed to freeze with everybody's eyes on her, awkwardly standing there. Mina gently nudged Midoriya, trying to get her to say something. Midoriya took another deep breath then continued, quieter this time. It's just the press? We shouldn't panic about it. From the depths of the crowd, Ida's voice suddenly boomed. I think she's right. We must act in a way that is becoming of this great institution. With that, the tension and panic left the room as they recovered. As everybody filed out in a much calmer fashion, Mina grinned up at Midoriya. Nice work, class prez. Midoriya slumped down, groaning. I froze up stupidly though. Neither of us were able to do anything about the situation, though. Yaoyorozu nodded. She then frowned. Although, maybe I should have made a megaphone or a riot shield. None of that. Mina shook her head. No point in worrying about what you could have done, just do better next time. Yaoyorozu smiled. I suppose that's true enough. Yeah, that's a good point. See? Mina gave the much taller girl a slap on the back. I mean, nobody's gonna expect you to be a champ at public speaking on the first day. Just keep at it, girl. Midoriya flushed, but her small smile stayed. Outside, the press continued to demand All Might's attention, the faculty having to keep an eye on them and looking increasingly exasperated. As everything started to get back to normal, watching Present Mike cheer as police led the reporters away, Yaoyorozu frowned. What's the matter, Yaoyorozu? Mina asked. I'm just wondering how the press could have gotten past the barrier, she pondered. Midoriya frowned as well. That's true. U.A's security is only surpassed by HPSC security and Tartarus. Principal Nedzu designed most of the security, so a large group getting past. I find it a bit weird as well. Mina hummed. Yeah, that does sound strange. But maybe there's nothing else to it. Sidling through the corridors with his head down, a lanky man grinned. While the annoying NPCs were holding up the heroes, he'd managed to find what he was looking for. Get me back, Kurogiri, he rasped, carefully sidling out of campus. As the police arrived to drag the reporters away, he was already out of there, carefully disappearing down the same dark alleyway he had appeared in. Back in the bar, Shigaraki Tamura smirked, glancing over at his max-level tank DPS hybrid. Rescue training, huh? He snapped a glance up to Kurogiri. Looks like it's at U.A's U, not the one in Tokyo. Understood, Master Tamura. Kurogiri polished a glass. Shall I put the word out to our new recruits? Yeah. Tell them it's time. Tamura leaned on the bar, snapping his fingers. And get me a whiskey, having to deal with heroes is thirsty work. Sipping his drink, Tamura could see the course. Soon enough, All Might would die, and a bunch of Hero and 00 BS would get ganked before they could do their stupid sheet. With All Might out of the way, this hero-obsessed society and everything else he hated was going to crumble to dust. Sensei was going to be so proud of him.